Once you get to Sinead's report.
Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to the 2021 Camogie Association Congress. As you can see, this is our second year that we have to go virtual. So just before we start, I can see we have more than 100 delegates online already. So I'm just going to take you all through some housekeeping. So this meeting is being recorded for minute taking purposes. It is also being live streamed on our YouTube channel. The settings for this meeting mean that your video and your cameras are off throughout. So don't worry if you haven't brushed your hair just yet. I am Pamela Purcell and I'm actually in Croke Park today with my social distance colleagues here. We also have Morgan Crowe in a separate room and he is from Lehman Solicitors and he is here to independently verify our results for all our motions. My role today is simply just to keep the thing moving and to coordinate between the staff. The chair, as always for Congress, is the Updrawn Kathleen Woods So throughout the day, I'll be passing to and from Kathleen. So before we go any further, I'd just like to remind you that if you have any technical issues at all today, just to make sure that you have a copy of the phone numbers available for Alan and Caroline, and they'll be able to answer any of your queries. So we're just going to test some of the functions of Zoom before we go any further. So if you have a laptop, can you just move your mouse across your screen? And if you have an iPad or a phone, just move your finger. A toolbar should appear on your screen, a grey toolbar. On that, there are a number of functions available. You should be able to see a chat function. The chat should only be used if you have questions for the staff. Any comments made about reports or motions will not be taken into consideration if they're taken through the chat. So if you just use the chat function just to contact us if you have any technical issues or any questions. You should also see a hands up function. The hands up will be used throughout the day for us to be able to establish voting strength, and also if you wish to speak at any point. So if you raise your hand, we will be able to unmute you. You will be asked then to unmute yourself, and then you're able to speak. So just to give that a go today, what we're going to do is we're going to ask you all now simply to raise your hand, and if you could just keep it raised. Okay, brilliant. We've definitely done this before. We already have 88 people with their hands raised. Okay, if everyone can just raise your hand and keep them raised. That's brilliant. Just the last few, if we can just raise our hands. Just keep them raised just to make sure everybody is able to use the function. Okay, we have over 104 now able to raise their hands. You can just keep them raised, the last few. Just remember, if you can't actually see the toolbar on the screen, just to move your finger across the screen or move your mouse, and a toolbar should appear. There should be a raise hand function. If you can just press the raise hand function. Okay, we've got 109 so far. Are we happy to move on, or do you want to go through? Okay, so we'll, if you can all just lower your hands for now. We will reuse this function again whenever we come to establish voting strength later on. This is how we're going to be able to establish your votes. For the actual motions, there will be a poll that is on your screen, but we'll talk about that for closer to the time. So if everyone can just lower their hand, if you're able to use that same function to lower your hand. If you can't do that, we're able to do that for you as well. Okay, brilliant. So we're ready to make a start this morning. So as I said, I'm only here to coordinate. So to get us started, I'm going to pass you over to Kathleen to officially open Congress this morning. Okay, just give us 1 wee second here. We're just going to get Kathleen moved over to a panelist. Okay, so we're just going to ask Kathleen now to start Congress for 2021.
Thank you, Pamela. I hope my speakers and everything is working. Can you hear me, Pamela? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and very hearty welcome. Once more, we're in strange times, and once more, we're on a virtual Congress. However, we've done this before, and we will make our way through. And can I, first of all, thank all the staff for everything they've done to make today possible. I hope everybody's sitting comfortable and has their coffee at hand, and we're ready to make a start. I presume at this stage, registrations are completed or ongoing, Pamela. So we go straight through to the adoption of today's agenda. So could I have a proposer for the adoption of the agenda, and then we'll move on to our adoption of standing orders.
Okay, so
Okay.
we have, Jared Rowe, Australasia, he's going to propose it.
Thank you, Jared. And the seconder
And a
for the adoption of the agenda.
Geraldine Clark
Thank you,
from
Geraldine.
Monaghan.
Thank you. So, sorry, pardon me. Moving on to the adoption of our standing orders. We all have them printed there on the first page of our book. Do we feel that we need to read them out at this stage? Okay, just I suppose to be correct, we will. My apologies, folks. Please excuse me. So the unit proposer and seconder name to be provided in advance and will be displayed on the voting presentation slide. We have that completed. Units to notify in advance if they wish to speak on the motion. That also should be completed. Only one speaker per unit per motion. Units will be requested to supply speaker's name in advance and again completed. The proposer of a resolution or an amendment may speak for 3 minutes only. Now that is a change. A delegate speaking to a resolution or an amendment may not exceed 3 minutes. The proposer of a resolution or an amendment may speak a second time for 2 minutes before a vote. No other delegate may speak a second time to the same resolution or amendment. And Cathaoirleach may at any time consider a matter has been sufficiently discussed, call on the proposer for a reply and ask for a vote to be taken. And Cathaoirleach may consider any subject not listed on an clár provided he or she receives consent of the majority of the delegates present. Standing orders shall not be suspended for the purpose of considering any matter not on an clár except with the consent of the majority equals to 2/3 of those present entitled to vote and voting. And Cathaoirleach may change the order of items on the agenda with the support of a simple majority of those present entitled to vote and voting. So have we, Pamela, proposer and seconder for the standing orders?
Yep, so we have Eilish Whitty from Wexford going to propose it. And Debbie Brennan Carlo, who is going to second.
Thank you, Eilish and Debbie. Moving on the agenda, the adoption of the revised 2020 annual Congress minutes. They were issued out to all units according to rule.
And so we have Geraldine Clark going to propose that, and Hilda Breslin, who is going to second.
Thank you, Geraldine and Hilda. We can take those as read as they've been with us for quite some time. We're moving on now to the Provincial and International CCAO Post-Primary Council and Ard Corlia Subcommittee reports. So if we follow through on our booklet, the first report is coming in from, sorry, my booklet. Just pardon me one moment. Thank you. The first report is coming in from Connacht. Can we take that as read? Would anyone in Connacht like to pass a comment or add further to the report as published?
So if you would like to speak, if you could just raise your hand. So Kathleen, we have Geraldine McGrath who would like to speak.
Thank you, Geraldine.
So Geraldine, if you would like to unmute yourself there.
Yeah, I have, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Geraldine.
Just on behalf of Connacht, I would just like to say, just give a few words on it. As you're all well aware, we didn't have much activity in the year because of COVID, but I would like to compliment the counties that got through all their club activity. and the county teams that participate in the All-Ireland Series, except the second team from Galway. And great news from the government during the week that the second teams are allowed to participate in 2021. We have one new club in Claremorris in County Mayo, so that makes 4 clubs now Mayo, which is absolutely fantastic. On a personal note, I would like to say thank you to all the people involved in Connacht Council as I'm stepping down today as Connacht Chair. And also to Kitty Morley, who's has been our delegate for the past 5 years. Her term is actually finished as well today. So I'd like to pay a tribute to Kitty, who has continued to strive and to make Camogie very strong in both her club and county in Mayo. And she has always contributed very well to as her delegate role to Orcola. And also I'd like to thank Deirdre for putting the report together, Deirdre Burke, and Deirdre now is moving to the new Orcola delegate, so I wish her well. So I wish the new committee incoming in Connacht and all the personnel in Croke Park in Orcola. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Geraldine. Any other comments from Connacht? If not, we'll move on. Moving on then to Leinster. Leinster report, we take it as read. Have we anyone from Leinster who'd like to pass comment?
Hilda has her hand raised there.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathleen. On behalf of Leinster Council, I would like to thank all of our counties and our clubs for this year, for all of the help and the assistance that they gave us. We're delighted to announce that we now have 234 clubs in Leinster, which is an addition of 3 extra clubs, which was particularly great to see in the year that was in it. We would like to thank the Uachtaráin, the Arts Johor, and all of the staff for their continuing work to promote Camogie and all that they have done for us in this year. On a personal note, I would like to thank all of my officers for the outgoing year, and I would like to wish the incoming officers all of the success in their terms. In particular, I would like to wish Linda Kenny, who takes over as chairperson of Leinster, and wish her all of the best for the future 3 years in Leinster. I'm sure they're in very good hands. So thank you to everybody from Leinster.
Thank you, Hilda. If there are no other comments, we'll move on to Munster. Munster report again taken as read. Is anyone from Munster would like to pass further comment?
Yep, so we have Marion Graham.
Morning, Marion.
Sorry, I was muted there. I want to thank all of the counties and clubs in Munster for all of the what they did last year in helping us to get through our competitions without any major disasters. And it was well run, and we got as far as the Munster finals in our under-16s and our club competitions. And I would hope that the beginning of the season, at some stage when the club are brought back on the scene on the playing pitch, that we can at least complete our Munster finals. I want to thank all my fellow officers, and in particular our treasurer, who had a tight hold on the purse last year when we had no finances incoming, and she kept control of what we had in the bank. And at this stage, all of the counties would have received their Sports Ireland's Resilience Fund, and I would advise the counties to spend it wisely, because I don't want to be the devil's advocate, but we really don't know if funding of this nature will continue on again for the next season. Well, that's all I have to say. Just again to thank the counties of Munster and the clubs in Munster for their cooperation and participation in last year's competition. And I wish them all the very best of luck and in the coming season. I want to thank the staff in Croke Park for all their assistance throughout the year. And that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Marion. Moving on to Ulster. Is there anyone from Ulster would like to pass comment on their report?
We don't currently have any hands raised for that one.
There's no
If
one.
anybody from Ulster would like to raise your hand? Yeah, so we have Vincent Boyle from Antrim.
Thank you, Vincent.
Good morning. I just would like to reassure the rest of the counties in Ireland that Camogie is strong in Ulster. Going by that report that's in the book today, there's not much talk about development, how Camogie is going, how many clubs we have, was participation in players up or down this year. We had a referee who refereed the All-Ireland Senior County Final in Croke Park. Is not mentioned. It was Owen Ellett from Antrim. And we're trying to promote referees and things. Don't be afraid to mention referees by names. We had 4 teams from Ulster played in 2 All-Ireland finals, intermediate and junior. Don't be afraid to mention the teams that played and the teams that won. And let's try and promote Camogie. Camogie is strong in Ulster. But let people in the rest of Ireland and that know that it is strong by mentioning them by names, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vincent, for that. Moving now to our international boards reports, and can I welcome all our members from overseas. So we're starting with the European report. Have we anyone from Europe wishing to speak? On the
We have Fiona Fleming. Sorry, Fiona Fleming.
Morning, Fiona. You're very welcome.
Oh, now I'm unmuted. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm here in Vienna and I'm the current European Camogie officer. I just want to say thank you to everyone. I think the written report really sums up what 2020 was like. I took over from Sal Hartnett in August. And yeah, she had done an amazing job. In a nutshell, like everyone has said, it was an unprecedented year, especially here, I mean, everywhere, but in Europe as well, with a lot of, matches being cancelled. So I just want to say thank you to not only the GGE, but the clubs, players and coaches all around Europe who have had the flexibility, the thinking outside of the box, and the creativity and the patience when it came to trying to organise matches and everything. Just to echo Vincent Boyle's words, I know it's strong in Ulster, but the passion is definitely here in Europe for Camogie. It's wonderful. Only this week we've had interest in Toulouse and also from Warsaw. So hopefully 2021 will see some games being played, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you, Fiona, and I have to agree with you. The spirit and love of our Gaelic games in Europe is very, very strong and very, very encouraging, having been there twice. Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you.
Moving on to our Middle East GAA officers report. Have we anyone wishing to speak? Sent in by Anya. Again, Camogie growing
There's
securely.
currently no hands raised there, so I'm
No
not
hands
sure if
raised.
there's anybody willing to speak.
Okay, well, on behalf of the Camogie Association, I'd like to congratulate the Middle East and wish them all the best in their journey towards Camogie and the Gaelic family. Moving on then to the Canadian report, officers report, sent in by Angela.
Yeah, Angela's willing to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Good morning, Angela.
Yes.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, Kathleen. Good morning. On behalf of the Canadian Gaelic Athletic Association, I'd like to thank the Camogie Association for their continued support. Like everywhere else, it was a very unprecedented year for Gaelic games in Canada. Unfortunately, we didn't see a lot of action on the field in many of our jurisdictions, but there has been a real interest, keen interest across many of our clubs in terms of growing Camogie. We had a number of clubs in Western Canada, as well as Eastern Canada, formally introduced Camogie to their programs and took advantage of when we had ability to congregate in larger groups in areas like Montreal and Ottawa and in Calgary to hold sessions indoor during the winter months. So I know there's a lot of interest, and hopefully once some of these restrictions lift, we'll be able to see a lot more action on the field. But once again, we commend all of our members across the country in terms of the activities that they stayed involved in assisting with the various Irish associations across Canada in assisting and keeping their members connected during the lockdown last year. And we just see some positive growth going forward. So again, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Angela, on all the work that you and the whole of the Canadian board do. I've seen the interest and I've experienced the enthusiasm. So thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward, we have our Asia Camogie report. I know we're very early stages in Asia. Anyone wishing to comment?
There's currently no hands raised.
Okay, we'll give it another minute. I think we did have someone from Asia online earlier this morning. Are they still available?
There's currently no hands raised. No one can speak at the minute.
Pardon?
There's currently no hands raised.
There's no hands raised, Pamela?
No.
Okay. Well, congratulations to everyone in Asia on their work and the promotion of our games in far-flung corners of the world over there. Can we move on to our Education Council reports? And again, we'll take it as read. First one we have is the Post-Primary Council, compiled by Teresa. Is anyone available from the Post-Primary Council that wishes to speak or add further to the report?
There's currently no hands raised for that one either, Kathleen.
Okay. Could I just congratulate the Post-Primary Committee on all that they've done down through the years. I know this last year has been a very, very quiet year, very much so in all the school levels. So on behalf of Ard Corley, can I thank and congratulate all the 3 committees from Cumann to our post-primary, to our universities. Well done. It has been a very difficult year. Moving on to our Ard Corley subcommittee reports, and we begin with the National Resource Management Committee. Is there anyone would like to comment further, or can we take that one as read?
We have Patsy O'Keefe.
Okay, Patsy.
Good morning, Kathleen. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
yes, Patsy O'Keefe, I'm a National Treasurer. So just a very couple of quick comments on the Resource Committee. It's obviously its primary objective is to manage prudently the resources of the organisation and make recommendations toward COLA as to how we should structure our organisation organisationally and spend our money. It's a busy committee. We had 13 meetings last year. First of all, I would like to thank the outgoing Treasurer, Aileen Pearce, who stepped aside midway through last year, but to thank her for significant contributions, not just to the Resource Committee, but as Treasurer of the Camogie Association for a long period of time prior to that. I came in the midsummer in October and have been chairing it since. It's been an interesting year, I think, as in the Resource Committee, because obviously with the COVID pandemic, it's a very challenging year for the association financially. I think, as Brendan will highlight when he gives his presentation later, we came out of it okay. But this year will be an equal challenge, and we're trying to balance the numbers over the 2 years, 2020 and 2021. So hopefully we get through this year successfully. I would like to echo what Marion has said. And encourage all units to be as prudent as possible in relation to managing the finances in 2021, because until the pandemic is over, we don't know exactly where any of us are, either nationally or at local level. I would just like to thank Brendan as Finance Manager and Sinead as our steward for their support, and to thank all the committee members for their help during the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy. Moving on to National Competitions Management Committee, chaired by Hilda. Hilda, would you like to add anything further to the National Competitions report?
Thank you, Kathleen. Yes, I'll just be brief. I'd just like to thank everybody. As I finish my term, it's been hugely enjoyable, and I'd like to pay tribute to all of those who have worked and served on competitions throughout that time. I know it's a very difficult job at times and very time consuming, and I'd really appreciate all of the members of the committee, all of the work they've done. I'd like to particularly thank Caroline Holton in the office, and also previously to Caroline Lizzie McGuinness, who without whose help for both of them we would not be able to achieve any of the competitions that we managed to. Last year was a difficult year for competitions for everybody, and I know perhaps people didn't always get what they wanted, but they did get a very good schedule of national competitions in the end. So I'd like to thank everybody. And finally, sometimes they go unheralded, but I would like to particularly thank all of our referees and our officials who ensure that our games get played, and all of our county secretaries who absolutely put all the work in every day of the week to ensure that the matches are played at the weekend. So thank you to both of those volunteers.
Okay, thank you, Hilda, and I'd like to reiterate your comments on our referees and officials. Without them, our games don't happen. So thank you to all of that group. Moving on to the volunteer and officer support training.
Kathleen. Apologies, Kathleen. We have Maria McCallaghan. Maria McCallaghan would like to speak. She's from Common School.
Okay, you're very welcome, Maria. Please go ahead. Sorry about that. We missed you.
Sorry, good morning, Kathleen and the Mayor, and good morning, all the other delegates. I just want briefly to say there, when you were talking about the education committees, I tried to get in and I was obviously a bit too late. Just to say that, like everybody else, we were a bit disappointed. Obviously, last year we were unable to fulfill our role and our fixtures. I suppose today that we were actually, the day of lockdown, most our school and most of the schools in Cork and all over the country, we had started our leagues in Camogie, and unfortunately we had to cancel. So we're looking forward to maybe have some form of competition, or not even competition, but some form of I suppose participation, and it will be for enjoyment. It looks like it from here now until the end of the school year, and hopefully when we come back in September we'll be able to continue and promote the game the way we want to. So Sinead Slán.
Mairead, thank you very much for that. I did spend an morning with you in Parky Ring in Cork, where you the number of children, primary school children that were participating was phenomenal. So I know that must be severely missed down there, but hopefully brighter days ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. We now have Michelle Malloy from CCA who would like to speak as well.
Yes, Michelle, you're more than welcome. Thank you for tuning in.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I just want to take the opportunity, just now that we're back on education. It's been a year like no other for the CAO. It's been the quietest year ever. But look, when we are back and when we have the opportunity to go back playing safely, we're very much ready, and we're looking forward to being back on the pitch and just showcasing the best our players in intervarsities have and showcase. So we're really looking forward to just getting back on track.
Thank you, Michelle. Hopefully that day is not far away, because you know, one of our best tournaments and most exciting tournaments is always the Ashbourne weekend. So looking forward to getting that back as soon as possible. And thank you and congratulations to you, Michelle, and to all of your committee for everything that you do and have done and will do in the future.
Thanks, Kathy. We now have Marion Graham from Munster would also like to speak.
Marion, yes, go ahead, Marion.
Sorry, Kathleen, I didn't have my hand up. Sorry, I don't know, that's a mistake.
Okay, you don't want to talk to me yet?
No, not yet, Kathleen.
Okay. Okay, you can silence Marion again there, Pamela, and we'll move on to back to our volunteer and officer support training and development. Ailish, would you like to add any further comments? anyone showing?
Sorry, we're just unmuting Eilish right now. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not sure she wants to speak, Kathleen. So.
Okay, that's fine, Eilish. Thank you to you and all your committee for everything that you've done over this last 3 years. Very hard working group. Moving on to the National Coaching and Games Development Subcommittee. Again, a very, very busy group. Karen, would you like to add any further? Or anyone from that subcommittee like to speak?
Yep, so Karen has her hand raised.
Thank you, Karen.
She'll speak now.
Morning, Kathleen. Morning, delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I took over late in the year. Eilish Woody had been in Congress to 2020 and had overseen most of the work that was undertaken by the staff and the development officers through 2020. Although there was nothing really on the pitch that took place, the amount of work that went on behind the scenes, the amount of work that went to Zoom, to webinars, and to online was phenomenal, and the staff should be credited in what they got pushed into 2020 in the year that it was. And in behind that, the development officers also proceeded and kept on with their plans, hoping that one day they would get out on the field, and those plans have progressed and are in place now for 2021, and they're just waiting on dates coming when they can put their plans into action. So I just want to thank all the staff and all the development officers and to Eilish for all the work that was done in 2020, and wish the incoming chair and committee the very best for 2021 season. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. When you read through that report, it really has been a very, very busy subcommittee with the amount of work that they have completed, and basically the backbone of our association. And I think throughout today, we will be taking note of the increased participation by our volunteers on our online development programs, etc. So thank you to everybody on the National Coaching and Games Subcommittee, and onwards and upwards 2021. The National Finals Appeals Committee held no meetings, which is brilliant. So
and we have Deirdre McGrath from Ulster would like to speak.
Deirdre, yes, go ahead, Deirdre. You're very welcome this morning.
Good morning, Kathleen, and good morning, everyone. Very sorry that I had a technical problem and I couldn't speak in Ulster. So I just wanted, is it okay if I come in now?
Oh yes, you can go back to Ulster, of course.
I just want to thank all the counties in Ulster and all the clubs in Ulster for all the hard work and the success we had over the last year. It was phenomenal, and such a very strong and very bad year for everybody with the pandemic. And also to all the staff at Croke Park for all their assistance and help throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deirdre, for that. If there's no one else is speaking, we will move on to that. Have we got we're coming to the national referees, but before we go to that, we're on the National Child Welfare Protection Committee. Mary, is there anyone from your subcommittee there that would like to speak? Any hands up, Pamela?
There's no one there with their hands up just yet. No.
Okay, well, if there's technical difficulties, we'll give everybody the same respect that they can come in when they are available. So moving on to our National Referees Subcommittee, chaired by Aileen Lawler. Again, without our referees and without the development, we would not have any games. So I would like to thank them. I'd like to thank all of the referees for turning out. We had a short season, but you were amazing on Saturdays and Sundays on the roads across the length and breadth of the island. So thank you all very, very much. So I'll return to Aileen.
There's currently no hands up.
Okay. Is there any member of the referees committee? No? Okay. Moving on to the governance committee. Key subcommittee chaired by Sheila O'Donoghue, who are working so hard to make us governance ready for the end of 2021. I'd like to thank Sheila and all the members. Is there anyone who'd like to comment? Sheila or any of the other members of the governance subcommittee?
There's currently no hands raised for that one either, Kathleen.
Okay, well, on behalf of the association, I'd like to thank the governance subcommittee and for all that they have done in their time and commitment. We move to our risk committee. Again, this is a fairly new committee who have literally hit the ground running, and is a key committee for us to meet our governance for, as I said earlier, for 2021. So Geraldine McGrath, Geraldine, thank you for chairing this subcommittee. Is there anything else you'd like to add to it?
Yep, Geraldine has her hand raised there.
Thank you, Geraldine.
Sorry, no, just again, I would like to thank the committee, and I would also like to thank the staff who contribute largely to this risk register, who can every quarterly as we meet, and we send in our 10 top risks to our Corla, and the staff contribute a huge amount to that. So again, thanks to everybody, and to Brendan especially, who's our secretary of it, and to the committee members. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Geraldine. And last of all, our NTHDC, a bit of a busy year with 10 cases. Fiona, would you like to speak, or any member of your committee available like to pass any comments?
There's currently no hands raised for that one just yet.
Okay. Can I thank everyone who contributed to our association and who sent in their annual reports and committee reports. You are part of the large band of unseen heroes, but not unnoticed. So on behalf of our Camogie Association, can I thank each and every one of you for all that you've done. Moving on, if anyone comes in late, Pamela, please let me know that wants to have a word. Can we now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consideration of the audit accounts of provincial councils and Ard Corlia. The provincial accounts were included in the provincial reports, were they?
Sorry, Kathleen, do we need to get a proposer and seconder for the reports?
We probably should have. You're right, of course, Pamela. Thank you for that subtle reminder. Could I have a proposer and seconder for the reports as we have just gone through?
We have Linda Kenny.
Thank you, Linda, proposing, and a seconder.
Jared Brown.
Thank you, Jared.
Carlo.
Carlo. Thank you.
Sorry,
Jared.
Linda Kenny, Carlo, and Jared Brown.
Okay.
Tipperary.
Thank you both, and we then move forward. We've done that. Yeah, it is our audited accounts at this stage.
Yeah, I'll jump in there.
Are you available, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm ready for action here. So I suppose hello everyone, and thanks for coming on this morning. Hope you're keeping well. So I'm just going to bring up the presentation here now, which will hopefully share okay.
Yes, Brendan, that's appearing on the screen.
Yeah, that's working out. So look at, as I say, I'm just going to go straight into the presentation on the 2020 financial statement, which I just brought up. As I said, there's a bit of feedback there. So as I said, the presentation outlines the details of the financial statements to the 31st December 2020, which, as I say, due to the COVID pandemic, has been a hugely challenging year. So we will go straight in here. So on the agenda is the income and expenditure account. We'll have further detail on the income account summary, the expenditure account summary, and finally then we'll go through the balance sheet. As I say, the financial statements you will find actually then in your paper. So they're in your papers from page 64 to page 80. So as we're talking through them, we'll pick out the numbers on the pages anyway as we're talking through. But that's the main elements of the agenda. So we go into the next slide. So look, so highlight that we've rounded all the figures up to the nearest thousand, just for the purposes of the presentation. So you will see on page 67 of your papers the income and expenditure account. The total income you'll have in the year is just over 2.6 million, and the total expenditure of just under 2.1 million, which results then in a surplus of total income over total expenditure of 536,000 for the year. And this results then in end of year reserves increasing to amount of €1,682,000 in the year, which obviously is hugely positive, especially in the year that we had. So the next slide, we look further into the income figures. So in the income summary, you will see, which is on page 69, we've summarized the main movements and the kind of main figures. So as we look at affiliations, so even taking account of the pandemic, we've seen a small increase on 2019 figures. As you see, a 1%, 3,000 increase, which is hugely positive, especially in the year that we've had. You would also seen the Sports Ireland annual funding increased. This was an increase in the core grant, which we receive annually, and also additional grants which we received through dormant account funding and women in sport funding in the year. So then the next heading and figure we're looking at is the Sports Ireland COVID funding. This funding that we received in the year due to the impact of COVID on activities of the association. So in the year we received funding of 1,095,000. So just to highlight, I suppose, a large portion of this funding, while in our accounts, was assigned and distributed to counties and provinces in the year and post year. Next, we kind of touch on then the figures is the gate receipts, which you will see a significant reduction in the year. We're at 72,000 compared to 413 in 2019, which is a reduction of 341,000. And that can be seen as the main effects of COVID pandemic on them. You will also see the GEA grant funding. We did not receive a grant from the GEA in 2020 due to the significant impact on COVID. Due to the significant impact COVID pandemic had on the operations of GEA. You will see also reductions in sponsorship and licensing income, with sponsorship activities being deferred to 2021 and were not able to be completed in 2020. We will also see merchandising income has seen a reduction in the period, with a number of the sales opportunities at development initiatives not occurring in the year, which we see a reduction there also. And then finally, you will see reductions in other income, as I say, mainly down to reduction in activities due to the pandemic. As we go on to the next slide, you'll see that, as you say, we're highlighting the total income figure for 2020, excluding the government support scheme. And so for anyone who wants further details on the government support scheme, you'll see in the financial statements exactly what that scheme covers. It's in note 15 to the statement, so if anyone wants further information on it. But excluding that scheme, we had total income of 2,398,000, which is an increase of 148,000 or 7% on 2019. We say we had a reduction in many of the income sources, but this has been offset by the funding we've received from Sports Ireland in the year. And as we noted before, provinces and counties have been assigned a significant portion of this funding through grants for the resilience funding through the application process, which begun back in September and October. And secondly, then support for running the inter-county championship, which counties would have received grant funding on that. And I suppose when we come to the expenditure side, we'll see that money coming out for these grants. So in relation to the next slide, we have just a quick comparison graph on our income sources 2019 v 2020. We can see there, it's just to re-highlight it again. You can see there from the graph, you can see slight increases in affiliations, increases in the Sports Ireland funding in the year, the COVID funding received in 2020, which was a once-off funding. Then we can see the significant reduction in gate receipts. You can see in 2019, the funding from the GAA in comparison to 2019, the reduction in sponsorship and licensing, the reduction in merchandising, and a further reduction in the other income sources. So let's just give you a graph and a picture of the income sources for the year. We also have a graph here in the next slide, which shows a percentage of the individual income sources on the total income for the year. So this graph, so we can see that the COVID funding was a significant portion of the funding in the year at 45%. We had Sports Ireland funding and affiliations, which were the next main contributor to our income at 20%. We then had sponsorship at 7%, and then licensing and gate income at 3%, and then finally other income and course income at 1%. So just gives us a good indication of where our income has been arrived at for 2020. So that's just a graph on that. So next then we move on to our expenditure account. You'll see this is on page 70 of your Congress booklet for the full listing. This has been a summarized version. And look, we've broken it into the following headings. We've broken into salaries and travel expenses, the game, volunteer development, identity, strategic grants, and leadership. So as you can see at the bottom, when we're looking at the total expenditure, you'll see a figure of just over 2,095,000 in the year, which is a reduction in expenditure of 9% or 210,000. And this is mainly due to reduced levels of activity due to COVID, and also a number of cost-saving measures which were introduced by the association throughout the year. So we'll dig a little bit further into the figures in the next few slides. We'll talk through the expenditure account. So on the salary cost reduction, the association availed of the government wage subsidies and received an amount of approximately 220,000 in a year. In 2020, there were also a number of vacant positions where a decision was made not to fill these positions in the year due to uncertain times, which we will see resulting in a reduction in the wages costs for the year. On the next slide, when we look at the heading, the game, you will see a reduction in spending on initiatives and programs. This is a reduced level of activity due to the COVID pandemic. We'll also see a reduction in administration of fixtures costs with a reduced fixture calendar in the year. Then we look under volunteer development. We see reduced spend on referee and coach development due to the COVID pandemic. And we say many of these activities have moved online and by moving online are at a reduced cost. The next heading is the identity heading. And as you say, you will see reductions here with reduced spend with the All-Star Tour held in 2019. So that's there's virtually nil spend in 2020 v 2019. We'll also see reduction in the year with the All-Star Awards. As you'll see, there will be no All-Star Awards held in 2020, and these awards were held in March 2021. And also in the heading, you will see reduction in spends with reduction in spends on the merchandising and promotional material in the year. So the next heading we're looking at is the strategic grants. So obviously in the year we received significant COVID funding from Sports Ireland, and during the year the inter-county funding provided to counties for running of the All-Ireland Championship. So there was 249,000 issued to counties to assist in the running of the All-Ireland Championship. And also you would have seen from Sports Ireland the Resilience Fund obtained for counties and province. There'd be 495,000 assigned to counties and provinces from this funding. And then finally, on the leadership heading, you see Congress and committee costs. You will see reduction with an online Congress in 2021 and 2020, and a move to committee meetings online. You would have seen an increase in fixture completion grants with no counties penalised in 2020 for non-completion of fixtures. And then finally, savings nearly under all headings with reduced level activities. And that's throughout the expenditure codes. So I suppose even taking into account strategic grants and the additional grants paid out in the year, there was significant savings which resulted in less expenditure in the year in comparison to 2019. So the next area we look at then in our financial statements is the balance sheet. So if we look there on the current assets, you'll see the total is just over 3 million for 2020 in comparison to 1.89 million in 2019. This increase can be mainly seen in the increase in cash in the bank, and this is mainly due to the COVID funding received just before year end in December, which has significantly increased the cash on hand in bank. And we'll see some additional creditors and accruals when we touch on that below around the issuing of grants from this COVID funding. So we say that there's an increase of from 3 million from 1.89 million. So as we look at what else makes that up in the current assets, you have your debtors and prepayments. We have a slide on that next, which we'll just touch on. You have the stock, and then as you said, the cash in bank. And finally, you have the cash at bank in respect of the government support scheme, and you'll see the corresponding amount below in the creditors, which is owing as part of the scheme. So then below that, we will see the current liabilities. We have further slides on the creditors and accruals. As I said, they've increased in the period, and we'll touch on that on how that occurred. We'll also go through the deferred income, and as I said, the government support scheme, corresponding amount in current assets. So for the year, there's current liabilities of 1.39 million versus 745,000 in 2019. So this all results in a net current assets of 1.68 million compared to 1.146 million, which is your surplus for 2020, the 536,000. So the next slide, we look at a bit further detail in relation to the debtors and the creditors and what makes them up. On page 74, you will see the debtors and prepayments. So for 2020 and comparison 2019, you will see some sponsorship is 72,000 v 13,500. So you will see an increase on 72,000 versus 13. So this is in relation to our All Ireland Championship, which was held in December, and the funds were owing at the year end. You will see the licensing income is pretty similar to the year before. You will see the property and liability reduction in comparison to 2019, and we'll see this amount in the corresponding amount in our creditors below. So this is the funding, this is the insurance owing to GA for our property and liability insurance. And then finally, there's a reduction in debtors. It's just a collection of debtors at the year end, which is reduced on 2019. So overall, there's a reduction in our debtors and creditors, or debtors and prepayments in the period of 121 versus 148 in 2019. So we move then on to our current liabilities and creditors. So in 2019, so our creditors have significantly reduced here. You see from 38,000 from 158,000. This is mainly down to reduced level of activity and just the timing of payment of invoices at the year end. You will actually see that our accruals have stayed pretty similar to 2019. So the accruals will be mainly made up of invoices around our All Ireland finals, which were held in December, which we were awaiting receipt of the invoice for payment. So there would be some quite significant invoices that we would get at around the All Ireland finals. So that's what that figure is made up from. Then you just have your yearly items in relation to your PAYE, PRSI, your pension. As I said, property liability insurance has reduced as the amount owing to GA has reduced. And then on the insurance reserve, this is in relation to funds over collected from units for the year, and this insurance has been ring fenced for future insurance costs. So this is the overpayment, so it's owing, I suppose, as you say, back to units, but it will be used for future insurance costs and has been ring fenced for that purpose. And then finally, in relation to the Sports Ireland's resilience funding, so this is money that has been assigned to provinces and counties, and at the year end, as I say, it was just received in December, and at the year end, this was owing to our counties and province for 495,000. And I suppose that is the main figure we will see then, which is the increase from 802,000 from 436,000. So we go on to our next slide, which is further detail on our current liabilities. So this is our deferred income. So this is when we say deferred income, we would say this is our income which we received or invoiced before the year end, but relates to 2021 or future periods. So in this, we have licensing income, which is our usual figure in comparison to 2019. We will see an increase in our sponsorship income. So as we said, this is sponsorship income of 104,000, which would have been either invoiced or received at the year end, but due to COVID times, the sponsored activity did not occur in the year, so it has not been recognised until a future period. So that's why that figure is in their deferred income. And then finally, in relation to Sports Ireland grants, this is the underspend of grants from Sports Ireland, and which there's a note in your accounts in relation to it. And this is income that will be moved forward into 2021 and used towards costs in 2021. So that them figures and mainly the sponsorship income contributes to the increase in your deferred income from 60,000 to 149,500. And that's in relation to our current liabilities. So that is our summary in relation to our 2020 financial statements. So I suppose when we look at 2021, I suppose times will continue to be significantly challenging, with the impact of the COVID pandemic continuing on a number of our income streams. So just to point out that Corlia have agreed to treat the budget process for 2021 as a second year of a 2-year process, so committing, if required, to invest the 2020 surplus in 2021. And the Camogie Association management continue to adopt a prudent approach to spending. So I suppose in essence that is all from the presentation. So if there's any kind of comments or questions, feel free to ask.
Hi, Brendan. We have Sheila O'Donoghue from Waterford.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Brendan, for a very detailed report. I've just a couple of questions, and I know you mentioned that our Corlia for 2021 are going to adopt a approach and going to work up a 2-year budget. But I would be worried. I mean, you know, you did have a figure, we did have Gates last year. I know it was from the Club All Ireland. There was significant sponsorship in, but however, we no longer have the GA grant. And I would be worried as well about affiliations because we've no indication. I know the registration date has been pushed out, but we've no indication about return to play or club games. So I would fear for affiliation, and we are going to have a lot more activity. So what is going to happen? And then I suppose the All Ireland levy, 2020 levy is going to accrue into 2021. So what is going to happen? I know we're going to say we want to be prudent, but I would be worried, like what are sponsors saying? You know, and I would be fearful around Gates and affiliation.
Yeah, so I suppose you look at it. It's a hard one in relation to that, and look, it is still hugely uncertain times, and look, we continue to monitor, you know, the guidelines and review what's achievable in the year. And look at, as you said there, our income streams are under pressure in a number of areas. But, you know, as you say, we continue to monitor it. Look, we're looking to maximise our income as best as possible, while, you know, keeping a handle on expenditure for the year. And as you say, look, at the accounts are monitored by the Resource Management Committee each month and reviewed by our Corlia. So look, I suppose in essence, it's constantly monitored. The hope is that you wouldn't have to go hugely into reserves, but if required, we have a surplus from last year that would assist in ensuring that we're up and ready when activity returns. But in essence, yeah, look, there is, you know, huge uncertainty for the year ahead, and look, we're continuing to monitor it. You know, especially around affiliations, we'll get a good handle on that in the next month or so, and we're continuing to work with sponsors. And look, I suppose we're waiting to hear guidelines on the gate receipts also.
Yeah. Thanks, Brendan. We have Patsy O'Keefe from Arcolia.
I'm happy to wait for a couple of minutes. If other people want to ask questions, I just want to come in with a few comments at the end. But if other people want to come in with some questions before me, then I'm happy to wait for a minute and you can bring me back in.
No, Patsy, you're the only one with your hand raised there, so you can go ahead.
Okay, well, Just a few brief high-level comments really on this. And I'm conscious, obviously, that we're in Congress, so it's an opportunity perhaps to kind of address the delegates, particularly because our call obviously are very familiar with all this discussion around the financial numbers. But now that everybody is on from the different counties, I suppose the first thing to say, and hopefully it will allay some of Sheila's concerns here. I mean, I'm treasurer now for the last 6 months, and I think you'll see in the number there, we got 66% of our income came from Sport Ireland. So I think the first thing to do to reassure, counties, provinces and the units is there is huge goodwill there for the Camogie Association. I mean, when Brendan and Sinead made the applications to Sport Ireland last year, there was no pushback at any stage. There wasn't, there was questions obviously about detail, but there was a tremendous amount of goodwill to support us. So that's very reassuring, I think, for all the units. And the goodwill is based on the concept of keeping all our structures in place such that when the pandemic is over, the Camogie Association is ready to run at full tilt again. And I mean, the pandemic will end. We don't know. We're hoping it'll end within the next couple of months, but it will definitely end. So Camogie will be back and Camogie will be in a strong position. And I think what last year's finances have shown is that the National Association, and through the funding that we'll be able to give it out to the various units, right now we're actually in a healthier position than we probably would have been if we didn't have the pandemic. But to Sheila's point, that won't continue, because we right now at our COLA level, we do know that we're definitely going to run a deficit this year. Hopefully we'll be able to manage it to a reasonably manageable amount. But if we can break even over the 2 years, 2020 and 2021, that would be a fantastic result. We possibly maybe get further government funding, but we don't know and we can't depend on it. So we've taken the approach to try and balance the numbers over the 2 years, 2020 and 2021. I'm confident we'll get close to that. I couldn't guarantee that we'll get it exactly, but I'm confident we'll get to it. If the pandemic continues into 2022, well, then we're in a different ball game. But then so is the whole country, and so is every national organisation, sporting organisation. So for the moment, I think we're okay. I would encourage the units to try and adopt a similar approach to what we've done at our call. In other words, try and look at the 2 years, 2020 and 2021, almost as one financial cycle. And I would say to every county board and every club and every province, if you balance your numbers over those 2 years, given the seriousness of the pandemic, then I think that will have been a fantastic result. And to be as prudent as you can in trying to achieve that. The other thing I would say is that we obviously, the inter-county fixtures granting is an ongoing financial commitment that's there every year. The resilience funding was a once-off last year. There's no guarantee it'll be repeated. Hopefully, if we need to, we might be able to get something from government and Sport Ireland. But I would encourage all units that when the requests come out from Sinead or Brendan, to engage actively in sending information back, because when we make submissions to Support Ireland, we have to base it on the facts at ground level. It can't be an assumption based at headquarter level. So I would really encourage you to do that. We got, some very good commitment last year, but I would say in relation to certain areas, it could have probably been better in your own interest. So to be sure that if requests for information come out, to enable us to request support from Sport Ireland, that you engage actively with the staff on that, because it's very important for us to have the right information. I would like to acknowledge the contribution from Sport Ireland. It has been phenomenal and it has been a huge help last year. And just finally, I would like to thank Brendan for a very detailed presentation here and a good presentation, and also for his support to the Ardcola and for me as treasurer and the Resource Management Committee last year. Brendan has a great knowledge of the association's finances, but more particularly, I think he has a very good rapport with the units out throughout the country, which is a very important asset to have, because obviously what we want to achieve at Ardcola is to reflect the interests of the players and the clubs and all of that kind of stuff. I'd also like to thank Sinead as our steward. I think it was a very difficult year last year managing the finances, because there was a lot of tricky situations, a lot of what-if scenarios, and a lot of uncertainty as to the final outcome. But at the end of the day, we got there through the support of Sinead, Brendan, and all the staff, and all the units, and obviously this government support. So we're in a healthy position at the moment. 2021 for sure will be a difficult year, but I'm confident we'll ride it out. And if the pandemic ends at the end of this year, then we'll be in a strong position to go forward into 2022. So thank you.
Thanks, Patsy. I'm going to pass you back now to Kathleen to get a proposer and seconder.
If there are no more comments from the members attending, can I personally thank Brendan and Patsy and include Sinead in that. All of that additional funding only came through by the hard work and diligence of the team in the grant applications that they put to Sport Ireland and the other funding bodies. So on behalf of all the members of the association, Brendan, Patsy, Sinead, thank you for all that you did in that fold.
Thanks, Kathy. We have a few comments
Kathy.
here. And we have John Weir at Westmeath.
Morning, John. Good morning, John.
Sorry, he's lowered his hand again there. We have Hilda.
Morning, Hilda. You're more than welcome.
Breslin.
Thanks, Pamela. I was just going to propose the counts, actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Hilda. So as there are no more comments from the floor, we'll accept Hilda's proposal for the accounts. Could I have a seconder, please?
We have Marion Graham, Munster Council.
Marion, thank you both. And again, congratulations to the financial department of the association for everything. I think you read on page 79 and 80, the report from the auditors, the external auditors. It speaks for itself.
Kathleen, just like to thank all the units as well for all their help in relation to providing the financial information throughout the year. I know I've been on asking for more and more throughout the year, so thanks very much for all your help in the application process, as much as the other areas around financial procedures and governance. So thanks very much.
Brendan, at this stage, I'm going to be bold and let everybody know that you are leaving us. Thank you so much for everything. We will all miss you. You have been a wonderful asset. Bon voyage in your new career step onwards and upwards, and thank you for everything. Can I ask also for a proposer and seconder? Do we need to take the individual county balance sheets reports as individuals, or can we accept them as a group? To be on the safe side, we take them individually. It's always a better option. Returning to our annual reports from the committees, on page 6 we have the Connacht financial report, and I see Connacht, you're holding your own financially there. So could I have a proposer and a seconder to accept the financial report from Connacht, please?
We have Geraldine McGrath.
Thank you, Geraldine. And seconder?
Can I just say something?
Yes, of course, Geraldine, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to come in there and say something. You may have noticed there, and people are probably wondering where the current liabilities creditors 6,000 in Connacht with only 15,000 in the bank. That is a deferred payment. We were giving it to clubs, 12 different clubs in Connacht, of €500 per club for initiative. That didn't happen, as you all know, with COVID. So it's more a deferred payment more than a liability. So it's just money there for the clubs to use when we get back on the pitch again, and for the clubs to use. So that's, I just want to clarify that 6,000 where it's gone. And then the 2,670 that were the fixed assets in 2019. They have moved off in 2020. That was a figure that was carried forward for years on hurley schlitters and different pieces of equipment that is no longer there in Connacht Council. So we just wanted to have everything right, and going forward, that are the true reflection of the council for Connacht. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Geraldine, for that explanation. Well done. So, Geraldine, were you proposing or were you just wanting to speak?
I just wanted to speak. I think somebody else to.
Okay, we need further. Have you a second name, Pamela?
Yeah, so we have Kitty Morley.
Yeah, I'd like to propose the accounts for Connacht Council.
Okay, and can we have a seconder for Kitty's proposal?
And we have Deirdre Burke from Connacht.
Thank you, Deirdre. So moving on now to the Leinster accounts, which we see on page 9 of the booklet. Again, a very healthy accounts from Leinster.
We have Debbie Brennan from Carlow.
Thank you, Debbie. And the seconder?
Donica Kearns from Wexford.
Thank you, Donica. So that's the accounts for Leinster. Moving on to the Munster accounts. Again, a healthy accounts there and slight increase from the previous year. Can I have a proposer for the Munster financial accounts as on page 12?
We have Mary Carney from Munster.
Thank you, Mary. And the seconder?
And Marion Graham from Munster as well.
Marion Graham, thank you both. And finally, the financial report on page 14 from Ulster.
We have Rosemary Hughes-Mary.
Thank you, Rosemary. And the seconder?
Breda Cunningham.
Thank you, Breda. So that's
from Armagh.
Thank you, Breda. That's the accounts from our units, our provincial councils, and the accounts from national approved and going forward. Yes, I have to agree. We did end the year very well, but it's a bit like the Bible story of 7 years of famine and 7 years of feast. What we've gained today will be needed to carry us over to the future. And I agree with Patsy that what we have in our reserves will be needed, and they're there waiting for us. It has taken us over 10 years plus to build up those reserves, and we have them now to keep our association afloat going forward.
Sorry, Catherine, can I just interrupt you there?
Yes.
For the national accounts, we heard Geraldine McGrath proposed that we didn't actually get a seconder.
Thank you
we just
for
have
that.
A seconder for the national accounts.
Okay. Can someone?
Hilda Breslin, Leinster.
Thanks, Hilda. Okay, is that us up to date?
That's us now, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Pamela, for keeping us right. Thank you. We're now moving on slightly behind schedule, but it has been an interesting morning so far. And we'll move over to Sinead to present her Ard Steward's report.
Good morning, everybody. A year later, and we're still working the mute and unmute button. Thank you for being here this morning. And I suppose it's been, as everyone has mentioned, it's been quite a challenging year, but it ended well, and we're looking forward to a bright future. So the annual report is circulated, and there's a huge amount of detail in it, and I hope you've had the opportunity to review it. It's a testament to the hard work and dedication of our staff team and on what they have delivered, and also to what you have delivered as volunteers. So I suppose I want to start off really by saying thank you to everyone, to those on the call this morning, to those who are joining us online, and to everyone who has worked to support Camogie over the past year. You have been patient, you have been resilient, you have shown unfettered commitment and to delivering the sport. Your engagement with how we pivoted and delivered resources to you online has been phenomenal. You have maintained positivity, whether that's our players, our managers, or administrators. You've maintained positivity throughout, and that's been really important for us. And I suppose you've supported each other, you've supported us as a national team, you've supported clubs, units and players to get back out onto the pitch. And we're really excited to see our underage players join in at the end of the month, and our inter-counties players return into on-field activity on the 19th. So thank you for everything that you've done so far in what was an unbelievable year. As I said, it was just an unbelievable year. It started brightly. We had a lot of positivity from 2019. We started with National Development Plan consultation, fantastic club championship finals. The trial playing rules are rolling out in the Little Woods National League. And then things got a little cloudy. We had weather warnings calling off games and the start of COVID-19 in March, an initial lockdown of 2 weeks. We thought, and here we are 13 months later, still looking at extended restrictions, which none of us expected. It moved into a proper storm as COVID spread. We had extended lockdowns, cancellation of competitions, financial uncertainty about games and how we were going to work through the year, and really no sight of games for a couple of months. And at one stage, as Brendan referred to, the financial situation was looking very severe. We were actually looking at an 85% reduction in revenue at one point last year. So thankfully, we moved on from there to a chink of light with summer bringing club activity in June, plans put in place for championship in September, and the talk of grants coming towards us. There was a lot of work put in by everybody to make sure that happened, that the COVID-19 protocols were in place, COVID supervisors around the country, health questionnaires. There were millions of health questionnaires submitted last year across the Gaelic Games family. And that was absolutely phenomenal because it enabled us to get back, to prove to government that we could run our events and our activities safely. So as we moved on, there was more extended lockdowns, level 3, then level 5. We were permitted for championship to continue, but with restrictions. So we'd one county, one team, no club or school activities. And people were really disappointed with that. Everyone across the country, was disappointed with that. But I suppose we had to get on with it, and we did have games on. We managed to televise and broadcast all bar one game of our championship season. And the resilience funding that was promised became a little bit more clear. We applied for it, and then in December we managed to run our All-Ireland finals, which were 2 fantastic days of camogie, just phenomenal demonstrations of our wonderful sport on the pitch. Fabulous commentary afterwards as well, right up over the Christmas period, with some of the commentators, certainly on RTE, saying that it was the best game of all of the All-Ireland finals across the Gaelic Games code. So that was an absolute credit to everybody involved. We also saw the grants awarded, as Brendan had mentioned, and they're being disseminated at the minute. The vaccine was on the horizon in December, and we started planning for 2021. We issued out our wonderful fixtures plans to everybody before Christmas, and then the changed restrictions on Christmas Eve and 31st meant we had a little bit more change. I suppose we're still in that period of change, and I'll talk a little bit about it later on. So one of the highlights of last year was the completion of the National Development Plan. We researched heavily, we went out for surveys, focus groups, and we had fantastic feedback and engagement from our volunteers. And this plan is your plan. It is the plan for your counties, your provinces, your clubs. It's what you told us you wanted us to work on as an association over the next 3 years from now, with 4 years of the plan. So we launched in August. It should have been launched in April, but we deferred just till things were looking a little bit brighter. We ran the survey in November, and it identified progress in a number of areas. It also identified work that we need to do. So we have good baseline data to work on for the next 3 years. The key is to make our National Development Plan document real for every club, for every county and every province. So I will ask everyone to think, how can you in your role contribute to the actions that are outlined within the plan? Every one of us can make a contribution in whatever way within our own club and in any other role that we are within the association. So that is, I suppose, the message that I'd like people to reflect on across the association. You know, is just refresh yourself with the National Development Plan and all the different areas, and particularly in these changing times, we may have to spin some of the activities we do in terms of when they happen, but we can all play our part in delivering them. We have the National Development Plan Implementation Committee, which was established, they set up in January, and that will be for the life of the plan. So they're currently working on a reporting model, and we will have further information on that as over the coming weeks. The initial survey was circulated to county board representatives, and we had a brief presentation from the chair of that committee there 2 weeks ago. So we will be collaborating with staff and with the incoming committees around the delivery of that plan and prioritising actions year on year based on the surveys. So we're really looking forward to that and having a very engaged plan, bringing everyone together. So there's nobody working on their own, everyone is working towards that final end game. So I suppose the four key areas of the plan were passion, people, pride and place. So the full details of everything that was done in those four areas is within the report, but I suppose to pick on some of the highlights. 2020 for on-field activity was really challenging. It kept changing, and the conditions that we were allowed to run our activities kept changing. So that impacted really heavily on people. We had very heavy focus on player welfare, and that how that looked was different. So we had to focusing on a safe return to play, training and educating people, both players and volunteers, on how to ensure that, but also moving into education forums online. And again, that was transformational last year, the move to Zoom and Microsoft Teams and webinars. 2 years ago, would we have thought that we'd have thousands and thousands of people over a 6-month period participating in online training with Camogie? So that's been really, really positive. We received huge grant support, as Brendan outlined. That was association wide, from clubs through to counties, so everyone will benefit, right up to the province's national association. And there was also grant aid for the high performance, so through the government grant scheme. There was a huge amount of support for game and player development. So the Manal programme, Ready, Steady, Go, the Tesco skills sessions, all rolled out and had fantastic engagement over the period of the year. Priorities for this year in this area: getting sport back on the field. That's to be our #1 priority. We want everyone to be back on as soon as we possibly can, as soon as we get permission from the governments in both jurisdictions. And we want as many people playing on the pitch for as long as possible during the year, and that is what we will continue to work with colleagues across the Communities family and sport in general. We need to continue maintaining support for players and volunteers, and providing resources, whether that's webinars, online resources, and we'll keep doing that, and securing funding. So as Patsy mentioned, we will be working with Sport Ireland and the Gaelic Games family and our government colleagues in the Department of Sport to try and secure additional funding to maintain our association and our games over the coming year. On the people side, so our volunteers, what really make our games happen. In 2020, we had our volunteer awards, was online for the first time, just run there in February, and that was a fantastic thing to be able to do. We were so conscious not to miss the opportunity to give credit to our fabulous volunteers around the country. So yes, it was a unique ceremony. So thank you to everyone for tuning in live and watching it afterwards. Again, mentioned that the online education and training for officers, for coaches, referees, safeguarding, and the PRO, our new initiative there. Our Manal training was also delivered online. Our website was redeveloped and relaunched last year, and what we want that to be is a single place for you to be able to go and find all the answers to the questions that you have. So any feedback that you have, we're always improving and tweaking it. So do keep in touch if there's something that we need to add. Returning to play obviously was the priority, and we had that at 2 stages. So returning to play for clubs and communities. For 2021, our priorities, again, it's returning to play. Who knew that in April we wouldn't have been on the pitch at all? So I want to thank everyone for their commitment to sticking with those rules and keeping people off the pitches. It's so important for the reputation of our association that we comply with the government guidelines, but we are anxious to get people onto the pitch in a safe way as soon as possible. We're going to continue with the education and have some numbers coming up about what we've done so far. Continue to provide resources and really delivering on the NDP and translating what you tell us, what you've told us in the original survey, in the survey done before Christmas, turning that into activity and action. You'll see that connection between you letting us know something and us doing something with that information. On pride and our identity as an association, I suppose 2020 was really important for partnerships. I want to issue a special thank you to all of our sponsors during 2020 who provided consistent support to us. Our partners within broadcasting in RTE and to the government for their support that they provided to enable us to stream every single one, bar one of our championship games last year, and that was a technical issue. Building PR skills. So I suppose we looked at how we were going to promote the game on a national level, a local level, an international level. And the key is the skill set being built at a club level and working its way up through the association, as well as having national communication strategy. So the PRO was piloted last year, and based on the feedback from that, we developed it and have fantastic engagement. Not only have our PROs received training, but actually our PROs across the clubs who now provide mentorship for those young people have been upskilled as well. So we're going to be continuing that and looking forward to see the impact of that as we return to on-field activity in coming weeks. What we're really keen to do and have tried to do at all times is deliver clear messaging in an ever-changing environment. Sometimes the government announcements were coming at 6 o'clock or 6:30 in an evening, and we were hearing them the same as everybody else. So it was really challenging to get detail out to everybody in time, but what we were really careful to do was try and give you the right information, to hold off until we had exactly the right information. And we're going to continue to do that. Clear messaging is an absolute priority for us in 2021 as well. We need to continue to build Camogie awareness. So again, our PROs and our PROs will help us to do that across clubs, counties, provinces, nationally and internationally. We want to continue to enhance our viewership and viewing opportunities of games. We had huge viewership, record viewership of streaming of games last year at club level and at inter-county level. So we need to continue doing that, and we have plans in place for that for this year. And we need to continue to enhance our commercial and sponsorship partnerships. So working with our existing sponsors and attracting new sponsors in for the key initiatives and competitions across our country. Leadership. Probably has never been more important than it was last year. We have worked really collaboratively with our colleagues in GAA and LGFA on things like coaching, our officer development, our safeguarding, education and delivery, and of course COVID-19. It's been huge. The development has been starting to be really visible, hopefully for you as well as members, where you're seeing all of these initiatives roll out. So it's not just collaboration in Crow Park, as they say, but actually it's collaboration that's starting to really impact at a club and a county level as well. It was key last year to try and maintain a sustainable financial model. It was a difficult year, hard to plan, hard to predict. We had probably 30 varieties of contingency plan as the year progressed through. We had 35 Ard Corla meetings last year. So a phenomenal contribution from our volunteer or Corla members to making sure that we could sustain the association and leave it in as best a condition as we could at the end of the year. We had really positive engagement with our colleagues in LGFA and in GAA around the fixtures calendar and venues, and we managed to, through that collaboration, avoid potential clashes. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy this year either. We've very short timelines for everything, but we will continue to work together on it. Grant funding was a huge part, but we also launched a couple of I suppose notable additions for the Camogie Association. We launched our disability inclusion policy, and we also signed up to the Brighton Declaration, an international declaration on commitment to women in sport and promoting all aspects of women in sport. For this year, our priorities are compliance with the voluntary code of governance. We have to be compliant with that code before the end of the year, so it's going to be an absolute priority over the next couple of months, and that is to ensure that our Sport Ireland funding can continue. The FURN system, it is in place. It's a centralised registration system for all of the Gaelic Games family members, and that will support us. I know it's a little bit slower in the rollout than we would have liked, but it will support us to support our members and to provide better services and information to our members in the future. Our memorandum of understanding came to conclusion with the GAA in February, and we're working already on the new memorandum of understanding and trying to set out a clear way forward. What has been mentioned and is being discussed is a federated approach to integration towards the three associations. So we will brief you on that as we have more information. And I suppose absolute priority, as Brendan and Patsy have said, enhancing the financial model and securing grants and sponsorship for 2021 and beyond to make sure that Camogie happens off the pitch as well as on the pitch. So 2021 in numbers, just a really quick snapshot of some of the numbers. The Manal programme has 137 mentors now upskilled, and they're assisting in the preparation of the rollout for the Manal programme and the Hurl With Me initiative in 2021. There's 88 new members trained. These are across the country. It is fantastic to see this engagement, and we're going to see the impact of that over years to come as our young people are getting more coaches, with more education, and role models as well, having female coaches and mentors involved, which is just so fantastic. Referee education, we had 425 people complete the first whistle training. The first whistle sway learning document had 706 views. We've had referee safeguarding, club referees, fitness and annual refresher training with 308 referees already trained up for that. From a coach development perspective, 3,563 downloads of the coaching bubble. If you haven't tuned in or you haven't started using podcasts yet, I would definitely recommend getting on there. There's a couple of seasons, 3 seasons in, and a huge amount of information up there to inspire and challenge you and your members on the coaching side. The player welfare, there was a very strong concussion campaign last year, and the burnout research survey was rolled out, and we continue to educate and lead out on anti-doping for inter-county players. So all of our inter-county players who have completed anti-doping training over the coming months. The development officers have had consistent engagement with their units, and just a special thank you to Stuart, to Sabrina and to Aideen for all of the work that they've done in supporting each of the provinces during the last year, which has been so challenging with all of the changes. Player retention delivered a diversity and inclusion seminar, and there's a survey also completed on player retention, a fantastic schools competition last year. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, check out our YouTube and you'll see some of the wonderful entries from that. We had 7 new clubs, and we look forward to supporting those and seeing them in action on the pitch. And 128 attendees at our National Development Forum. That was a huge increase on last year, and I'm talking 5 multiples of what it was last year. So it's really positive, a positive message around the online training and development that we've been doing. So from Ulster Camogie, and I know Vincent mentioned it earlier, with 247 people participating in a workshop series on strength and conditioning, coaching philosophy, performance. The Be Ready to Play launched a couple of weeks ago, and that's making sure that all of our units are supported to get their players ready and fit to come back training, come back into the pitch and get ready for matches. So we've already have 710 views on that, and the Preparing to Train and Play and Minimise Your Injuries has 150 views. Training for officers, 613 officers have been trained during 2021 already, and we're only in April. We had 506 members participate in inclusion training, which demonstrates our vision at a club level for supporting members and supporting everybody in our communities to participate. And as I say, we have 134 in the PRO training. So it's been fantastic so far in 2021, I suppose, and that, but it's not without its challenges. We are facing the extended uncertainty related to lockdown. Player retention is definitely going to be an issue for us, and we need to, I suppose, work together to focus on supporting our youth to come back into Camogie, come back into training and into our clubs, and supporting them through the transition phases. We missed out on schools activity and third level activity this year, which are also key elements for keeping people involved and bringing people back into the game. So there's definitely a challenge ahead for us there. For volunteers, it's so important that we continue to recruit our volunteers and to retain the wonderful volunteers that we have who've kept us going and provide supports and resources for them. The sustainable financial model has been mentioned already. We need to continue to grow in participation on pitch, but also awareness of Camogie as a brand, so that people know more about us, and this will be helped by our partnerships across sponsorship, but also by us as members, communicating positive messages all the time where we can around what Camogie is doing and how we're impacting at a local level on the ground. The opportunities around collaborating with the GAA and LGFA are huge, and I'm really excited about how positive the relationships are, how much we've moved on during the period of the last memorandum of understanding, and where we will be going from here. The women in sport movement in Ireland and internationally is absolutely it's huge, and we are part of it. And we were part of 20 by 20, and we continue to grow women in sport. We continue to participate in the initiatives like Federation of Irish Sport initiatives promoting sport, and even Sport for Business. So we participate in those workshops over the last while. It's key to harness that and to make sure that Camogie is part of that and a very visible part of the women in sport movement. International development is a fantastic opportunity for us. We have amazing volunteers. I haven't got to meet everyone yet. It's still working through the new appointments that happened over the last set of AGMs. But our international units are so energetic, so creative. They have fantastic ideas that we will be able to build on and deliver on. So I want to continue to grow the international Camogie family and strengthen it over the next couple of years. And one of the things that's I suppose identified as a target is optimizing our UNESCO heritage status. It's such a unique opportunity for us to be recognised, and we need to, I suppose, talk about it a bit more and tell people a little bit more about it. So for 2021, how can we make it a great year for us despite all the challenges and all of the uncertainty? I think working together and keeping a single direction, a single focus, and that's the National Development Plan for 2020 to 2023. Respect for our sport, our volunteers and our players. Yes, there are challenges. Nobody is going to say that there aren't, but having the respect of our association and trying to promote the positive work that we're doing more so than the negative things that happen, because 99% of the stuff that we do is positive. How it impacts on the ground is positive for our players and our volunteers, and sometimes we can focus a little bit on the negativity. So I really encourage people to keep that positive focus and maintain that respect for each other and for all of our volunteers. If you think about it as a single movement, a single thing that you do has a positive ripple effect. We have 100,000 members. If 100,000 members do one thing each week to promote, to celebrate, to communicate, to support each other, imagine the ripple effect that will have by the end of the year and by the end of the National Development Plan. So just think of how you can impact on that positive, on that positivity, and create that positive ripple effect. And not wanting to quote the government ministers, but we need to stick with it. It's challenging, it's hard. We're all fed up with the 5K lockdown that we've had here in the south for the last while. People internationally, I know I was talking to Jer in Australia there during the week, and he's like, yes, we've got games back on. I'm so excited to see that happening for us again. But we need to be patient. We need to stick with it. We need to step by step, stick with the program, stick with the protocols. And I'm really asking everyone across every county to make sure that your players and your management teams stick with the programme for the deadline of the 19th of April to return back to training for intercounty and not before. Similarly for our underage activity for the 26th of April and not before. So coming to the thank yous, obviously for yourselves as volunteers and everybody in each of your units that volunteers to support Camogie, thank you. To the Camogie Association staff team, there's a photograph up there. We've already lost a few bodies from that photograph, unfortunately, and we're sadly saying goodbye to Brendan in a little while. But we look forward to, I suppose, welcoming new people onto the team. This team have been fantastic. They have supported each other. they've supported you, they've supported members and players with unceasing energy, with creativity, with absolute dedication and commitment. And when any of us are having a down day, which, you know, there has been some over the last year, I can't pretend there hasn't, they have boosted each other, they have sent positive messages, they've sent little gifts in the post, they have, you know, really rallied around. And for me, they have kept me going through all those difficult days. So thank you. To Or Corla, who have, my God, they could not have predicted the year they were going to have 35 Or Corla meetings plus phone calls and lots of other little consultations happening along the way. It has been phenomenal, the pressure that everybody on Or Corla was under and the commitment that they had. Absolutely unbelievable. So thank you. To Kathleen, an amazing Uachtaráin, who has been a huge support, who has been challenging and, you know, questioning all the time, making sure that we were on top of our game and doing everything that we needed to do. And, you know, has been an absolutely fantastic supporter of the team and an advocate for getting our clubs back onto the pitch. Thank you for everything. And I'm really looking forward to working with the incoming Uachtaráin, Hilda Breslin, who's going to bring a whole new energy and a whole new vision to delivering on our national development plan for the next 3 years. So welcome aboard, Hilda, and looking forward to working with you. So that's it from me. Thank you so much, everybody. Stick with it, keep the faith, and gur míle maith go léir chun an ábhar chuirse bheith seach dí an Camogie. Slán. I'm just turning off my mic there if anyone has any questions or queries.
Am I still muted, Pamela?
Oh, no, we can hear you, Kathleen.
Pardon?
We can hear you.
Okay. Is there anyone would like to pass any comments or seek any answers following Sinead's Hardsteer's report?
There's currently no hands up. Just
no. Well, I suppose we must formally propose and second that report. On a personal point, Sinead, I don't think you left any stone unturned in that report. That is an amazing report on what we have been doing and all that we've succeeded over this last 12 months. Thank you very much. And
thanks, Kathy. We have a couple in now.
Okay.
We have Liam Lenihan, first of all. He's the GA rep to Arcoya.
Good morning, Liam. You're very welcome.
Hold on. Yes, I think I'm on air now.
We've got you, Liam. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd just like to compliment Sinead on the report. And as you're aware, Sinead is a member of the management committee of the GA, and she plays a very significant role there. And whenever she speaks, she gets great attention and she brings forward great ideas. And you're very lucky to have her. And look, she made a few very important points there, that the GA family, the GA, the LGFA, the Camogie, we have to stick together. And it's great to see the cooperation that's there. And I was delighted to read a few times during the year of how we accommodated the dual players. So there are marvelous people involved in this organization. And I suppose, Kathleen, as I have the floor or the mic, I'd like to compliment yourself. 35 Or Corla meetings. I didn't attend them all, but I attended some of them. They weren't short. Everything was discussed in detail, and you just steered the ship through choppy waters. And, you know, you gave everybody an opportunity, and you showed great resilience and great patience. And I want to compliment you as well. And to welcome Hilda Breslin on board. Looking forward to working with her for the next year. So,
thank you for those kind words, Liam. Anyone else?
Thanks, now we have Geraldine Clark from Monaghan, and then we'll go to Eilish Whitty from Wexford after that.
Okay. Good morning, Geraldine. You're very welcome. Good morning, Geraldine. Can you hear us?
Okay, Geraldine's mic is unmuted there. No, so we'll move on to Eilish Whitty then instead.
Morning, Eilish. Very welcome.
Good morning, Uachtar and Kathleen, and good morning, delegates. I suppose Coadjus Sinead Mahu on the report. I suppose what was striking for me in relation to the report is many of the issues that you pointed out were based on surveys and evidence and information identified by us, the members, right down to our clubs, our provinces and nationally. So I compliment you on that. I would also like to take the opportunity to compliment the staff and to wish the committee and team every good wish with the National Development Plan going forward.
Thank you very much, Eilish.
Okay, next up we have Marion Graham from Munster, and then we'll have Rosemary Hughes-Mary from Ulster.
Marion.
Okay, I just want to thank Sinead on a very comprehensive report. It was a very difficult year, but she guided us through the rough patches, and we had a lot of rough patches, but no doubt about it. But I know she will continue to work so diligently again through 2021. Congratulations on a fine report, and the best of luck for the next season. Thank you, Sinead.
Thank you, Marion. Has Geraldine come on board yet? Pamela?
I'm not. We'll go to Rosemary Hughes-Mary next.
Okay. Morning, Rosemary.
Good morning, Kathleen. Good morning, Sinead. Sinead, on behalf of Ulster, I would also like to compliment you on your report.
Sorry, just a moment, Rosemary. Pam, there seems to be background noise coming in. Could you mute everybody bar Rosemary, please? Sorry, Rosemary, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Kathleen. Sinead, I would just like to compliment you on such a comprehensive report on behalf of Ulster Council, and to thank you for all your help and support throughout last year. And also sincere best wishes to Sinead McAnulty, or to Hilda Breslin, the new incumbent president for next year from Ulster. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosemary.
Thanks, Kathy. We'll try Geraldine Clark again now, please.
Okay. Good morning, Geraldine. Good morning, Geraldine. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Just got you in now, Geraldine. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, wouldn't do it to stop talking, so it wouldn't. No, I just wanted on behalf of the Monaghan board to congratulate everyone associated with the production of the National Development Plan. And I think it's fair to say that the benefits are already filtering down to the clubs, which is essentially a litmus test of the success of the plan. And we hope that the webinars and all of the training continues to roll out, and we will engage as far as possible. Two things I just wanted to inquire about. The first of those relates to goal 6 on page 34, where it outlines that THDC training took place. Now, that was something that we had inquired about within the county and had been referred to the GAA portal. However, the training was really specific to the GAA as a you know, the way the little thing was not LGFA and not Camogie Association. So I'm just wondering, was there training held towards the end of 2020? And if not, are there plans to roll out training for the new THDCs, please?
Go ahead, Sinead.
Great, thank you, Geraldine. Yes, so we have a new implementation plan for training for the NTHDCs, and we're just in the process of recruiting and training up the trainers to deliver that training over the next couple of months. So there was one set of training issued last year, and we will have a new set. So as the details are confirmed, it's very likely to be online training, and it will be notified to all counties and all units as soon as we have the trainers appointed.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And the second thing just relates to Appendix 1, I think it is. And I noted that it said where Phyllis Breslin, an outgoing trustee, up until October 2020. Now, I'm sure Phyllis was feted, suitably feted online at whatever Ard Corlia meeting took
We've gone again on it.
place, but Okay.
You're back now.
So can you hear?
Yeah, you're back
Yeah.
again.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm not sure what you heard there, but I just outlined that I hoped that Phyllis was suitably at the last Ard Corley meeting she attended, or whatever the process was. And certainly on behalf of the Monaghan board, we'd like to express our gratitude to Phyllis for many, many years of service. I have to say, when I heard of Prince Philip dying yesterday and all the tributes that have been paid to him, now not that I'm wishing Phyllis anything of a similar fate, but certainly the whole notion of steadying the ship and all of that. And she certainly sprang to mind as somebody that has made an enormous contribution over many, many years to the association. Now, I don't know whether she's involved today or not, whether she's here present or whatever, but certainly we would like to express our gratitude for her wisdom, her certainly unprecedented commitment, and she has overseen so many changes from herself and, you know, Sheila Wallace and people like that, where there was just one person employed, to an association that's employing now 18, 19, 20 people, and so many different changes. So just to thank her, and I sincerely hope that she remains involved with Camogie for many, many more years to come.
Thanks, Kathleen. We just have the final one is Melanie Newdon from Wexford.
Good morning, Melanie.
Good morning, everybody. Dee Vermagin. Just bualam cogorgeous agus le Sinead us on Tuairisc Gintach sin. I just want to congratulate Sinead on a wonderful report, very comprehensive, very informative. And as you said yourself, Kathleen, left no stone unturned. I think her leadership, particularly in the past year, has been remarkable in very, very difficult circumstances, acknowledging, of course, that she has an excellent team with her and around her, and I want to pay tribute to them as well. I suppose one thing I do want to highlight, I was so delighted when Sinead opened her report Os Gaeilge and she finalised it Os Gaeilge as well. As a member of the Gaelic Games family, it sometimes is either brón agus díma dom é nach nu sáidmuid ar good Gaeilge mar bichart. And I really would like to see that we don't just use headlines in reports to indicate, you know, that we are members of the Gaelic Games family, but that in actual fact we live and breathe, and that it's part of our identity. And as we move forward and working with the GA and LGFA, I think we really need to maybe go back a bit to where we, you know, previously would have been a lot stronger perhaps in that. So Sinead, Trace Liam Ditz, so Garmila Makwiv, and Kathleen, to you also for your work on the occasion of you leaving your presidency. I just want to say thank you very much and well done.
Thanks, Melanie. Thank you.
And that's all comments there. So if you would just like to go ahead and get a proposer and seconder.
Yeah, I think we could, any one of those lovely speakers like to propose, or anyone else from the floor like to propose?
Eilish Whitty.
Thank you, Eilish. And the seconder for Sinead's report.
And Rosemary Hughes-Mary from Ulster.
Thank you, Rosemary. Again, congratulations, Sinead, on 12 months of diligence and success. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is, I find my piece of paper. We are now on the Sheila McAnulty Award, and Geraldine, you just preempted that one. Pamela, Alan, have you a certain picture you'd like to put up on the screen? There she is. Phyllis was the outstanding, unanimous, wholehearted winner of this year's Sheila McAnulty Award. I'll just give a short picture or a short rundown of Phyllis's story. Phyllis has given long and distinguished service to Camogie. Her knowledge, her guidance and her transparency has guided the association and its members for many years. Leinster is honoured to recommend Phyllis for this award as a small measure of our appreciation for her commitment to our game. Not only was Phyllis nominated by Leinster, but she was also nominated by Munster And so that goes to show you the esteem, Phyllis, that you're held in by each and every one of us. Phyllis started off her club in Dublin, of course, Owenrua, won an All-Ireland club medal with Owenrua in 1967 in Dublin. Phyllis, here's one for all of us now. Phyllis began her administration role in Camogie as a club delegate for her Owenrua to the Dublin County Board at the age of 14. Phyllis played for Dublin at junior and senior level. She is a holder of an All-Ireland Junior Championship medal and Senior National League medal. Phyllis officiated as a referee at all levels in Dublin. Phyllis was a Dublin delegate for Leinster for many years. She served 2 terms as Cahirlock for Leinster, and she was vice president of the association. Phyllis also served as a referee at all levels of the province of Leinster. Phyllis was elected in the capacity of Leinster delegate and the chairperson to Ard Comhairle. She was elected on national organisations in 1982, following the death of Sean O'Duffy. She held this position for a year. Phyllis served as Uachtaráin from 1997 to 2000. She bestowed the title of Life President on Sheila McAnulty in 1999. Phyllis also served as Ard Comhairle Treasurer and Trustee. So, Phyllis, there's the link with Sheila already, previously. Phyllis held the position of Chairperson of the second level post-primary. She refereed at all levels of the association, and Phyllis also travelled on numerous occasions to Scotland to support and encourage the Sinn Féin. On a personal note, Phyllis, you were always a confidant. You were always someone I could turn to for honest advice on Camogie, unbiased, which I need and everyone needs. So on behalf of Ard Comhairle, on behalf of everyone involved in Camogie, you have minded our game, you've developed our game, and you've left our game in a wonderful place. And on behalf of all of us, thank you. Would anyone like to make any further comment on Phyllis?
We have Jenny Byrne from Dublin.
Jenny, good morning.
Morning, everybody. Morning, Kathleen and Sinead. I'd just like to say on behalf of Dublin Camogie that we're delighted for Phyllis to receive the award for a lifetime commitment to Camogie. And we're honoured that a Dublin person should receive the award. You've read out all her achievements there, and I don't know if any of us will achieve that. Onwards and upwards, half of it even, yeah. Onwards and upwards, Phyllis, and she's going nowhere. We've plenty of jobs for her in Dublin Camogie.
Oh, trust you, Jenny Byrne. Never let an opportunity go. Oh, well done, Jenny. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Anyone else?
And we also have Mary Kearney from Munster.
Mary, you're very welcome. Good morning, Mary.
Hello. Sorry, I found my mute button.
Okay.
I'm not going to repeat all the great accolades that were stated for Phyllis, but I think there was one important development that Phyllis gave leadership to and was president of the Camogie Association at the time. And that's when we brought in the rule to go from 12-a-side to 15-a-side, right, yeah, and to transition into the game we are today. I mean, those of my generation can remember lugging small goalposts and setting up pitches and, you know, and it really, it transformed Camogie. And Phyllis was the leader and president when that was introduced. And anyway, tá sí go hana húnta agus is cara lumsa agus anyway, well done, Phyllis.
And we now have Mary McCarthy from Limerick.
Morning, Mary. You're very welcome.
Good morning, Kathleen. Good morning, delegates. On a personal note, I just want to say congratulations to Phyllis. She was a great help to me, came over to London to do referees courses and all that sort of thing. and was great crack as well. We had many a good night over. If you're listening, Phyllis, well done, congratulations, and well deserved.
Lovely, thank you. Anyone else there?
We have, we have Hilda Breslin as well from Leinster.
Hilda.
Thanks very much, Pamela. If I've learned anything at Congress, it's never to follow Mary Carney, so she has stolen my thunder, I'm afraid, on that one. And we would also just like to mention Phyllis. We were delighted, Leinster, to nominate Phyllis. She's the embodiment of Camogie volunteer, and she has been for a long time, and she will be for many years to come. So we're hoping to honour her in person when we all get out, but we would like to, on behalf of all the Leinster counties, thank Phyllis for her unending work for Camogie within Leinster and the whole of the unit. So thank you, Phyllis.
Thank you. And we have our final one then from Georgie McGrath in Connacht.
On behalf of Connacht again, I would like to congratulate Phyllis. I have known Phyllis for many years, and Phyllis has worked very, very hard on the game of Camogie and has always been very fair. And I just say congratulations, Phyllis, and I'm not going to go back over everything that has been said. So well done, Phyllis. Congratulations.
And finally, on Phyllis, personally, congratulations, well done. And we'll all have a celebration as soon as we can. Thanks, Phyllis.
Thanks, Kathy. And you'll be glad to hear that she's able to tune in on YouTube today to hear all these comments. So.
Oh, well done, Phyllis. Okay, back to the agenda and keep moving forward. The next thing we have on our agenda is the announcement of election results. Basically, we actually had one election as such. The PR and communications representative is Geraldine McGrath. Geraldine was unopposed, nominated and was unopposed. Coaching and games representative, Cormac Ginty. Again, unopposed, so congratulations to both Geraldine and Cormac. And we did have an election for the post of treasurer, and it's commiserations and to Sean Fleming, and congratulations to Patsy O'Keefe on being returned as the treasurer for the Camogie Association. So I'd like to to welcome Cormac and Patsy. You have been here before. Geraldine, you've been here before. So Cormac, very a welcome to the Ard Comhairle, and I wish you all the best in your years of service as chairperson of Coaching and Games. Moving on, we are 20 to 12. We are slightly behind schedule. I'm wondering we could get a few motions in first. Now, the first thing we need to do is, can I ask everyone if I can take a vote to stand down our standing orders, because I need to bring some amendments to the motions, and I'd like those approved before we start voting on the motions. So
and we have a proposer of Hilda Breslin.
Thank you, Hilda, for proposing that. Could I have a seconder to stand down standing orders?
Have Niamh Kilmartin to second it.
Thanks, Niamh. So can you go for the first vote of the day, please, Pamela?
Yeah, so if we're going to start by establishing our voting strength, first of all.
Perfect.
So to start this today, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask everyone to raise their hand. So if you can just raise your hand and keep it raised, please, using the function on your toolbar. Okay, thanks. We have 102, 103 now. So if we can just get the last few just to...
Sorry, my toolbar's not taking up a hand for me.
Kathleen, we're going to have to move you from a panelist to an attendee to be able to vote. So just so you're aware, none of the panelists and none of the staff were able to vote. So we're just going to move you. Okay, we have 107, so we can just raise your hand and keep it raised, please. Okay, we'll just keep that. If you can just raise your hands and keep them raised. We have the last few just. We have only 10 delegates who do not have their hands raised at the minute.
I'm one of them, Pamela. My screen has taken on a life of its own here at the moment. Got it now. Thank you, Pamela, for your
We have
patience.
you yet. Right, we have 116 who have their hands raised. We're just waiting on the last few. And we're now up to 117. So we just have the last few, and we're going to start to call out a few names and ask you just to confirm that you're in attendance so that we can establish our voting strength. So we have Annie Redmond. Annie Redmond, if we could just unmute you, just to confirm you're in attendance. And Carney. Jackie Brett. Jared Rowe. If you could just raise your hand if you can hear us, or we can unmute you to let us know that you can hear. John Murphy. Sinead Boyle. If you could just keep your hands up, please. Please don't lower your hands at this point. If we could just ask you to keep your hands raised at this point. John Murphy. Sinead Boyle, you could just raise your hand. Sean Riley, I'm not sure if you just logged on there, but if you could just raise your hand, please. Joseph O'Donnell. Michelle Loughran, if you could just raise your hand. I'm not sure if people are just logging on at this point. Just keep your hands raised. We have 119 hands raised at the moment, so we're just waiting on the last few just to establish our voting strength. So John Murphy, Sinead Boyle, Marie, yeah, so if you could just keep your hand raised, that's it. So just waiting on John Murphy and Sinead Boyle. Okay, so we're just waiting. I think that's everybody now, is it? Annie Redmond, John Murphy, Sinead Boyle. Okay, so we're just waiting on John Murphy and Sinead Boyle. Okay, so at the minute we have 121 hands raised. And Annie Redmond, can you hear me, Annie? If you can you just confirm you're in attendance?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Annie. So we're now just waiting on Sinead Boyle. So Kathleen, if you're happy to proceed with 122 as a voting strength.
Okay, can I, as a repeat again, I'd like to stand down standing orders until we make the amendments that are necessary to complete our consideration of our motions for today. So all those in favour, could you please have a show of hands? And I leave you to do the counting.
Catherine, I'm just going to ask everyone to lower their hands before we can get that proposed. So we can just get the hands lowered first of all. Okay, so now we're looking for a proposer.
Could I have someone from the floor to propose the standing down of standing orders, please?
Linda Kenny from Leinster.
Thank you, Linda.
And Donica Kearns.
And Donica, thank you. Basically, we need to put in a few amendments to the motions that are in the official book. So we have a proposer and a seconder. Can I ask you to put that to a vote, please, Pamela? We need, I think it's 2/3 of the majority. Yeah.
Yep, so if you could just raise your hand just to vote for this one. Need a majority. Okay, there are currently 93 hands raised out of 122.
Sorry, there's how many, Pamela?
97 out of 122.
So I think, does that equate to 2/3? Somebody do the mathematics quickly.
Yep.
Okay, so we have our vote of confidence to go through and adopt the amendments as required by our rules. So can we first of all look at rule motion 4? Basically, the amendment for that one is the penalty, and the penalty, if not complied with in Camogie games, the referee will firstly caution the player for dissent. If the player continues to breach 7.1a and 7.1b, she will be dealt with in accordance with rule 41.9b, which is the rule for covers dissent. Okay, the next amendment that we have is again rule number 7. The rule is 9.6, and the amendment basically is that we're taking out drop the hurley. Penalty, a free will be given to the opposition for where the infringement took place. For further, that's repeat of 41.9. Sorry, I may have the wrong paper. My apologies, folks. Just bear with me one moment. Yeah. That's the old one, that's okay. Okay, moving on to motion number 7. Rule 9.6 is amended to read, and again, that is removing drop the hurley. All right. Motion number 8. This does not require a vote from delegates. If rule number 7 is passed, then this adjustment to rule as quoted in number 8 will be automatically included when issuing the new rule book. Okay, moving on then to page 87, motion number 11, rule number 10.4. Again, this is the rule on foul play, and we are going down to, other than going through to read it, the original rule out completely, we're going to technical fouls, player may not, and we're down at introducing a new one, which is R, because R comes after Q, and that is the engagement in persistent fouling. And the breaches will be persistently fouls her opponent in a personal manner. Penalty, first of all, in the first instance, a noting by the referee, and a free is awarded. For the second noting by the referee, the second offence, a yellow card will be shown, and again a free is awarded. And for persistent, which would be a third offence, a second yellow card will be shown, followed by a red card, and this player dismissed from the field of play, and a free will be awarded. Okay, you happy enough with that one? Moving on to, that was number 10. Moving on to page 91, motion number 14. The inclusion here is, just bear with me, number J. the use of abusive or threatening language or gestures, or any conduct by deed, word, or gesture of threatening of a racism nature, or which is contrary to the principles of inclusion and diversity against a player, official, mentor, spectator, or anyone else in the course of the activities organised by the association. I think that's very much taken us into the modern world in which we live, which is absolutely right. Then we're going to the official guide, motion number 13, which is Rule 18.5. And the change on this one bear with me, is basically the date. I'm going to write down to the end of the rules, comes in from Cork, and is that I'll read it, the whole of point 3. Any other circumstances deemed by Ardcor your funding bodies, all clubs except those whose accounts are with the are included with the GAA accounts. All education councils and county boards will prepare accounts for the end of year 30 September. County boards will prepare accounts to the 31st of October. Should any unit executive committee deem an audit necessary, they are empowered to make that decision on an individual basis. And that's a motion sent in by Cork. Took a bit of work to get that one right, Corky. And I think that is them all. Can I just refer to the Archduher? Pardon? Part 4.
Sorry, Kathleen, there is one further amendment on motion number 16 as well. If you could just find it there on the bottom of page 5 of your amendments.
Sorry,
it's the addition to Rule 11.2.
Okay, 11.2, I nicely missed that one out. And this is 11.2A, exception to the rule of free taking. A player may choose to take a quick free from their hand if they are fouled inside their own 45-metre line. Only the player that is fouled can take it from the hand, as it is an indirect free. Penalty, a throw-in from where the infringement occurred. Now, Sinead, can you just check, have we completed all the amendments? There's Rule 5.2, THDC. Bear with me, folks. Yeah, we're looking at Rule 5.2. And that's basically just a housekeeping, as it's a renumbering of items contained within that rule. I think one item was numbered twice, or an item was left off.
And Kathleen, just one other further thing.
Yes.
On page 6, on motion 13, if you could just read out the actual amendment to that, the
page
one from Cork.
6.
Of your amendment, yeah, motion 13. If you could just read out the actual amendment that Cork for the motion from Cork. Just the year.
Sorry, now I just took a minute with a lot of paper. The amendment is, again, the amendment is to read, if you go down to set number D at the end of that, afterwards, point 3, county boards will prepare accounts to year ending the 31st of October. Provincial councils will prepare accounts to year end the 30th of November. Should any unit, okay, it's just a change of date. My apologies for that, folks. Now that we have approved the inclusion of the amendments, I don't need to take a vote for that, do I? Well, just to keep us right, could I have a proposer and seconder, just to keep everything in order?
Yep, so we have a proposer of Karen McCormick.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. And a seconder?
And a seconder is Marion Graham from Munster.
Thanks, Marion. So we will now return to the motions as they are outlined in our booklet. And again, folks, before we start, we're going to run, it is now 12 o'clock. We're going to run until 12:45. It says 12:50. Whatever rule we're discussing at 12:45, we will break for lunch immediately after that. All right. So going to our first rule, that is on page 83, the official rule. And just to be clear, can I have someone from Tipperary? I received notification that you had withdrawn that motion. Can you give us a thumbs up or hands up to confirm that?
So we have Dennis Lenihan to speak on that one.
Okay.
So that's Dennis Lenihan from Tipperary.
Dennis, can you hear us?
Only, can you hear me now?
Got you, Dennis. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Kathleen. Tipperary Camogie would like to thank the Tipperary or the Camogie Association for all the help given to us throughout the year. Just again to Kathleen Woods, the best of luck in your retirement and the best of luck to Hilda Breslin and our new team for the coming years. Motion number 1, Tipperary would propose to withdraw that motion as motion number 2, 6B, put in by Arcola, covers the same objective. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that, Dennis. And thank you for your kind words on behalf of myself and Hilda. Okay, we'll move on then directly to motion number 2, the rule which reads playing gear must be of Irish manufacture if possible. It must consist of skirt, divided skirt, sports jersey with long or short sleeves and knee socks and boots. A base layer skins may also be worn. Is amended to read playing gear must be of Irish manufacture and possible. If possible, it must consist of skirt, divided skirt, sports jersey with long or short sleeves, socks and boots. Uniform socks must be worn by the team. A base layer skins may also be worn. So this is being proposed. I'll hand that over to you now, Pamela. Proposed by Marion.
This is Marion Graham. Yep, so Marion Graham, if you would like to speak as a proposer. Sorry, you should be able to speak now, Marion.
Yeah. Yes, Arcola proposing this motion. The aim of this motion is to update the rules to ensure uniformity in teams' appearance as they take to the pitch. It's basic, really, that everybody is dressed the same on the team.
Yeah. Is there a seconder for the motion?
So the seconder is Kitty Morley, as it's on the screen there.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, that's grand. Is there anyone from the floor would like to speak on the motion?
We just have one hand up there. When you are asked to speak during the motions, could we please ask that you use your name and your unit so that for minute taking purposes, we can actually write down who is speaking at any one point. And so the first person we have to speak is Vincent Boy.
Good morning, Vincent.
Good morning. Could you give back clarity on the proposal, uniform socks? Does that mean if one girl decides to go out with long socks, knee socks, everybody has to wear knee socks, or if they want to go out with ankle socks, all the girls have to go out with ankle socks, or what do you say? Explain the term uniform for me, please.
Vincent, there will be a liaison officer there with each female team, and it will be the decision of the management on what uniform the girls wear. The only difference is that they all must wear uniform. Socks must be worn by the team.
So all 15 players on the field have to wear the same socks?
Uniform socks must be worn by the team, Vincent, yes. The socks in most cases, Vincent, are issued by the county board. So the county board would be issuing similar socks, the same socks to everyone. Any other comments from the floor?
At the minute, there's no others. So, hold on. Breda Cunningham. And can I just remind anyone that's going to speak, if you could please use your name followed by the unit, so that we can use for minute taking purposes.
It's Breda Cunningham, Armagh here, Pamela. It was just a point of order raised by one of our own colleagues here in Armagh to say that did the standing orders not need to be re-adopted again? They were stood down to allow the amendments.
Yep, so I think we'll have to pass that back to Kathleen then before we go any further. Thank you very much, Breda.
Thank you.
And so I'm just going to pass back over to Kathleen. Kathleen, if you would like to propose that.
Breda, thank you very much for that reminder. Yes, of course, standing orders should be re-established, and the standing orders are found inside the cover. Is it necessary? I don't think it's necessary to read them again, or maybe we should, because just to keep ourselves politically correct. The first standing order, unit proposer and seconder names to be provided in advance and will be displayed on the voting presentation slide. Number 2, units to notify in advance if they are wishing to speak on a motion. Number 3, only one speaker per unit per motion. Units will be requested to supply speaker notes in advance. The proposer of a resolution or an amendment may speak for 3 minutes. A delegate speaking to a resolution or an amendment may not exceed 3 minutes. Number 6, the proposer of a resolution or an amendment may speak a second time for 2 minutes before a vote. No other delegate may speak a second time in that same resolution or amendment. Number 7, and Cahirlock may at any time consider a matter has been sufficiently discussed, call on the proposer for a reply, and when that has been given, a vote must be taken. Cahirlock may consider any subject not listed on a card, provided she receives the consent of the majority of the delegates present. Standing orders shall not be suspended for the purpose of considering any matter not on card, except with the consent of the majority equal to 2/3 of those present entitled to vote. Cahirlock may change the order of items on the grounds on the agenda with the support of a simple majority of those present entitled to vote and voting. So do we need to adopt standing orders? Yep. Need a proposer and a seconder.
Hilda Breslin.
Thanks,
Hilda,
Hilda.
from Leinster.
And the seconder?
The seconder is Grace McNamara.
Thank you, Grace. I suppose also we should go for a vote on it. Pamela.
Okay. If you'd like to do a vote then, if I could just ask everyone to raise their hands. At the minute, there's 78. There's 80 out of 124.
I think we've hit the 2/3 mark. 80 out of 2.
So now we're at 88 out of 124. Yep.
We'll
So
definitely hit
we're
the
going.
2/3.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we'll
we'll
start again, Catherine.
Yes, start again. I think we can accept that. No, well, we'll not. Okay, can we have a speaker from Tipperary on number 1 motion?
Yes, hello.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, Dennis
Back to
Lennon
Dennis.
here.
Thanks,
Tipperary.
Dennis.
Again, no problem. Thanks very much. Again, we'd like to withdraw motion number 1 in relation to knee socks, as we feel that rule number 6 put in by our Corla covers the very same objective.
Thank you, Dennis. So we move on then to the second motion, and could we have a proposer for the second motion?
So the proposer and seconder will be on the screen at all times. So for this one, we have Marion Graham, and the seconder is Kitty Morley.
Okay, Marion, could we formally propose?
Yeah, just 1 second, Catherine.
Marion Graham here, our Corla. I wish to propose the motion.
And Kitty?
Yeah, so Kitty has seconded that.
Okay. So Marion, do you want to speak on the motion?
Just to say that, you know, it's simple really. The aim of this motion is to update the rules to ensure uniformity in teams' appearances as they take to the pitch.
Thank you. Vincent, would you like to add anything further?
No, there's no other hands raised there, Kath. Oh.
Sorry. Sorry, no speakers on that?
Yeah, so we have a couple here. We have Cormac Ginty. So Cormac, if you could just state your name and your unit before you begin.
Okay, thank you. Cormac Ginty here from Offaly Camogie. I see a need for this, yes, because with the ankle socks, some people are wearing different colours, and the knee needs to be taken out because ankle socks have come in. However, some players wear shin guards. I know in Limerick hurling, the corner forward wears shin guards and long socks. So maybe you could answer a question there with that. Is there going to be an issue with players who wear shin guards wearing long socks where the team want to wear ankle socks?
Marion, do you want to respond to that?
Well, yes. Hello.
Hello, Marion. Go ahead.
Yeah. In most cases, the shin guards actually have straps that you don't need the socks to, you know, that you can strap the shin guard around the calf of your leg. You don't need the socks to hold up the shin guards.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. So now that the proposer has spoken again, we will take this to the vote. So on your screen, a poll will be launched. For the poll, can you select either yes, no, or abstain, and then submit your vote? Okay, the poll is going to be launched now.
Okay, yeah.
So if you can vote yes, no, or abstain, and make sure you submit your vote. Okay, we have 75% currently voted, and we're now up to 90%. So we'll just give it another couple of seconds here. There's 92% have voted. And Kathleen, when you're happy, you let me know. We have 92% voted now. If we're happy, can we end the polling?
Yes, just for clarification, Pamela, is this a 2/3 as it's an amendment?
Yeah, so as it's on the screen there, it's 2/3 and majority required.
Okay. All right. What are we at now, Pamela?
At 92%.
Okay, I would close the poll and move on to the next motion, and then you can come back to us, Pamela, with the result.
That's great, thank you. So we'll move on to the next one now.
Okay, the next rule is, our motion is motion number 3, and that is being proposed by Kitty. Kitty, are you with us?
Yes, Kathleen, I am.
Are you willing to, are you happy to, that's still your proposal, Kitty? Yes? And second, yeah.
I would propose this motion.
And seconded by Martin. So would you go ahead, Hel or Kitty, and read through? The motion is a player may play with a hurley which is bound
with a metallic substance with adhesive tape covered hurley in all camogie games and training sessions. The use of a covered hurley shall be the player's sole responsibility except where it is deemed dangerous by the referee. And this is amended to read: a player may play with a hurley which is bound with metallic substances with adhesive tape covered hurley in all camogie games, training sessions, and the use of the covered hurley shall be the player's sole responsibility where it is deemed to be dangerous by the referee. The penalty is the referee will first caution the player for dissent. If the player continues to breach this rule, she will deal with the rule under 41.9b for dissent.
Thank you, Kitty. Is there anyone from the floor would like to speak on this one?
Yep, so we have Mairead McCallaghan.
Good morning, Mairead. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, Mairead.
Sorry, we're just trying to get her unmuted here. Mairead, if you could just unmute yourself. Okay, we might move on to somebody else and come back to Mairead then. Helen McElreevy.
Go ahead, Helen.
Sorry, we seem to be having a few technical difficulties here. Mairead, if you would like to go ahead and speak, or if not, we're going to have to move on. Is
there anyone else waiting to speak, Pamela?
There's not, no, nobody else has their hand raised.
I'd give one more invitation, and if not, I agree we move on.
Okay, Mairead, if you could try to unmute yourself there. Okay, I'm afraid we're going to have to move on. There seems to be a technical difficulty with that line. So with the, we're going to have to go back to the proposer.
Kitty, is there anything else you'd like to add? Are you happy?
I'm happy. I'm happy with it as it is.
Okay, thank you, Kitty, and we'll move to a vote, please, Pamela.
Sorry, Kathleen. So with the limitations for virtual congress, we're actually going to have to group motion 3 and 4 together. So the vote for motion 3 and 4 will be taken at the same time. So we're going to move on and discuss motion 4, and then we will vote on both motion 3 and 4 together.
Perfect. Well, motion 4 is one of the amendments, and you have it up on screen in the amended fashion, Pamela. So that is proposed by Martin and seconded by Niamh. Martin, are you, could you like to say a few words on this proposal?
Well, we're just going to get him unmuted here for you.
Thank you.
Yep, so Martin, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Could I formally propose a motion read the hurley size? It's my pleasure to propose the motion. If there's notes, I can add to it after it's formally seconded.
Seconded by Niamh. Do you want to go straight to the floor? Or do you want to go straight in to speak on it, Martin?
Okay, the aim of the motion is to provide clarity regarding the penalty when dealing with the matter of the size of the hurley used in the goalkeeper in the field of play, which is, in this case, it's outside of the goal mouth area.
Yeah. Anyone else on the floor like to speak on it? Any takers, Pamela?
No, so there's currently no hands raised for that one yet at all.
Okay, Martin, is there anything you want to add?
No, we're quite happy to take the motion.
Okay, we'll go straight to vote then. Pamela, we're voting on number 3 and 4 together. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So you're going to have to, we'll launch the poll now. You will have 2 different ones to vote on. So motion 3 and motion 4, you must vote on both of them and then press submit.
Okay, thank you.
So the poll has now been launched. So if you can vote yes, no, and abstain for motion 3 and the same for motion 4. We currently have 87% voted, so we'll just give it another few minutes or another few seconds here to see if we can get the vote up a little bit more.
Hopefully we get across the 90% first, Pamela.
Yeah, so we're currently on 93% now.
That was similar to
94.
Okay.
So just another couple of seconds, we're at 95% have voted now. So when you're happy, Kathleen, we can close that
we'll
vote.
call it if we've 97%. That is a high percentage. We'll
Sorry,
call
it's
it at that.
95%. It's at 95%. Are you happy to close it?
Yes, please. Yes, go ahead and close, Pamela.
Okay, that's closed now.
Okay, while we're waiting for that count to come in, Pamela, do you want us to move on to the next item on the motions agenda?
If you can just give me 1 minute just to check.
Yeah, that's fine.
Apologies. If everyone could just have a little bit of patience, this virtual congress is just a lot of moving parts here.
Of course, take your time.
Okay, Kathleen, we're going to go back and we're going to share the result now of motion 2.
Perfect, thank you.
So Caroline is now going to share her screen with you and give you the result of.
So it was a 74% yes and 26% no. So that reached the 2/3 majority that's needed. So that motion was passed. Thank you. Moving on to are we the vote for the next one? Or just the one return, Pamela? Pamela?
Apologies, Kathleen. Sorry, there's just a few technical issues going on here. Just sorry.
No, I was just checking if we were still on board.
Apologies. So if you could just give us 1 second now, we're going to just reshare the screen and get the next motion up. I don't think I've got the right PowerPoint here.
All right, Pamela. Pamela, it's 12:20. Would you like to break for lunch now and maybe give you a chance to sort out the technical difficulties, and then we'll come back later?
Apologies, we're back on track now. So we have motion 5 up. Will we just motor on with a few more here?
Yeah. No, I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
So we're on motion 5 now, Kathleen.
Okay, motion 5. Can you put it up on the screen, Pamela? I don't have control of the.
Yeah, it should be shared now.
No, Pamela.
Apologies. My screen should be shared with the motion on it.
Well, on my screen, I have 2021 Ardcoria Annual Congress with only the word motions on it. I can see the slides down the right-hand side, but I have no control of them, so I can't pull them up.
Apologies. I'm just going to reshare my screen again now for you.
Okay. Yeah, we now have motion 5. Thanks, Pamela. This is proposed by Hilda and seconded by Niamh. Hilda, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, can you hear me? You can.
Loud and clear, Hilda.
Thanks very much. So motion number 5 and motion number 6 are interlinked. Motion number 5 is the playing rule 9.6. This is the first of the trial rule motions to come before Congress. The trial rule was very successful throughout the league and the championship, and we trialled a number of new rules, and one rule was that the hand pass slitter is to score a point only, so it can no longer score a goal and it is scoring a point only. Our game has moved on dramatically. It is an exceptionally skillful game, and our players are skillful athletic players, and in order to improve the skill of the game, we're proposing that the hand pass goal will no longer be in place and it will only be to score a point. And then motion 6, which is interlinked, is that the penalty in relating to if a goal is scored. So I would propose both motions to the delegates in light of the success of the trial rules.
Thank you, Hilda. And Niamh has seconded that. Do you want to put it to the floor, Pamela, for the delegates' feedback?
Yeah, so we have Etty Phillip first.
Good afternoon, Etty.
And then we have Brendan Williams after that.
Thank you. Etty, can't hear you.
Sorry, my hand was raised in error there. Apologies. I don't wish.
Sorry, Kathleen, there's no other hands raised then in that case. That was.
So if
So
no
we're
hands
taking motion
raised,
number 5. Yeah, so we're taking, we have Geraldine Clark, sorry, we have Geraldine Clark.
On motion 5?
On motion 5, yeah.
Go ahead, Geraldine.
Can you hear me, first of all?
Loud and clear.
Thank God. Yeah, I'm just wondering if motion 6 is passed, that is the amendment to Rule 15.1. It says that the exceptions are that an attacking player may not score, 1, by carrying the ball over her opponent's goal line or with the hands. Now, in 9.6, which is motion 5, if that were passed, it says that the hand pass, the slitter to score a point only. However, excuse me, the second one preempts a player from scoring with the hands. I'm just wondering, is there a contradiction there, or is it, if you pass one, can you deal with the other one?
So you're saying that Rule 9.6 reads that the hand pass to score a point only?
Correct. Well,
yeah.
Then if you say that the exception is that a player may not score in 15.1, the amendment, with the hand or hands.
Yeah.
You can't.
And Kathleen, that's okay. I will take that at the end when I recap if anyone else comes in.
Okay.
Okay, we have Brendan Williams next.
You're welcome, Brendan.
So Brendan, if you could just introduce yourself with your name and unit, please.
Brendan Williams, Irvine Spella. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brendan, go ahead.
Again, I was going to make the same point as your last speaker. The 2 points on the two motions. If you pass one, you can't pass the other because they contradict each other. The first motion says you can only score a point with the hand, and the second motion says you can't score anything with the hand. So the two motions contradict each other.
Okay, well, we'll take that point, and Hilda will respond to it in her response, Brendan.
Sorry, just one other point. And if you pass the first one, you can't pass the second one. And if you pass the second one, if you just pass the first one, you've no penalty. I think the two of them have to fall because of the way they're worded.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak? If not,
yeah, we have Audrey Carr.
Okay, Audrey.
Hi, yeah, just from the reading of Rule 15.1, that seems to deal with goal scoring, and 9.6 is just in relation to hand pass for point only. So I don't see why both can't be voted on.
Thank you. Anyone else, Pamela?
Yep, we have Dennis Lenihan.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, as the last speaker, I see the very same rule, the rule .9.6, which reads just a hand pass is stated with one hand, whereas the 15.1, that's speaking about scoring a goal. So I think the two of them are separate.
Thanks, Dennis.
So now we can go back to our proposer, Hilda.
Okay, Hilda.
Thanks, Kathleen. Both the Tipperary and the Galway delegate are quite correct that 15.1 deals with a goal. Clearly, it states a goal is scored when the sliotar is played. It does not deal with a score from a point only. So these two motions can be taken. Both motions have been through our referees committee. They have also been through our motions committee. And should there need to be any slight clarification, our Corley do have the power to give direction on any rule. So we are quite satisfied that both motions stand in and both motions deal effectively with the proposal to remove the hand pass from the game. I would urge people to come on board with this. I would urge us to listen to our players, and I would urge us to vote this through. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Hilda. Okay, Pamela, do you want to put up the voting for both motions, and we'll both of them together?
No, we're going to just vote on motion 5 on its own now. So we're just going to vote on motion 5. Okay, so the poll will be launched now. Okay, so once again, if you can just vote yes, no, or abstain. Okay, so we'll just give it another few seconds. There's 70% of delegates have voted. So just vote yes, no, or abstain. And then don't forget to submit your vote. We're currently at 92%.
Give it another few moments.
And we're at 93 now. And we're up to 95% of delegates have voted.
Well, if it sits at 95, I would go ahead and take that as the final response, Pamela.
Okay, that motion or that poll has now closed. So we will get those results verified, and we're going to be able to go back now and give you the results for motions 3 and 4.
Thanks, Pamela. So motion 3 had a yes of 93 and a no of 7. So motion 3 has been voted through. Motion number 4. Motion 4 had a yes vote of 86% and a no vote of 14%. So motion 4 has also passed. So are we now looking to look at motion number 6, Pamela?
Yep, so we're just going to move on to motion number 6 now. I'll share my screen again for you.
Okay, so this one, we've sort of spoke about it almost already. So it's proposed by Neve and seconded by Hilda. Neve or Hilda, you spoke on it previously. It makes no difference. You can go ahead and speak on it.
Yeah, Kathleen, I propose this motion to the floor and I ask delegates to support the motion in conjunction with motion 5, which was 9.6. Thank you.
Okay, is there any wishes to speak for or against this motion on the floor?
Can I just confirm then that Neve is going to be the seconder rather than the proposer for that one?
Well,
just for our minute taking purposes.
For the minute taking, yes, change those around. Hilda did speak on it when she was speaking about the previous rule.
We have Brendan Williams.
Okay, Brendan, go ahead.
I know I may be an outlier on this, but I think a hand pass goal is, first of all, it's a valid way of scoring, and sometimes you can have a player in a situation where it's the only way that they can score other than to foul the ball. And I think there's no point in eliminating a skill from our game, and it is a skill.
Okay, Brendan, thank you for that. Any other speakers?
Thanks. Could I just remind all delegates just to remember to say their name and their unit, just for minute taking purposes again. And we have Rosanna Doyle next.
Go ahead, Rosanna. Hello, Rosanna, can you hear us?
And we're just asking you to unmute at the minute. Rosanna isn't seem to be responding to the request to unmute. And at the minute, there are no other hands raised.
Hilda, do you want to come back and add any more to what you said originally?
Just to clarify that motion 6, rule 15.1 deals with the penalty. It doesn't deal with whether a hand pass goal should be allowed or not. It deals only with the penalty if motion 5 comes into play. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hilda, for clarifying that. If there are no more speakers, Pamela, we'll go for a vote.
Kathy, would you like us to go through the result of motion 5 before we launch the poll for this one? No, we're going to. So we'll go ahead and launch the poll for motion 6.
I think so, yes.
Okay, just 1 second now, and the poll should appear on your screen. Okay, so once again, if you can vote yes, no, or abstain to motion 6. And don't forget to press submit to get your result counted. So we're at 88% of the delegates have now voted. So another couple of seconds. We're at 92% now.
Any increase, Pamela?
We're currently at 94% of delegates have voted.
Well, if it sits at 94 for the count of 10, I would close the vote.
95 now. We're up at 95. You happy for us to end that poll?
I'll give it another few seconds. Count of 10. If nothing happens, close the vote.
Okay.
No change, Pamela, close the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Now, do you want to move on to motion number 7, Pamela, and then we can revert back and you can give us the result of any outstanding votes? Sorry, the votes on any outstanding motions?
Yep, so we're going to move on to motion 7 then.
Yeah.
And we're going to take two motions together this time as well. So we've got for this poll, we're going to need two motions back to back before we can launch the poll.
Okay, so the motion 7 is proposed by Hilda and seconded by Geraldine. And are we taking motion 8 at the same time as well?
And we'll just go through motion 7 first, and then we'll go through motion 8, and then we'll launch the poll for both.
Okay, I'm with you now. Okay, go ahead, Hilda.
Thank you, Kathleen. I'm proposing that motion 7, which is which outrules the dropping of the hurl, be adopted. The motion 8 result is a follow-on motion which deals with the technical foul which would be resulting from the dropping of the hurl. This again is a trial rule that we implemented after much discussion and consultation. We rolled it out in both the league and the championship. And I understand, as many people do, that there may have been concerns that it will take an education process, and that people may have felt that at times it may not have been as successful as it was going to be. But this is a rule that is in the hurling fraternity already. It is already there. It is not a skill of the game to drop the hurl. In fact, the skill of the game is to use the hurl or the hurley stick. The dropping of the hurl to gain an advantage is sometimes causing an obstruction and slowing our game down. While I understand that people have concerns that the dropping of the hurl where accidental could be a penalty, that is not the purpose of this rule. It is where the hurl is dropped to gain an advantage, similar to the hurling rules. So I would propose this motion to our delegates in order to facilitate the skill of our game that we know is there already. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Hilda. Do you want to open it to the floor, Pamela?
Yep, so if anybody would like to raise their hand, we have one. Maria Donovan.
Good afternoon, Maria. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Maria Donovan from Cork Camogie. Many sides to the argument about dropping the hurley, not dropping the hurley. It is said how skillful it is not to drop the hurley. It is also very skillful when you're in a very tight position to have the ability to drop the hurley. The concerns of the Cork contingency at our recent board meeting is the misinterpretation of the drop the hurley. And that comes into the education, which actually isn't in place. This rule would come in immediately, and therefore, it could cause some chaos on the pitch. There were quite a number last year where it was interpreted that it was a dropped hurley, whereas it was a knocked out hurley. It could be that somebody doesn't drop the hurley. So I just think that they're just, in relation to the education, I think this is coming in just perhaps 12 months too far. We didn't see enough of it last year at all. And what we did see was quite inconsistent. They would just be the concerns of the Cork contingency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mairead. Anyone else willing to speak, Pamela?
Sorry, yes, we have Rosemary Hughes now.
Go ahead, Rosemary.
I'm just looking at one of the points on this rule. At the bottom there, you have hand pass the sliotar to score. Is this going to have an impact on the two previous motions we've just done about hand pass and scoring?
No, Rosemary, the number hand pass the sliotar to score now can only mean a point, as in outlined in the previous rules.
You can hand pass a point without dropping her. So they're technically correct.
There's some speakers in the background.
Okay, next up we have Brendan Williams.
Again, a similar point. Brendan Williams here from Scotland. A similar point. I have no objection to the drop the hurley rule, but at the bottom of it does say hand pass the sliotar to score. Now there's two ways of scoring in Camogie: a goal or a point. So you go, if the other rules, the earlier rules were passed, you now have two contradictory rules. According to a strict interpretation in the English language, you're both allowed to score a goal and not allowed to score a goal with your hand.
Okay, my understanding is that the previous rule says a player may down at number
Sorry, Kathleen,
9.6. Yeah.
cut you across. I'm happy to deal with that at the end when I round
Okay.
up as well, if that's okay.
That's fine. Any
Okay,
other speakers? Thanks, Brendan.
Sorry, we have Melanie Nijam.
Hi, Melanie.
Thank you, Uchtron. So again, I'm in agreement with what Brendan Williams has said there. I think if you're to go on a strict interpretation as the rule is written with the wording that's there, that there's a contradiction. But on a further point, it would be difficult in my view for referees to adjudicate on whether the hurl has been deliberately dropped or accidentally dropped, and it's a passing, fleeting moment in a game. So there is a difficulty there, you know, for referees. And the other point, thinking about our underage sector, I take the point that the first speaker made about the education aspect of it, where an underage player accidentally drops the hurl or gets it knocked to the hand or whatever. If we're going to have to stop for every time that that happens in the game, it would slow the game down further.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. Any other speakers? Pamela?
Apologies, we have Dennis Lenihan from Tipperary next.
Go ahead, Dennis.
On mute, can you hear me?
Yes, Dennis, go ahead.
Okay. I'd be similar. I think that by dropping the hurley, our girls are very skillful presently. I think it slows down the game. I think it's a lot more beneficial to use the hurley because they're very athletic and skillful. And I think you can see the majority of referees, and if we see it in the GA as well with the boys, the referees are up with that. They can see the hurley, whether it's dropped accidentally or not. And I think the majority of the GAA referees presently are doing camogie matches, so I think there is a bit of training, okay, but the majority of them know that rule inside out anyway. So I think it's very important for the girls. You know, I'm coming from the summary during the year and going to the matches. I think the girls were very, very adamant that they loved the idea of not having to drop the hurl. You know, something different completely, like the boys sport. So again, thanks for that.
Thanks, Dennis. Any further speakers?
Yep, we have Jared McCarthy next.
Go ahead, Jared.
Hello. I would like to support the Cork delegate there. I would have a very strong view on the education of it, and I think I think we wouldn't want to to educate first. I think would be more important, and I think there's a lot of that needed. I would be in fully support of the Cork delegate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further speakers?
No, not currently, so we can go back to Hilda.
Okay, Hilda, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. I hope I will cover all of your points. In relation to the Wexford delegate who has spoken about the dropping of the hurl at underage matches, it is not covering accidental dropping of the hurl. It is deliberate dropping of the hurl, similar to hurling, to gain an advantage. So the game will not be stopped for accidental dropping of the hurl, which does happen as it currently stands. In relation to the rules, there is a technical question on whether if one passes and the other doesn't. Our playing rules are interlinked. There is many similarities and many rules relate one to the other. I understand that it is confusing, but each rule and each change to each rule has got to be got to be dealt with separately. At the end of Congress, when the rules are all gone through and we see what has been accepted and what has not been accepted, then the rules will be looked at in the round. So there is no reason that a motion should fall on this rule because a previous rule might change the wording. Otherwise, we would have to wait before we could move, and we would have to resubmit rules at each motion, at each Congress. And finally, in relation to the education piece, I understand that this is a concern. I recognise that Tipperary has made the point that many of our referees are hurling referees, and they are dealing with this already all of the time. But I would like to give the commitment for our Corla, there will be an education process rolled out. These rules will not come into effect for 30 days. We will roll them out. And if there is an unhappiness, that we can always relook at it. But unfortunately, under our our rules of our interior offigal, playing rules can only be dealt with every 3 years. Were we not to pass this rule today, this would be 3 years before this rule could come back before Congress. I urge you to put this rule in place and to accept what our players are telling us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. Go to a vote, please, Pamela.
So with the virtual Congress, we're actually going to have to go ahead and do vote 8. So motion 8 at the same time. And hold on a wee second. Just bear with me 1 second.
Motion 8 deals with the technical file definition. The penalty.
So just if you can just ignore, just give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Just take out apologies. So I'm just going to reshare motion 8 for us now. So motion 8 is being proposed by Hilda and seconded by Geraldine McGrath.
Thanks, Pamela. I've spoken on this motion. This motion is the penalty. If motion number 7 passes, then this motion would come into effect as the penalty. If motion 7 does not pass, then this motion would not come into effect. So the two motions are interlinked. So similar to motion 7, I would urge you to accept this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Hilda. Anyone from the floor? I think Hilda put it quite. There are no speakers. Okay, Pamela, go straight to vote then.
And we'll just go back to Hilda just as the proposer, and then we can launch our polls.
That's fine, Pamela, thanks.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to launch the polls for motion 7 and 8. Okay, so once again, if you can vote yes, no, or abstain for both motion 7 and motion 8. And don't forget to click submit so that your vote is counted. Okay, so if we can just vote either yes, no, or abstain for motion 7, and yes, no, or abstain for motion 8, and select submit. We have currently 82% of the delegates have voted. And we're up to 88%. Okay, we're at 92% voted.
Okay, count of 10, and if there's nothing more, we'll close.
Okay, we're at 95% of the delegates have voted. Are you happy for us to close the vote?
Yeah, I'll close the vote at 95%, Pamela.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if you're happy, Kathleen, we're going to go back and share the results.
Yes, go ahead. And then
for motions 5 and 6.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then maybe it's time for the break.
Definitely.
Okay, so Caroline's now sharing her screen with the results on it for you.
Motion 5 has a vote of 74%, which was 86 votes for yes, and no was 26%, which was a vote of 30. So my calculation is that one was carried as well. So that's a yes vote. If you want to move to motion 6. Motion 6, there was a 68%, which is 78 votes in favour. Noes was 32%, which is a 37. And that also, according to mathematics, is 2/3. So both motions have passed. Can I thank everybody so far? We are going for a lunch break. We are spot on time according to our agenda. So can I expect everybody back, if I can find my agenda here, 1:20. And we'll start 1:20 with a count of votes again. Yes, Pamela?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kathy. If I could just ask everyone, if possible, just to stay logged on. So you can walk away from your laptop or your phone, but if you could just stay logged on to the meeting. The phone lines are still available if anybody has any technical difficulties. If you happen to log off, if you just go back to your email, your link will work again. Your individual link for each person. Okay, and the phones are available. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2021 Camogie Association Congress. We are going to resume the motions for the afternoon. So to start off, we are going to ask you to raise your hand again so we can establish the voting strength. So if we could ask all attendees to raise your hand. So I think we're still going to wait for a few people coming back from the lunch break. So if you could just raise your hand. Okay, and once you've raised it, can you leave it up, please? So for anybody that's just returning after lunch, if you could just raise your hand so that we can establish the new voting strength. Okay, so welcome back after lunch, everyone. If I could just ask everyone, please, to raise your hand so that we can establish the voting strength for the afternoon, please. So we currently have 115 online and 102 have raised their hands. If we could ask for everyone just to raise your hand and leave it raised, please. So if you could just raise your hand, please, and leave it raised until we can get everybody back on board after lunch break. So at the moment, we have 104 delegates who have their hands raised out of 115. So anybody who's just returned after lunch, if you could just raise your hand, just so that we know you're in attendance. Okay, so if you could just raise your hand and leave it raised, just so we can mark attendance for the afternoon. So Kathleen, we have 108 delegates out of 117. Are you happy to proceed?
Yes, Pamela, go ahead. We'll carry on. Thank you.
Well, we carry on. Thanks, Kathleen. So to start off this afternoon, what we're going to do to start is we are going to share the results of motion 7 and 8. The votes were taken before the lunch break. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and Caroline will share hers.
And the vote for motion 7 was 68% for and 32 against. So that one was made the pass. Yes, that's a yes. And motion 8 was same vote, 68 yeses and 32% no, which that also makes it a yes. So thank you, Pamela. We'll move on then.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen now and we will move on to motion 9.
Motion 9 is a motion from Waterford. So if Waterford has been proposed by Eta Murphy and seconded by Sheila O'Donoghue. Eta, do you want to speak on this motion?
Hi, how are you? Yes, just in relation to this motion, I suppose this coincides with what Hilda was saying earlier, that the game has moved on a lot and it's evolving. And I suppose in a way, this is in hurling, this is a technical foul. It impacts the player's ability to show off her skill, of control of the ball when soloing. It slows down the game. Just in relation to minimal force, it's open to interpretation by different referees. And a lot of times the player in possession feels they're being chopped, and sometimes in a dangerous manner, and it's not being penalised. So Also, it's just in relation to talking to a number of players, they feel like that sometimes it's like a third man tackle. As a child, you're showing how to protect your hand with the hurley, and if the hurley is knocked, you're actually effectively not protecting your hand. So for this reason, this is why we put the motion forward. It's just to come more in line with the hurling game, and it also will attract more hurling referees to our game if we become very similar to them.
Okay, thank you for that, Aisha. Pamela, is there anyone from the floor would like to speak on motion 9?
Not yet, there are no hands raised, so if anybody would like to make a comment, if they could just raise their hand now. No, Kathleen, there doesn't appear to be anybody else. So
okay, we'll go straight for a vote after. Aisha, have you anything else you'd like to add?
No, it's just a lot of players have asked us to put forward this motion. So look, it's really important, what Hilda said earlier, we need to listen to our players. They're the people who are playing our game. So look, I'd really encourage everyone to vote in favour of this.
Okay, thank you, Aisha. You can put that forward for a vote now, please, Pamela.
Okay, thank you. So the poll once again be launched on your screen now. So as before, if you can vote yes, no, or abstain. This is for motion 9. Okay, we have 92% of the delegates have voted. That's up to 95 now, Kathleen.
Yeah, I would close at 95. Pamela?
Now at 97%, so we'll close the vote now. Okay. 98.
Okay, hold on to a count of 10, Pamela. No, close the vote now, Pamela.
Okay, thanks, Kathleen. Okay, are we happy to move on to motion 10 then?
Yes, please.
Motions 10 and 11 will be taken together on the vote. So we will discuss motion 10, then 11, and then we'll have the vote for both together. So motion 10 was proposed by Geraldine McGrath from Arcola.
Okay, Geraldine, would you like to speak to this one, please?
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen. I'm asking to support this motion, and it's 9.7 F. It's a new amendment part to this rule. As you have already listened and spoken on the previous proposed new rule changes, which were trialled in the 2020 League and Championship campaigns, the rationale behind this rule being trialled was the outcry from players and managers to allow some physicality into the game of camogie. The word minimum contact is being used, and this basically is allowing for simple first steps of physicality to be introduced into the game of camogie. The motion is proposing to define a tackle and account for the fact that contact occurs when making reasonable effort to steal or gain possession of the ball. Safety is paramount, so while the motion does not suggest introduction of deliberate shouldering, it acknowledges that contact does occur in camogie. The motion facilitates tackle to allow for contact between players when making a reasonable effort to gain possession of the sliotar. A survey was sent out to the key stakeholders after the championship. Nearly 70% of the respondents replied that the new rule improved the game. And as Aisha and Hilda have already alluded to, our game has gained so much change over the past few years. Firstly, we went from the 12-a-side to the 15-a-side, and the players are all in support of this new rule being introduced. So I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. Do you want to open it to the floor, Pamela?
Yep, so as before, if anybody would like to speak, if you could just raise your hand. We have Eilish Whitty, sorry.
Okay, Eilish.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Eilish, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Eilish Whitty here, Wexford. And thanks for the opportunity to speak on this rule 9.7 I'm referring to here. And I suppose I expressed concerns in relation to underage. And as a past chair of coaching in games, there were concerns raised around physicality, which there's plenty of evidence there, scientific and otherwise, in relation to this. I very much agree. It is important to listen to our players, but it is also important to consider, number one, all the forums that our games are played in, you know, in relation to schools and that. And number two, also to consider our present underage structures. So I would ask members, if this rule is passed, you know, to give some assurances in relation to considering our Go games, which, as we all know, is non-competitive, non-pressurised, small-sided, and that a derogation might be considered up to and including under 12.
Thank you for that, Eilish. Any other speakers, Pamela?
We currently don't have anybody else, no.
Okay, well then, if no one else, we'll return to Geraldine. Would you like to add anything more?
I'd like to go back to what Eilish has said. Yes, Eilish, definitely we will look at it at all different levels, from underage right up along. It would be a different process to be using for the under 12s, but we have to go forward, and I would ask you to support this for the players. And education will be brought in as well, as Hilda has already said earlier in her motions, that we have to educate the referees as well. So I would urge you to support this motion and bring it in line with all the other changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. Do you want to go for a vote on this one, Pamela, or will we wait and take number 11 with it?
Yep, so just due to technical restrictions with the virtual Congress, we're going to have to move on and do motion 11.
Okay. Motion 11 is Karen, seconded by Mary Kearney. So, Karen, do you want to give your rationale behind this one?
Thanks, Kathleen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Rule 10.1, which deals with the technical files, it's an addition that to be amended to this particular rule. Points A to Q are currently under 10.1, and this is to come in at point R, engage in persistent fouling. There was a during the trial, there was a rule to deal with persistent fouling carried out in the competitions last year. At the end of the competitions, a survey was completed by the main stakeholders of the games, by the players, the managers, the coaches, and the referees. And 59% of the respondees to that survey felt that this rule worked very well in the championship. Yes, there was a number who felt that they felt that it didn't work well or were unsure of it. But then when they were pushed on it, they noted that they didn't observe it being used, so the rule was inconsistently applied. But as the composition was observed by referee assessors, assessors acknowledged that the rule was implemented to deal with persistent fouling during the games that they had assessed, but there was no visible signal indicating this particular infraction. So this may account for those people that did not observe the rule being implemented. The breaches to 10.1 are for the persistent fouls on her opponent in a personal manner. The penalties would be, in the first instance, a noting by the referee on the player, and a free is awarded. 2, a second offence would be a yellow card would be shown and a free awarded again. And the third offence would be a second yellow card, and this would be followed by a red card and dismissal from the field of play, and a free will be awarded.
Okay, thank you for that, Karen. Anyone else from the floor like to speak on it?
So just as before, if anyone would like to speak, just raise their hand. No, there's currently no hands raised at this moment, Kathleen.
Okay, well then, Karen, do you want to add anything else, or we go straight to a vote?
Just to go back to the survey, 59% of those that took part in the competitions felt that the rule worked well in the championship. And again, as the rest have said, there is persistent fouling out there, and there is no particular rule to deal with it, and it is something that we should seriously consider for the game to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, if there are no speakers, go direct to a vote, please, Pamela, for number 10 and 11.
Thanks, Kathy. So you will get a poll on your screen now, which will be launched, and it's going to be for motion 10 and 11. So once again, you have to vote on both. So if you can vote yes, no, and abstain for motion 10 and motion 11. So we have 94% of delegates have currently voted.
Okay, we'll do the usual count of 10, and if nothing else, we'll move on. Okay, close it, Karen, Pamela.
Okay, we're at 96%. We'll just end that now. 97, sorry.
Okay, go for it.
Kathleen, if you're happy, we'll go back and share the result of motion 9 now.
Yes, go for it. Yeah, thank you, Pamela. So yes had a vote of 49%, no had a vote of 51%. So motion 9 has failed. Okay, so
okay, Kathleen, as
motion
before,
12.
just with the restrictions of virtual Congress, we have to then take motions 12 and 13 together again. So we'll discuss 12, discuss 13, and then vote on the two of them at the same time.
Okay, Karen, you are proposing motion number 12.
Yes, I'm proposing motion number 12, rule point 10.3, in relation to aggressive fouls, dangerous play and abusive language. In this again, it's an addition, point M, behave in any way that is dangerous to an opponent. This was not in the trials. This is introducing a new regulation for dangerous play and fouling. Referees have found when sending off a player, every eventuality is not always prescribed in the rule book to enable quoting or citing the specific offence rule broken in their reports. So we felt this rule will cover any dangerous tackle or foul, and as such, it should assist the referee and, if required, any THDC committee dealing with any further outcomes. This rule is similar in the GAA family and brings into line to rule in hurling, so it does.
Okay, thank you for that, Karen. Do you want to put it to the floor, Pamela, please? Yes. And if there are any speakers?
So as before, just raise your hand if you would like to make a comment. We currently don't have any hands raised at this moment.
Okay, we'll go then directly to motion 13.
Okay. So motion 13 is proposed by Mary Kearney of Arcoya.
Okay, Mary, do you want to go ahead and speak to this one?
Yeah, Mary Kearney, Arcoya. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Mary.
Excellent, excellent. Basically, what we're proposing here, and this rule is very much contingent on the previous rule being passed, because it's bringing into rule 10.3 to behave in a way that is dangerous to an opponent, and it's interlinked with my motion. So just to confuse you at the outset, but effectively, this motion concerns the removal of the pulling down of a player, which is currently in rule 10.2, because what we don't have currently in our own rules, we don't have any rules to address an aggressive pull down. We have a regulation for just to pull down a player, but not for an aggressive pull down. And it is proposed here to remove the minor pull down in a less aggressive manner, which can happen accidentally or, clumsily, and that can still be dealt with under Rule 10.2F, right? which deals with kind of rough play or whatever. An aggressive pull down warrants a stronger penalty, and I think we're seeing more and more, if you like, professional pull downs coming into the game, and they can be dangerous and aggressive. And we feel that take out the pull down, and the more aggressive pull down will sit better inside Rule 10.3 if the previous rule is passed. That is, that behave in any way that is dangerous to an opponent. So that's the foul that the aggressive pull down would be dealt with. And again, the penalty, as has been previously outlined, would be that the player could have their name taken with a red card issued. So I'd ask you to support the motion and to get rid of the cynicism of the aggressive pull down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for that. Throw it open to the floor, please, Pamela.
Yep, so as for all these motions, if you just raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment. So we have one hand raised at the moment, and that's Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead and speak.
Hi, just on the pull down, because I'm a referee myself, you'd want to just make sure that it's educated well to the referees what's aggressive and what's not. And on top of that, it's the clubs are educated and managers on what's aggressive and what's not, because refs could receive a backlash as well at times if people think that something's aggressive and it isn't really. Like.
Okay, Sarah, can I just ask you to give us your unit?
Oh, Galway, sorry.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, any other speakers there, Pamela?
Yep, we have Jared McCarthy.
Okay, Jared.
Hello. Just there on that point, I would certainly like to support Sarah on that. I think education will have a major role to play in this, because the referee, depending on the point of the pitch he's at when this takes place, will have an awful lot of bearing. And this is where a lot of hassle that is caused on the field with arguing with referees and everything. I certainly would agree with Sarah that there's an education trail needed all the ways right down to the club, right down the whole way, if this is to be successful, because it will all determine on what point that the referee is at when it has happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Jared, can I just confirm that it's Jared McCarthy from Kerry? And just for the minute taking purposes, just a reminder that when you're speaking, if you can please use your name followed by your unit, it's just to help the minute taker. Kathleen, there's no other hands raised at this point.
Well, then we'll go back to Mary, the proposer. Mary, is there anything more you'd like to add?
Yes, just for the benefit of Sarah, she's told us she referees sometimes. This actual proposal came from the referees committee. This is something that they're looking for. So it would also, I suppose, have THTCs as well, because sometimes there's disputes as regards what's the red card, what was the red card and what wasn't. But I totally agree with Ger and with Sarah that education will be needed for the smooth running in of this new rule. But it is needed because a pull down versus an aggressive pull down, there's a big difference. And there's a big difference as regards our game. And so therefore I'd ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, go for a vote, please, Pamela, on both 12 and 13.
Thanks, Kathleen. So a poll will be launched on your screen now. If you can select yes, no, or abstain for motion 12, and yes, no, or abstain for motion 13. So we're currently at 86% of delegates have voted.
We'll hold off a little bit longer.
And we're up to 95.
There you go.
Are you happy to close at 95, Catherine?
Yeah, I would close it now if there's no further votes come in, Pamela.
Thank you. And Kathleen, if you are happy, we have the results available for motions 10 and 11.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Caroline will now share her screen.
So motion 10 is carried with a vote of 84 for and 16 against. So that's the pass. And motion 11 was carried again with a big majority, 91 for and only 9% against. So that is passed as well. So we're leaving that and going on now to motion number 14.
Yep.
And
so
this,
as before,
yep.
So as before, we're going to have to do motions 14 and 15 together. Just to vote together. So we'll discuss motion 14, then 15, and then we will take a vote together.
So motion 14 has been proposed by Hilda.
Thank you, Kathleen. I propose this motion to the floor of Congress. Motion 14 deals with Rule 10.3, and it deals with the abusive and threatening language or gestures. And it outlines, it expands on what these abusive, threatening language or gestures can be. Unfortunately, we see increasingly this behaviour creeping into our game. And it is most unfortunate that our rules need to now be amended to ensure that we can control this and we can stop this at the very earliest stages. There is no rule and there is no place in our game for this sort of behaviour. And in order to continue to grow our game and protect people and from all different communities who take part in our game, we are urging you to expand this rule number J on 10.3.
Thank you for that. Hilda, do you want to put it to the floor?
Yes, so as before, if anyone would like to raise their hand. There are currently no hands raised at this point, Kathleen. Oh, okay. Wait, we have one, sorry. Okay. Apologies, Kathleen. We have Jared McCarthy from Kerry.
Okay, Jared.
Hi there. Just on that rule there, yes, I think certainly it needs to be looked at and it also needs to be broadened because quite simply, a lot that's creeping into the game, there's a lot of things creeping into the game, but they're not being dealt with. But I do feel that if a player brings to the referee's attention of some remarks that are passed to them, but it's happening on sidelines, taking line balls, it's happening when we're standing over frees, and if they're bringing to the attention of the referee, a lot of them are turning their back to it. They're turning a blind eye to it. We've got to be fair. I'm up straight with it. It is happening. It has happened. It's not nice. No management team should go out to take another player out by vocal words or whatever. And I think there should be something more serious done with that. And certainly it needs to be tidied up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Any other speakers? Pamela?
Kathleen, there's no one else has their hand raised at this point.
Okay. Hilda, would you like to add anything else?
Just to clarify to Jared, while I wholeheartedly agree with him, this rule deals with it on the field of play. And I suppose our other rules deal with it from other aspects. And this is to strengthen the field of play rule. But I welcome Jared's support for this motion. And it is good to hear that our delegates are supportive of trying to stop this behaviour. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go straight then to motion 15, Pamela, please.
Yep, so motion 15 is on your screen now.
Okay, Niamh, would you like to propose this?
Apologies, and we're just going to unmute her now. There we go.
Thanks, Pamela. Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, I wish to propose the motion number 15 to the floor. This motion is housekeeping particularly. We don't currently address this foul in our rules, and while it is current practice by our referees to implement the penalty, we don't actually have it written down in our rule book. By introducing this motion, we propose to resolve this. I just want to urge delegates to accept this motion. It is a recommendation coming from our referees committee to regularise the anomaly that existed. Thank
Okay, thank you, Niamh. Anyone from the floor want to speak on it, Pamela?
There's currently no hands raised at the moment, Kathleen.
Okay, Niamh, would you like to add anything to your comments?
No, thanks, Kathleen.
Okay. Okay, Pamela, we'll put motion 14 and 15 for a vote.
Thanks, Kathleen. So on your screen now, you should get two polls again, motion 14 and motion 15. If you can vote yes, no, or abstain to both motions, please, and then click submit. We are currently at 92% of delegates have voted.
We'll give it another couple of seconds, Pamela. We usually have a last minute rush to get to 95 or 96.
We're at 94 at the moment. Are you happy to close that now?
I am happy to close it at that, Pamela, yes.
And if you're happy, we have the results of motions 12 and 13 ready for you.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just let the chair.
So 12 had a vote in favour, 79%, and those against 21%. So motion number 12 has been passed. Motion number 13 was a closer call. It had a yes vote of 68% and a no vote of 32%. Again, it has passed.
Okay, Kathy, we've got motion 16 now ready to be discussed.
Okay, that has been proposed by Geraldine.
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen. Again, Rule 11.2a, it's an amendment onto 11.2a. It is with the exception of the rule of free taking, and it basically says a player may choose to take a quick free from their hand if they are fouled into their own 45-metre line. Only the player that is fouled can take it from the hand, and it is an indirect free. And then the penalty is a throw-in from where the infringement occurred. Okay, so again, this rule is a new rule being added to 11.2, as I've already said. And the wording on the motion is self-explanatory, is that the player may choose to take a quick free from their hand if they're fouled. And only the player that is fouled, as I've already said, can take it. This motion is to help to speed up the game. If a team is well prepared, it can be used to the team's advantage. Any of the defenders can orchestrate the play and get the quick ball down the field to its forwards or centre field. The modern game of Camogie is gone so fast that I and all other players think that this rule would be advantageous to the game of Camogie. The game is used by players are very intelligent and thinking very quick. So I think this rule would suit the players of this day. So I ask you to support this motion, and the basic from this motion is to speed up the game. Thank you.
Catherine, there doesn't appear to be any hands raised about that motion either. Kathleen, you may be on mute there if you would like to unmute yourself. Kathleen, you...
Apologies, Pamela. Kathleen just had to step out for a second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just to let everyone know, we're going to take motion 16 and 17 together. So we'll just wait for Kathleen to return to finish off motion 16 before we move on.
If there's no speakers, I wonder, can we progress? To have
go
a
back to
discussion.
Geraldine to see does Geraldine want to add anything else before we close that one?
No, I don't want to add, but I just would ask people to support this motion. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Geraldine. If we could just bear with us just for a moment here until Kathleen returns before we discuss motion 17.
Thank you, Pamela. Or can we move? Could we move on to discuss it, or do we need to wait?
I think as far as we know, we have to wait for Kathleen to return as the chair of the meeting.
That's fine.
So if you just bear with us just for a couple of moments till Kathleen returns. She's just stepped away just for a moment.
Super, thank you.
We're actually going to ask Hilda as the Vice President to possibly stand in and introduce the next motion, please.
Thank you, Pamela. Motion 17 is relating to Rule 11.10. It is being proposed by Marion Graham and seconded by Kitty Morley.
So we will ask Marion Graham if she'd like to speak at this point. Okay, Marion, if you'd like to go ahead there. Marion, you're currently unmuted. If you could just make sure you're speaking into your microphone, we can't actually hear you. Okay, we'll try that again. We're just having a couple of technical difficulties here getting hold of Marion. So we'll try to unmute you again, Marion, if you would like to speak. Marion, if you can hear me, could you raise your hand just to see if it's difficulty with your microphone or if you're having difficulty connecting with us? So you've raised your hand, so we have unmuted you. We just can't seem to hear you. If you have headphones in, maybe if you take the headphones out and try using your laptop microphone. Can just bear with us just one moment here to try and see if we can get this sorted. We're now going to ask Niamh Kilmartin from Arcoya to maybe speak on the motion in place of Marion. So we'll just get you unmuted now, Niamh.
Thanks, Pamela. Thanks. I wish to formally propose the motion, motion number 16 to the floor. This is a trial rule introducing a quick free from the hand. The motion will allow a free from the hand from inside the players. Oh, apologies, I'm sorry, it's motion 17, not 16, sorry. I wish to formally propose motion 17 to the floor, apologies. This is clarity on a rule for deliberate delays to the sideline puck. The sideline delay is getting very common and it allows the referee to add on time. Thanks, Pamela.
Thanks, Geraldine. Niamh, sorry. Geraldine McGrath has her hand raised, so we'll just ask you to speak now then.
Oh, that's a mistake. Sorry, no. Okay, sorry.
Apologies. If anybody else would like to make any comments on motion 17, if you could raise your hand. There's no hands raised, so we, there's one hand raised now. We have Vincent Boyle.
Vincent Boyle, Antrim. I would be all on in favour of punishing time wasting, but I would like to, I think it should be added on to that instead of just a sideline puck. It should be for all frees and everything, because when you're at games, all you hear them shouting is, how long, ref? How long, ref? How long? So like, I think it should be for all frees, puck outs, everything. If they're taking too much time, it should be penalised for any time wasting. Thank you.
Thanks, Vincent. There's no other hands raised there, so we'll go back to Niamh as a proposer.
I've nothing further to add, Pamela. It's just, I suppose, it is. It's just deliberate for the delays to the sideline puck, and it can be extended further, I'm sure.
Thanks, Niamh. And we'll pass back over to Kathleen now then. Kathleen's back.
Sorry. Okay. All right, Hilda, thank you for that. Excuse me. Yes, if there are no other speakers apparent or visible, Pamela?
No, we've gone back to the proposer. So if you would like to just launch the voting for motion 16 and 17 together, please.
Okay, can you launch the vote, Pamela, please, for 16 and 17?
Thanks, Kathleen. So on your screen now, you will have two motions, motion 16 and motion 17. If you can vote yes, no, or abstain for both of these motions, and then make sure you click submit at the bottom. Okay, so we're on 85% so far. And we're at 92% now, so another few seconds.
Yeah.
And we're at 95%, Kathleen, so whenever you're ready to close, you let me know.
I'm happy enough to close at 95, Pamela.
Thank you. And Kathleen, if you're happy, we have the results ready for motions 14 and 15.
Yes, take those.
Okay, so Caroline once again will share her screen for you.
So for motion 14, there was a resounding 99% for and 1% against. So that was passed. And motion 15, again, we had a resounding 90% for and 10% against. So that passed also. So moving on to the next motion, Pamela.
Yeah, so we are moving on to motions 18 and 19 now. So once again, just because of the number of polls we're allowed to launch, 18 and 19 will be taken together.
Okay, Niamh, would you like to speak to motion 18 for me, please? Sorry, 16? No, we've got,
Thanks, Kathleen. It's motion 18, all right.
Motion 18, yeah.
I'm confusing myself, never mind anyone else. No, you're grand, Pamela. Thanks. I wish to formally propose motion 18 to the floor of Congress. This motion relates to the trial rule on the 20-metre free. The proposal is to enhance the safety of the goalkeeper during penalties and close frees, and to ensure a penalty is a real advantage to a team. This also brings the rule closely in line with hurling.
Okay, thank you for that, Niamh. Do you want to put it to the floor, please, Pamela? And if there's any speakers?
Okay, so if anyone would like to speak on this motion, if you could just raise your hand. There's currently no hands raised, Kathleen. Oh, we have one, sorry, we have Helen McAlevey. Oh, she's lowered her hand again. I think that was a mistake.
Okay, if there are no more speakers, have you anything else, Niamh, you'd like to add?
I don't. Excuse me. I don't, Kathleen, just to reiterate what previous speakers have said, these are trial rules being introduced to improve our game, and I'd urge the Floor Congress to vote with this, please.
Thank you, Niamh. Okay, Pamela, we'll go on to straight on to motion 19.
Yep, so motion 19 is on your screen.
So this is Mairead. Mairead, are you quite happy to propose and speak to this motion?
Good afternoon, I am indeed. I suppose looking at this rule, really there's three aspects that we have to look at it when we're trying to get this across the line. First of all, it's for safety. Second of all, it's to ensure that the penalty is a real advantage, and this is why it's significantly linked to motion 18, and it also brings it in closer in line to the GA rules. Firstly, for the safety reasons, it enhances the safety of the goalkeeper during penalties and close frees. And secondly, ensures that the penalty is a real advantage to the team that has been fouled. Often in games, it's sometimes easier to bring down the defender, and it's no real advantage. It's easier just to pull down the player, get a yellow card, and then there's 3 in a goal, and it's much more of an advantage to have 3 in a goal to try and save that. So there's more chance of it being saved. And this rule will put the advantage with the forwards. So, and also then it is bringing it closer in line to the J rules. And obviously that is going to be good for our game, and hopefully that referees will be more aware of this rule going forward. And so I really would urge delegates to pass this motion. And again, it is close and aligned closely with motion 18.
Thanks, Mairead. Do you want to open it to the floor, Pamela, please?
Yep, so once again, if anyone would like to speak, if they could just raise their hand. We currently have no hands raised at this moment, Kathleen, so maybe just give it another second.
Yeah.
No, there's no one has raised their hand for this motion.
Okay, go straight then to vote. Caroline or Pamela for 18 and 19, please.
Yep, so the poll has been launched onto your screen now, so motion 18 and motion 19 can be voted on. So yes, no, and abstain, and then make sure you submit for both motion 18 and 19. So we're currently at 89% of the delegates have voted.
We'll give it another moment or two.
And we're at 93% now.
We usually can hit the 95. Pamela, we'll give it 10 more seconds.
And we're at 94. And up to 95 now.
Okay, I think we can close. I think there's somebody's teasing us. 1 or 2 is just hanging in there to the last minute.
Thanks, Kathy. We'll close that now.
Yeah.
And we have the results ready for you for motion 16 and 17, if you would like those.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Caroline, I'll share the screen for you.
So motion 16 got 79% approval and 21% no, so that motion 16 has passed. Motion 17 got an 89 approval and 11% negative, so it also has passed.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. We're now on to motions 20 and 21. Once again,
those together?
They will be taken together. Yes, please.
Okay, so motion 20.
Apologies, just we're having a little bit of a technical. Hold on, we'll just get the playing rules up here.
Okay. Yeah, we're there. Deirdre, Deirdre Ulster, Chair.
Yes, Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
I'm making this proposal on behalf of Ford Curley to Congress is an amendment to playing rule 12.1, in that we want an amendment to strengthen the rule and to prevent any rucks. There's no player within 10 metres of a free taker. Actually, this is already in our rules in Rule 11.7, so it's not new to us, and it's just really for a good housekeeping and really to put it into the relevant section where it should be.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Deirdre, is there anyone wishing to speak to us from the floor?
So, yep, we have a hand raised here. It's, oh, no, it's gone back down again. No, at the moment, there's no hand raised on this one.
Okay, well, then we'll go direct to motion 21. Martin?
Okay, so just give us 1 second until we get him unmuted for you. Okay.
Okay, Martin.
Okay, Thrawn, I have the pleasure of, I think it's the last playing rule one, motion 21. It says that they're quick puck out. This motion was debated at Ard Corlia and got a good debate, but then we now have the benefit of having it trialed as well. And just quickly, but not to give people lots of figures, but the percentages are that on the trials, it was very successful and people wanted to see it brought into the games. So only 4% of people who were asked about it wanted to go back to the old rules. So we did get trialed in the championship, and no better place to do it than trial it there. So there was a 77% of people said that it worked well in championship games. So it gives me pleasure to propose motion 21.
Thank you, Martin, for that. Do you want to put it to the floor for any speakers? Pamela, please.
Yep, so if anyone would like to speak, if they just raise their hand. There are currently no hands raised at this point, Kathleen.
We'll go then directly to a vote for number 20 and 21.
Okay, so on your screen now you should see a poll being launched for motions 20 and 21. So as before, if you can just vote yes, no or abstain for motion 20, motion 21, and then select submit. Kathleen, after this vote, if you're happy, we're just going to hold off for 1 minute and provide you with the results of 20 and 21 just to allow us to change over presentations and things. So if everyone after this vote can just bear with us. We're at 93% at this stage, Kathleen.
Hold on, it'll be the 2% that come in.
And we're at 95 now.
Okay, close it.
Thanks, Kathleen. We're at 96%, so we'll close at 96%. So if everyone can just bear with us just for a couple of minutes, we're going to just change over to a different presentation for because that's the last of the playing rules. Oh, we have the results of 18 and 19 ready. So Caroline's going to share her screen now for 18 and 19.
So motion number 18 had the support of 88% of delegates and 12% voted against it. So that motion is passed. And motion 19 had 90% of support and 10% against, so it also has passed. Did you want
Thanks,
to wait?
Catherine. If we
and
can just
take
bear with us just
yeah.
for a few minutes, and then we'll get the results of 20 and 21 to before. So that's the end of
Before
the
we
play,
move
and also
on
we'll move
to,
yeah.
yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly, Pamela.
Thank you for your patience. We're just getting the results verified at the moment before we can share them. Just so all our results have been independently verified, just to make sure that everything is done according to the rules. Okay, Kathleen, Caroline is going to share her screen again with the results of motions 2021.
Thank you. So motion 20 had a 98% support and 2 against, so that one was carried very well. And motion 20 had the support of 89% of the delegates and 11% against. So that motion is also passed. Can I take one moment to say we have had an historical moment where we have introduced the trialling of rules in our game, and the process has been very, very effective, carried out with great diligence and work by everybody involved. And congratulations to the delegates for the support of the process. And we now have the rules that will be in place for the next 3 years before they'll be reviewed. Thank you, everybody. So we're now at the Anshorior Ufagal, part 1, and we're on motion 1, which is from Wicklow. And Breda, would you like to speak on this?
Thanks, Catherine. We'll just get Breda unmuted now for you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Breda, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. Well
Good
done
afternoon,
on the afternoon's. Well done on the afternoon's work so far.
Yes.
We have heard a lot to mention there about the evolution of the game and addressed it through the rules, which was very successfully done. But our motion about the definition of the term home club has more to do with the evolution of the playing membership of the association. We bring this motion to the virtual Congress floor with the intention of addressing what we see as unfairness and discrimination in the definition of the home club in our current rules as they stand. Currently, a girl joining a Camogie club to play at under 8 or less must wait 6 or 7 years before she can call her club her actual club. As an association, we should be embarrassed to explain this to a parent who has just handed over the club membership fee. If we stand back and look at the situation objectively, it's clear that such age-based discrimination is potentially contrary to the discrimination laws in the country at the minute, but it is definitely unfair. Now, let's have a look quickly at the situation for all players who are not entitled to home club status, who are all the players, and they're forming a bigger and bigger part of the association every year, which is fantastic. First of all, the association does not keep track of them if they change club or county for whatever reason. This in turn compromises their membership history in the association, which is available to all other members. Secondly, they these players can have and do have multiple identities within the association, mean we can't have a definitive record of their numbers, because when they move, they get another identity and on it goes. And thirdly, they're not guaranteed access to their personal accident insurance as other members are. If we continue to deny these players home club status, we continue to keep them in a very precarious situation that we as the association, we feel cannot justify. Please, I ask you I would add that I think none of those consequences were intended in the origination of this particular rule, but as the association has evolved and there's a bigger percentage of the playing population is of this age, this situation has arisen, and we would like to update it like as we have already done with the other rules this afternoon. Please support the motion and let us extend the full benefits of our association membership to all our members, regardless of age. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Breda. And your motion, of course, is seconded by Ivor Lahan. Do you want to open it to the floor, please, Pamela?
Yep, so if anybody would like to make any comments, if you could just raise your hand. Yep, so we have Niamh Kilmartin.
Okay. Go ahead,
and then
Niamh.
after Niamh, we have Melanie Nidam after that.
Okay.
Thanks, Pamela. I would like to speak against this motion. First of all, I would like to say that this is not about discrimination. This is about allowing children a choice. And I would remind delegates that if we pass this rule, it will mean that any child or every child will now need a transfer. And our grounds for getting a transfer within our rules are quite limited. A 4-year-old going forward will now need a transfer. And also, just one other point, we don't charge membership for our underage downwards. So we're going to govern them and bind them by transfer rules, even though we don't charge a membership fee. So I just ask the delegates to consider all of these points.
Thank you for that, Niamh. Melanie?
Yeah, thank you, Uachtaráin, Melanie Gwen Lochgorman. So I want to speak against the motion as well. I don't think this is anything about discrimination on the basis of age, and I wonder where that kind of thinking has come from on this. I would consider that we're very inclusive of membership, and particularly our underage membership. I want to support what Niamh Kilmartin has just said there, that there would actually be necessity for a child under the age of 12 to seek a transfer in the event that they decided, for whatever reason, that in the following year, perhaps having joined one club and been affiliated and named to that club, that they might want to move to another club, and that would necessitate a fairly stressful experience for the parents of that child. Transfers, as we know, under THC are tricky at the best of times, but they can be, you know, a parent may consider it's not worth the hassle, I'm not going to do it. And ultimately what would happen there is we lose the player and we lose the child. So I don't believe that it is a case of discrimination on the basis of age in any shape or form. And I would urge delegates to think about our other rules within which we are also bound, and the freedom of movement that children should have. There's plenty of evidence out there that says that children they need to try all sorts of different activities before they eventually find where they want to be. And we certainly shouldn't be trying to restrict that along the way. So I speak against the motion, and I want to support what Niamh has said there just before me.
There are no other hands raised, Kathleen, so if you want to take it back to the proposer.
Okay, we'll go back to Breda.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, Breda, go ahead.
Okay, no, very comments. I would point out that even within our own rules, the definition of a child is under 18. So if you take what they've said to its logical conclusion, we should have no transfers for anybody under 18. And obviously we do. So what's with 12? Where does 12 come from? It's not anything. the definition of a child is 18 in our current rules. I would also say that the issues around the transfer, that is an issue associated with taking our definition on board, our proposed new definition on board. But to us, that doesn't mean we shouldn't change the home club definition. It means we should change the transfer rules. I would also point out that it may be free for under-8s to join the Camogie Association, but it is not free for them to join a Camogie club. And this is what we're talking about here, their home club. So having said that, I consider more only push it to you that and ask for your support. I think it would make a very big difference to the association going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Rita. There are no other speakers, so can you put it to the floor for a vote, please, Pamela? Are we still taking them singly, or are we doing them in twos?
So motion 1 will be done by itself. So we'll take motion 1 now.
Thank you.
So the poll will be launched on your screen now. If you can vote yes, no, or abstain to motion 1. We're at 91% of delegates have voted now. And up to 93. And the magic 95, Kathleen.
Okay, close the vote, Pamela.
And we're at 96, so we'll close it now. Thanks, Kathleen.
Close it now. Oh, yeah. I have a few suspects. We're holding that count. Okay, will we go ahead with motion 2 and come back for the vote and the result of motion 1? So motion 2 is again proposed by Mary Carney and seconded by Patsy O'Keefe. Mary, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. This motion 2 concerns the recognition of the dual player and the Camogie Association's commitment to inclusion and to the promotion of female sport, Camogie and Gaelic games. And I suppose we acknowledge that both the Camogie Association and the LGFA are both striving to encourage more girls to play their sports. And this does present challenges in accessing facilities, scheduling. The Camogie Association have worked hard to try to manage it over the years, not always successfully, as we all know. But this motion strengthens our current association's objectives and core values in this regard, and we endeavour to support our current practice of supporting players to play Camogie and ladies Gaelic football where possible. I basically, anybody who saw last Thursday's Laochra na Gael programme, which involved Bríd Cochrane, could not have but have been just overwhelmed by the absolute brilliance of the player who won 18 All-Ireland medals and what they brought to both, what Bríd Cochrane and all the other two players bring to both associations. So I suppose I'm not saying that this motion that's before you will be an instant panacea for all our ails, but it sets our aims and our commitment and objectives firmly in our rule book. And I think that's important because if we pull together both associations regarding the dual player, we'll make progress. If we pull against one another, we won't make progress. So I'd ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mary. Do you want to put it to the floor for speakers, please, Pamela?
Yep, so we have Vincent Boyle from Antrim has his hand raised.
Yes,
okay,
Vincent Boyle from Antrim here. Last year when we had Congress, this was talked about at that time and it's been discussed again. To recognise the role of a dual player, as far as I'm concerned, the Gaelic, the Camogie Association does recognise the role of a dual player. To make it a new rule, I think you can't do it. It's more of a recommendation, the same as it was before. It's not. How are you going to make it a rule? It's more of a recommendation that we accommodate and recognise dual players, and that's what we've been doing. Unless the LGFA and the Camogie Association come together and draw up a rule among themselves to say, here, we're going to let you have to work out the fixtures better, work dual clubs where girls are playing Camogie and ladies football in the one club. You just have to try and come together and come to some agreement, make it a rule. You do that. It's only a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vincent. Any other speakers, Pamela?
Yep, we have Ailish Whitty from Wexford, and then we have Melanie Newdon after that.
Okay, Ailish.
Hello, Ailish Whitty here, Loch Ormond. I think in general, we all agree with the sentiments around this. About the vision and inclusiveness and all that goes with it, which is fine on one hand. On another hand, I'm inclined to agree with Vincent there. Rules are an explicit group, really, of regulations, which allows the association to govern. I would have concerns around how this is going to be enforced as a rule and whether it should be in our rule book. Thank you.
Thank you, Ailish. Melanie?
Yeah,
apologies, Kathleen. Apologies. Wexford have already been represented, so we have to move on, and we go to Jim Shanahan.
Okay, sorry about that. Jim, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. You should also note that Dublin have the next two motions coming in behind this, and that should the Ardcora motion be successful, we're happy to withdraw our two motions because they pretty much cover the same ground. This is really meant to be a soft motion. It's a motion to get something on the table, to send a message to our players that we're open to discussion. There's a seat at the table. By Ardcora introducing this motion, it's visionary, it's proactive, it's progressive, it's inclusive, it's leadership. It puts all the right comments out there to let everybody know that we want to retain our players. We keep talking about the Gaelic family, and this is endeavouring to, keep relations within our Gaelic family. So I'd be asking units to vote for this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else there?
Yeah, we have Rosemary Hughes-Mary, and then we have Dennis Lenihan after that.
Okay, Rosemary.
Hi, Rosemary Hughes-Mary from Ulster here. I would actually be encouraging people to vote for this, because can you imagine the media backlash if this motion fails? There's going to be a very bad outlook on the Camogie Association for failing to recognise the dual player. So I think the consequences of this failing would be very grave on the association. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosemary. Who is the other speaker, Pamela?
And we have Dennis Lenihan.
Dennis?
Yeah, hello, yeah, can you hear me?
Hello, Dennis, yes.
Yes, okay, yeah. No, I agree with most of the speakers, for and against on it, but I think as a rule, there has to be some meat on it, and I think, like, you're looking at that, I think it looks to me as a recommendation, like, for to have, some meat around that rule, you have the Camogie Association and the LGFA have to sit down and put their conditions on that. But at the moment, I'm looking at it, I can only see it as a recommendation, and I can see probably some issues with counties down the road in laying out schedules, fixtures, all that kind of stuff for dual players. You put that in as a rule, there has to be some meat on it. So I can only see a recommendation for them on them 3, 2, 3, and 4. So again, thanks.
And next up, Kathy, we have Jared McCarthy from Kerry.
Okay, hello, thank you for the time. I certainly go along with Dennis from Tipperary, but I certainly support the coming from Kerry. We are here in a very strong football county, and our ladies, we're trying to keep our girls and encourage them to play both. But certainly I do agree with Dennis that there has to be a bit of more strength in this arrangement, because if we're talking about money all into the 1J family down the road, I'm sure there's other avenues that will have to be looked at as well. So I certainly would think that there should be a bit more like reassuring, because look, we will have to make fixtures down here shortly. We will have to base out fixtures here for Camogie, and I know we've only 8 clubs, but the first thing we have to do is we have to base them around the ladies football down here for under right up. So I think a bit more clarity of what could be put in place, I think, is very important. But I certainly would support the dual play.
Okay, thank you, George. Any further speakers, Pamela?
Yep, we have Audrey Carr from Galway, and then we have Hilda from Arcoya.
Okay, Audrey?
Hi, I would definitely agree with the sentiment of it, but I'm not sure it could be an enforceable rule. I suppose the rule says in partnership with the LGFA, in order for it to be to widespread, it would have to be in both codes, in both rule books of both associations. I don't see any benefit that it being on our rules and not on the LGFA's, but I would definitely support more coordinated work in relation to fixtures and supporting the dual players.
Okay, thank you, Audrey. And who else?
It was Hilda next, and then we go to Breda Donnelly.
Okay, Hilda.
Thank you, Kathleen. I would like to highlight to Congress delegates that this rule sits in section 2.2 of our rule book, which is about a visionary. It's about our aims and our goals. It is not about hard and fast rules. It is about a partnership and taking a lead. We can only do what we can do as a Camogie Association. We cannot ensure that others will also come to the table, but it is important as a Camogie Association, we lead and we come to the table. And I would urge delegates to consider the dual player. It is in conjunction with the LGFA, and I would urge you to look at this as a visionary and a partnership going forward for our players.
Thank you for that, Hilda. Any other speakers, Pamela?
Apologies, we have Breda Donnelly next.
Okay, Breda.
Breda appears to have lowered her hand.
Okay.
We also have.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Breda.
Sorry, I'm still here. I would like to support this motion, and I think it would be a very forward-thinking move. I support what Hilda said there, and also what Jim said earlier on. I would point out that it is an aspiration, but you have to start somewhere. And we have other rules already in the rule book that are aspirational. And as Jim pointed out, some meeting recently, for example, there's a rule there that says we have to fly the tricolour at matches. That doesn't always happen. And there's nothing happens. There's no consequence. We aim to do it. It's not always possible. And this is in similar vein. So I would support the motion.
Thank you, Breda, for that. Any more speakers?
Apologies, Kathleen. The only person left is Jenny Byrne, but unfortunately Dublin have already been represented, so we can't allow a second speaker.
Okay, we'll go back then. Mary, the proposer, is there anything else you'd like to add, Mary?
Apologies, we just need to unmute again.
Good afternoon, Mary.
Okay, I'm back online, am I?
You are?
Yes, you're back.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. I'm just saying that it was previously said by the Uachtaráin Tuffa that this particular rule does come under the objectives and values of the association. And in 22B already, we have our 22C, we have work in partnership with the wider Gaelic Games family. So we're moving up on that. And as I say, these are as regards our strategic directives where we want to go. And it's important, if I could refer to what my friend from Wicklow said there, yes, we fly the tricolour, but we use the same language as we use in this motion as far as practicable, because there isn't always a tricolour at a field. And sometimes it isn't always practical if, you know, that matches will clash because there's only so many Sundays, there's only so many fields. But the mainstay of this motion is that we work together in partnership, the LGFA and ourselves, and that's part of our memorandum of understanding, basically to iron out as many difficulties as we can. I noticed from the reports, Ulster are way ahead of us. They're working in partnership with the LGFA on development issues, and I know they have a lot of one clubs up there, and similarly in some parts of Leinster. So it's up to us to take on, you know, to take this on board, and then to have it cascade down.
My apologies, I'm going to have to step in, but with the rules of the standing orders, I'm going to have to actually ask you to stop speaking at this point. That has been 2 minutes. As a final proposer, apologies for that.
I never ran over my time before. I apologise.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Mary. As there are no more further speakers, can you put it to a vote for me, please? Now, as you're putting it to the vote, I'm sort of thinking out loud. If the situation is that Dublin are willing to withdraw their motions, do we skip forward?
If you're happy enough, Kathleen, if we can just take a breather for 1 minute in between, we'll be able to get motions 1 and 2 results. Okay, so if we'll launch the poll now for motion 2, and then when the results close, if you just give us a minute, we'll be able to give you results of 1 and 2 together.
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll launch the poll now. And we're at 87% at the minute, so 87% of delegates have voted. And now we're at 94. We're at 96 now, Kathleen.
Okay, close it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so if you can all just bear with us just for a couple of minutes, and we'll get the results verified, and then we will give you the results for motion 1 and motion 2 together, as that will impact on motion 3 and 4. So just bear with us now, just 1 more minute, and we're just getting the results verified, and we will have motion 1 and 2 with you any minute. After we give you the results of 1 and 2 together, then we will open it up to Dublin for motion 3 and 4. Okay, Caroline's going to share her screen now with the results of motion 1 and 2. And Kathleen, you're just muted there if you would like to take us through motion 1 and 2. Apologies, folks, if you could just give us a minute to get Kathleen's mic unmuted for her there. Okay, Kathleen, you're good to go now.
Okay, so the motion 1, had a yes of 39%, or sorry, of 35%, and a no of 69. So that motion has failed.
So that was 65% there for no.
65. Sorry, what did I say? I'm getting tired, Pamela.
69, yeah. You're okay.
Okay. 65. Okay, need bigger print. And this time the motion 2 got an approval of 81% and 19% against. So motion 2 has passed. And if I am reading the situation that Dublin had agreed, if the motion 2 passed, that they were withdrawing motion 3. Am I correct in that?
So we need to go to the proposer of motion 3.
Okay.
So Jenny Byrne.
Hello, Jenny.
Sorry, we'll just get her unmuted for you now, Kathleen.
Ansha.
Yep, Jenny.
Hi, yeah, Dublin will formally withdraw motion 3 and 4 based on motion 2 passing.
Okay, thank you for that, Jenny. And that moves us on to motion 5, which is an Ard Corley motion. And can I ask Patsy, could you speak to that, please?
Yes, Kathleen. Yes, Kathleen, thank you. I was just unmuting there, Pamela. Sorry. Yeah, so motion 5 is basically an amendment to Rule 4.2.2, effectively bringing forward the registration date by 1 month. It's worded differently there to what I'm looking at here on the booklet. Okay, 31st of March being 7. No, sorry, it's not. It's okay. Bringing forward the registration date by 1 month from the 30th of April to the 31st of March. And the purpose of the motion is to bring the Camogie Association affiliation and registration in line with that of the GA and the LGFA. In other words, to line up the registration dates across the entire Gaelic Games family. And the motion was agreed as part of the ongoing AINTAS work, which is the kind of integration work that's going on across the associations. Aligning the three Gaelic Games associations more closely in terms of their registrations dates. The motion will simplify the administration for our units, providing a single registration date for Gaelic Games. And it's particularly relevant, obviously, for those in one club situations. And just to highlight for the delegates, that a similar motion was approved by the LGFA at their Congress in 2020. So I'd recommend the motion to Congress.
Thank you for that, Patsy. Geraldine has seconded that. Do you want to open it to the floor, please, Pamela?
Yep, so if anybody has any comments to make, you would just raise your hand. And we currently have no hands raised on that one, Kathleen.
Okay,
and Kathleen, I'm just going to let you know that we're going to take motions 5 and 6 together.
Okay, so we'll go straight to motion 5. That was motion 5. Motion 6. Do you want to do a vote on 5 first? No, you're happy enough. That's okay.
No, we'll do 5 and 6 together.
Okay, Geraldine, would you like to speak to motion 6?
I will, Kathleen, thanks very much. This motion proposes to remove the rule that is not effectively used and has been superseded by a new way of supporting clubs. At the moment, all new clubs are eligible for a start-up grant of 1,500 once they set up and they meet the criteria set out. Say in 2020, 7 new clubs claimed this grant, and then in already 2021, 7 new clubs are in the process of registering for it. And this is much more advantageous every way to the county board and to the new club that's starting up, as 1,500 will be much more benefit to them than the membership what the old rule proposed us. So I'd ask you to support this motion as it's more beneficial to the new club and to the county board. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. Patsy has seconded that. Do you want to throw that open to the floor, please, Pamela?
Yep, so once again, if you'd like to raise your hand, if you'd like to make any comments. There's no hands raised at this point, Kathleen.
Okay, go for a vote then for 5 and 6, please, Pamela.
Thank you. So on your screen, a poll will be launched for motion 5 and motion 6. So if you can once again just vote yes, no, or abstain for both motion 5 and motion 6, and don't forget to press submit. Okay, we're at 88% of the delegates have voted. And we're at 92% now, Kathleen.
Another few minutes, we should make 95. Okay, Pamela, what are we at now?
We're still at 93%, 94 now. Are you happy to close it? Oh, there we have 95 now. Happy to close it now.
I think that's John Weir in Westmeath. Close the vote now.
Thanks, Kathleen. Kathleen, we're going to move on and take motion 7 and 8 together now, if you're happy enough.
Perfect.
Get those results
yes. So motion 7 is basically quite straightforward. Patsy is proposing that, and Marion Graham from Ard Corley seconded. So Patsy, do you want to say a few words on that?
Yeah, there's not much more to add to this one, Kathleen. This is similar to motion 5. It's changing the registration date from the 30th of April to the 31st of March. It has some additional wording in there, basically in relation to international units and educational units, which says that the motion further sets out the formal registration of players in education in international units to enable the association to collaborate with those units to grow and develop participation and invest in development initiatives for international units and educational councils.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Patsy, thank you for that. Anyone want to speak to it from the floor, from the delegates?
Yep, we have Mairead Ní Bhealán, who would like to speak.
Okay, Mairead.
Hello.
Hi, Mairead.
Mairead Ní Bhealán. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, Mairead Ní Bhealán, Corley Camogie near von Scollin Shop. We in the Corley Camogie and near von Scollin have absolutely no objection to this rule. A number of years ago, we actually looked to have our players included on the online registration system, but we were told after some investigation was done that it was not workable and too expensive. So all we're wondering is what has changed? Because if nothing has changed and this rule is brought in and we find we therefore can't be part of the online registration system, are all our players illegal? That's a question we have, and we'd like to know before we decide whether we're going to vote or not, because we are in favour of it. We looked for it a number of years ago. It was something we would like to have, but that's the answer we got. Sinna méid de talaragam.
Okay, thank you for that. If there are any other speakers before I respond to Mairead?
Yep, there is Annie Redmond from North America.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah. Good afternoon, Annie.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning here.
Oh, it would be morning, of course it would. Good morning, Annie.
Got my alarm for 2:30 this morning.
Oh, bless you.
I just had I know this was brought up the last Congress there in the fall about the dates, and I think the direction I was given. So our home-based deadlines say, and our registration is April 30th. Now I know it says international boards are changing it to the 31st of March. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, that when I brought this up last time, they said that there would be not an exception, I suppose, from Ard Corley about this for us, that we would still be able to do April 30th as our home-based deadline. Which is when we pay our registration fees. That's what we pay North America. All clubs in North America is April 30th across the board.
Okay, the new phone system basically is an effort to bring consistency to and equality of registration, Annie, to all the codes. I cannot answer you, to be honest, on what exactly the arrangements the GAA have with North American clubs, but I can't respond other than to say I'm unclear on what the situation is. Hilda, are you any clearer on this?
We have a few other people with their hands up. Catherine, if you'd like to go to them first, maybe.
Okay.
We have Melanie Gwynn from Wexford, first of all, and then we have Maria Callahan after that.
Okay, Melanie.
Gurmaga Tuthron, Melanie Gwyn, Lochgarman. So as my colleague Mairead just pointed out there, I think it's certainly a step forward in the right direction to open up registration and to recognise players who may play in their schools at second level or in their HEI at higher education level, but that may either have started in club and not played with, up to most recently. But I do wonder, Kathleen, in terms of, has this really been thought through? Because within our registration system and within our categories for membership, I don't see a mechanic there that might enable this. So to give an example, there might be a girl playing in a school on a post-primary school team who may not play with a club. Okay, that can happen. Equally, at the higher education level, there may be a girl who plays with the university or the college team, but who may not play with a club. So ordinarily, people would be registered to their club and you would expect that there would be continuity there, but there are always exceptions. And I think that's probably the point Mairead was making earlier on. We would like this to be the case, but I'm not sure that the current system will allow for it to happen. So it's a consideration maybe to think about. I do think it's a very good and a positive step forward. So the idea behind it is certainly, to be applauded, if anything, but I'm wondering about the actual setup we have as to whether it's enforceable.
Okay. My understanding, Melanie, is that there will be a facility on the new registration system to allow us to do that. It's actually something that I've been very keen on, because we also have an awful lot of people involved in our schools that we have no idea who they are. We have no idea what their qualifications are, if any. And it's very much for the to improve the camogie situation for our players in schools and for our teachers, because I'm very aware that there are many teachers who are dealing and working with our girls and working and with developing camogie who are not registered and have no access. But my understanding is the new system should allow for all of that. And
thanks,
I
Kathy.
beg to be corrected.
Maria Callahan, and then we'll have Angela O'Murray after that.
Okay, Mairead.
Mairead Callahan, coming to Munskull. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mairead, loud and clear.
Just on a point of clarification, really, Kathleen, I'm assuming this does not affect coming to Munskull girls. There is no way we could register the number of children that we will have playing. But most of all those children, they play under the Coming to Munskull umbrella, and we're an autonomous body, even though we are an associated, an affiliated, we'll say, link with you. So we have no problem paying our affiliation, whatever, but I'm assuming that this will not apply to our girls in the primary schools. Sinead.
Thank you, Mairead.
And next we have Angela O'Murray.
Hi. One of the challenges we have here as an international unit is that we previously had used service support in terms of registering all our players. Now I know that system is now changed to foreign, but in terms of the requirements that we have from a document storage capability, the new system is not going to meet those requirements. So we're in the process of reactivating another membership system, registration system that we had in place. Now, I'm assuming we could print a list once the registration is in place and send that off, but in terms of using the same electronic registration system, that won't be feasible.
Thanks. And can I just confirm that Angela O'Murray is the Canadian
Canada, sorry.
Canada, yeah.
Sorry, just for minute taking purposes.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just hand you over to Sinead, who may be able to bring more clarity than I have. Can you give Marie a voice, or Sinead the voice there, Pamela?
Yeah, Sinead should be able to speak now. Yeah. Great, thank you. Thanks everyone for those questions. Yeah, the issues from an education point of view are across the Camogie Association and LGFA. So since early 2019, we've been working with the GAA on how we can bring the new system into line and do what we needed to do. So thank you for the support as mentioned by Mairead and Melanie. So it is a new system, and that's why it's possible. There is a mechanism being put in place to support our players who are in schools who are not registered currently in a club, and it's not currently live as in today, but it will be live in the coming weeks and months to make sure that we can facilitate our education members. With regard to the international units, we are aware, and again, it's an issue across GAA, LGFA and the Camogie Association, that a number of our international units, for various reasons, may not be able to use the foreign system, but that they do have an online approved, recognised system which the GAA IT facility are happy to support and engage with. So we will be able to have a process in place for that. But where possible, we would encourage units to utilise the foreign system. But where that, and I know Canada and the US particularly have something different in place, so that they will be able to be facilitated through this. And just to be clear, the motion, the registration for the education units will remain the same, and so that the affiliation piece would remain the same. If the registration system is particularly applying to second level schools, to second level managers and mentors, and to the third level education players. Hope that clarifies. Okay, Catherine, there's no further speakers. If you'd like to take it back to the proposer, please.
Okay, go back to Patsy. Do you want to add any more to it, Patsy?
Yeah, just clarify, Kathleen. I mean, Sinead has given some of the technical detail there. Brendan McCabe, our finance manager, has just been in contact with me as I was listening to the questions. And basically, I think the new firm registration system caters for most of the concerns when eventually rolled out that have been expressed. And he particularly said too that the registration system will definitely cater for the registration of post-primary registrations. So that's really all I can add to that. I suppose at its most fundamental level here, this is trying to align all the dates across all the units of the association between April and March.
Okay, thank you for that, Patsy. And as there can't be no more speakers, Pamela, will you put it to a vote?
Catherine, we're going to have to take motion 7 and 8 together, please. So if we just move on and discuss motion 8, please.
Motion 8, that's you again, Patsy?
Yeah, well, there's nothing more to be said here. This is Rule 5.4, Kathleen, and the explanations for this are exactly the same as they were for motion 5, which is the alignment of the registration dates across all the Gaelic Games family.
Okay, thanks for that, Patsy. And Marion seconded it. Are there any speakers from the delegates?
Not at this moment in time. No, there's no hands raised at all there.
Okay, then go for a vote, Pamela, for 7 and 8.
Okay, yep, there'll be a poll that should be on your screen now. And if you can vote for motion 7 and 8. Okay, so can you vote yes, no, or abstain to motion 7 and motion 8, and then don't forget to click submit. And we're at 81% of the delegates have voted so far. And we're at 92% now. And now we're at 94.
And then
Kathleen, we're at 94, and are you happy to close at that?
close at that. Yep.
Thank you. We have
Sorry,
we have
Pam.
the motions. We have the motions available, or the results available for motions 5 and 6.
Okay.
And would you like?
Thank you.
Okay, Caroline will share her screen now.
Motion 5 had 83% yes and 17% no. So motion 5 has passed. Motion 6 had 88% in favour and 12% opposed. So it also has passed.
Okay, Kathleen, if you're happy, we're going to move on and do motions 9 and 10 together.
Perfect, that's fine.
I'll just get the slide ready for you. There's motion
Again,
9.
that is an Ard Corey motion, and Marion is proposing it and Hilda has seconded it. So Marion. Hello, Marion.
We had some technical difficulties earlier on with Marion, so I'm not sure whether her microphone is working.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Oh, there we go.
I'm back. Thank you, Kathleen. I want to propose this motion, please. And this motion is proposed to provide clarity in Ontario Figul and the official rule in relation to the Uachtaráin Tougher role on county boards in the year following their election. And this helps to make the position for the incoming chairperson as painless as possible and gives plenty of experience to the elected Cathaoirleach Tuffa. So I would ask counties to support this. It's just to keep in line with the national body.
Thank you, Marion. Do you want to open up to the body of delegates, Pamela?
Yep, so if you'd like to raise your hand, if you'd like to make a comment. There are currently no hands raised to that one, Kathleen.
Okay, go on to motion 10.
Yes.
Sorry.
Will I go ahead?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, yep.
Yeah, well, motion 10 is basically the same as motion 9. And again, its promotion is to propose to provide clarity in Ontario Figul on the official rule in relation to Uachtaráin Tougher role on provincial councils in the year following their election.
Thank you, Marion. And again, seconded by Hilda. And Pam, are there any speakers from the delegates?
No, at this point, nope, there are no hands raised.
Okay, I'll go directly for a vote then.
Okay, so we will release the poll for 9 and 10. So if you can vote yes, no, or abstain to motion 9 and 10 on your screen, and then click submit. Okay, so we're currently at 84% of the delegates have voted. And 90% have now voted.
What are we at now, Pamela?
92% now. And
Okay.
93. Are you happy to close at 93%?
Close at 93, Pamela.
Thank you. Okay, if you're happy, we now have the results for motions 7 and 8 available.
Thank you.
Okay, so Caroline will share her screen again now.
So it was a 76% in favour and a 24 against, so motion 7 has passed. And motion 8 had an 81% in favour and 19% against, so that also has passed.
So Kathleen, we're going to move on now to motion 11, and it's taken on its own.
Okay, motion 11 is Lord Corlea motion on trustee and GA members. So Hilda, can you speak to this motion as Martin is seconding it?
I second the motion.
Thanks, Martin.
Thanks, Kathleen. I propose motion 11, which is one of our last motions. People will be pleased to know. So we only have a couple left on relating to Rule 10.2 to the floor. Motion 11 deals with the trustee, and it also deals with the GA Custody Banishee representative. The trustee changes from a 4-year term to a 3-year term, and it puts it in that there is 2 terms, which is in total 6 years. This is in line with a number of governance initiatives, and it also corresponds to a maximum term that we have on other officerships of 5 years. So I propose that in relation to the trustee role. The second element of this rule is to allow for a nominee from the GA Custody Banishee representative is an ex officio member of our Corla. 3 years ago, an MOU was signed, and as part of the MOU, the GAA extended the hand of friendship to both the Camogie and the LGFA by including our Arts Johor and our Uachtaráin on their Custody Banishee and on their our Corla. This puts in line a reciprocal arrangement which includes the GA Custody Banishee representative to sit on the Ard Corla. That is a non-voting position on the Ard Corla, and it is there to facilitate closer alliance between us all, and also to provide some guidance and governance and some information when required. I would urge delegates to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. Do you want to put it to the floor for comment, or Pamela, please?
Yep, so as always, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. There are currently no hands raised for that motion.
Okay, Pamela, are we taking this as a single?
Yep, so this is going to be taken on its own.
Okay, just checking. Okay, Pamela, if you want to, or sorry, Hilda, do you want to repeat anything or add more?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, and put it for a vote then, please, Pamela.
Okay, so on your screen you should see the poll has been launched, so yes, no, or abstain to this one. And we have 89% of delegates have voted.
Another couple of seconds. Okay, what are we at, Pamela?
92%. Are you happy to close at 92%?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we're at 94, so we're closing it at 94. Okay, the results for motion 9 and 10 are available, so Caroline will once again share her screen.
And the vote for motion 9 was 86 for and 14 against, so that has passed. And motion number 10, 88 in favour and 12 opposed, so that also has passed.
Okay, so we're into our last few motions now, and we are moving on to motion 12.
This is a motion from Cork, and we have Mairead O'Donovan who is proposing this, and Arena Foley who is seconding it. So is Mairead, are you speaking on it?
Mairead Donovan from Cork Camogie. I'm
Thanks,
proposing motion 12 on rule 18.2.
Do you want to go ahead and speak to the motion, Mairead?
Want Arena to second it?
Well, yeah. we've taken it as second, but if you want to go through the procedure, that's fine.
Okay, so I suppose really the rule is long. It's a date change. We are looking for the AGM to be extended by a week. We find it's an extremely busy time. I'm sure it's the same in other counties. There's nothing but county finals, championship matches, closing out the season. It doesn't give volunteers very much time to attend to other business matters. So even a week does give the opportunity for clubs to breathe, take a minute, get themselves ready, and then have their AGM. We just feel it's quite rushed with November the 15th, and it's an easy date to miss out on. So we are just looking for the extension of 1 week for clubs.
Okay, Red. Dorena, do you want to add anything to that? Or do you want to go straight to the floor?
Yeah, we'll go straight to the floor if anybody. So we have Brendan Williams.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Brendan. Go ahead.
Right. I just want to make a point. It is absolutely nothing to do with whether this motion is passed or not, but just to make you aware that the academic year in schools is out of phase by 5 months with the calendar year. And just to make the point, it's to do with Part C of the motion. As I said, it's unaffected by this current proposal. The third weekend in January, it means you'll be getting the report from the previous year, previous academic year, because we're in the middle of the current one. So just to let you know that the report will be 5 months out of phase.
Okay, that's something we might look at in the future, Brendan.
Brendan, could I just ask you to confirm your unit, please? Just for minute taking purposes. Brendan, if you could just confirm the unit you're representing just for minute taking purposes.
Apologies, Irvon Scullman.
Lovely, thank you.
Any other speakers from the floor?
Nope, there are no other hands raised at this point. Nope.
Okay, is there anything, Red, you'd like to add further?
No, again, it's just giving the clubs the opportunity to improve their administration, to improve their governance, to provide their club members with quality AGMs. And just that extra week, you'd be surprised what a difference it can make to a volunteer's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mairead. Okay, and you want to put it for a vote, please, Pamela?
Yep, so we will launch the poll now. So if you can once again vote yes, no, or abstain. And we have 88% of the delegates who voted so far. And we're at 93% now.
$94.
Oh, we're still at 93, I'm afraid.
Okay, I think you could close it.
And we're
out.
at 94.
There you go.
So we'll close it at 94.
Thank you, Pamela.
Caroline's going to share her screen again now with the results of motion 11.
And motion 11 got an approval of 94% in favour and 6% against, so that motion was passed. Motion 11.
Okay, and we're now going to move on to motion 13, which will once again be taken on its own.
Again, it's Cork. Again, it's Marion McCarthy who is proposing this, and Mary Bulger, who is seconding it. So, Marion, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yeah, sorry, we're just trying to get Marion on mute.
Hi, Kathleen. Can you hear me?
Got you, Marion.
Thanks, Kathleen. The reason Cork are proposing this change to the 31st of October because we feel accounts ended the 30th of September are not a true account of the finances for the playing season of that year. I'm sure, like many other counties, October is a very busy month for Cork. It's a time when we play many of our county finals, and the income and expenditure for this month is not reflected in the finances of that year. Changing to the 31st of October would align accounts to club and county board playing season. Thanks, Kathleen.
Thank you, Marion. Would Mary like to add anything to that before I put it to the floor?
No, Kathleen, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, Pamela, are there any speakers from the floor? Delegates?
No, not at the moment. There's no hands raised.
Okay.
No hands been raised in that one.
Marion, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, Kathleen, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go for a vote, please, Pamela.
Okay, if you just give us just one moment, just bear with us. I'm just updating the poll, just 2 seconds.
It's okay.
Did you get the vote, Jude?
Okay.
I'm sorry, if you just be patient with it just 1 minute and we'll get the poll released now.
So the first thing we want us to do is to vote on motion 13, Pamela.
So motion 13, you can now vote on motion 13 now. You can vote yes, no, or abstain. And don't forget to click submit. So we have 87% of delegates have voted so far. And we're at 93% now. So whenever you're happy to close, Kathleen.
I'm happy to close.
Okay, so we're closing the vote at 93%. And I'm going to let Caroline share her screen again for motion 12.
Motion 12 had 82% of delegates supporting it and 18 against, so motion 12 was passed. Well done, Cork.
Okay, so we are left with now motion 14 and 15 left to vote on. We're going to take 14 and 15 together on the same poll. So I'll pass over to you now, Kathleen.
Yeah. Deirdre, are you happy to speak on this motion?
So we'll just get her unmuted now for you, Kathleen.
Right, thank you, Kathleen. Yes, I'm making this proposal on behalf of Ward Carley is to seek an amendment to Rule 31.6. This is where a player has not played competitive camogie at a club or a county level for a period of 3 years or more. And the purpose of this is the requirement is this rule change would be where it's been identified to enable players to return to our sport after an extended absence, such as players, and also to consider the return to camogie as supporters, mentors, coaches and officers, etc.
Thank you for that, Deirdre. Do you want to pass it to the floor, Pamela?
Yep, so if anyone has any comments, if you could just raise your hand. And just allow a moment to raise your hands. Yep, so we have a hand raised. We have Deirdre Canning-Mitchell from Galway.
Hi, Deirdre. Do you want to go ahead and speak? Hello, Deirdre.
So we're just going to try and get her on to unmute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Gotcha. Yep.
Sorry, hello, how are you all? I just want to speak on this because been involved with transfers and stuff in disciplinary for the last couple of years. The 24-month is gone, and now I see it's been increasing to 3. Now I know Deirdre was after saying there it's to do with bringing back players, but where are we going for the player that is falling out with the club, 14, 15-year-old or mentor or whatever? They have no way of transferring with the way the rules stand at present. I think it needs to be looked into. I know on this one it's 3 years, but I think it's going the wrong way. It's backwards. We should be going. I think if a player should have some option of transferring or getting out, but there's no option there at the moment with the way our rules are. Okay, thanks.
Okay. We then have Maria Donovan from Cork.
Go ahead, Mairead.
Sorry, Maria Donovan, Cork. Yeah, just felt in Cork that we are trying to encourage players to stay. We are trying to encourage players to play. We are trying to. Our whole ethos is, enhance to stay, empower to stay. We are trying to build up their confidence, and then we say to players, we don't know what's going on in anybody's personal life. Disagreements happen, part of life. There was 24 months there, and if somebody was willing to suck it up for 24 months and then go and play camogie, we should have taken advantage of that. We took that option away. Now it's extremely difficult to get transfers. Now we're bringing something back in, but we're adding an extra year onto it, so it's 36 months. I think we have to really review and encourage people to stay and to play. There are so many other sports out there without these restrictions, and it's very easy to join them and go to play them. And we are losing players. So I do think it's very important. I understand that there needs to be legislation and there needs to be governance, but it needs to be governance that's taking players' personal situations into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mairead, for that.
Okay, we have Vincent Boyle from Antrim, and then we have, after that, we have Jared McCarthy from Kerry.
Okay, Vincent.
Yes, Vincent Boyle from Antrim. My question is, was the old system not working? Why do we have to change it to go to 3 years? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And who's the next speaker?
Jared McCarthy from Kerry.
Jared.
Okay, hello, yeah. I just would like to support Deirdre's sentiments there, and she would have had a first hand on it. And I think instead of making it very hard for players that have some issues in clubs, which will happen, it's just life, that's it. I think we should have a system that's a bit more easier and fairer to keep them playing. And if they want to move to club, the very best to look them, because it can have a very mental effect on a player as well. So I would go a long way in supporting Deirdre there in that it's very important that there is a very sensible option and solution. Nobody knows what goes on in the next person's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared, for that.
Okay, next we have Geraldine Clark from Monaghan, and then we'll follow that with Angela O'Murray.
Okay, Geraldine.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Geraldine.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to support what was said by previous speakers. I think Vincent asked the question, was what's there not working? And I suppose my question is, what is there? What's stated here is transfers are not necessary from one club to another in another country if the player has not taken place. But what is it if a player, for whatever reason, and truly in this day and age, and I do believe there are a lot of issues, not a lot maybe, but there certainly are issues there that are affecting young people and reasons that, and I think we need to be mindful of mental health and what's going on with people. And I'm just wondering, what is the provision at present? Now, I'm actually, I know that I shouldn't say this now, but I'm actually looking at the previous motion. And I actually cannot see how we have passed the previous motion. I know this has nothing to do with this, but did we not in the last motion pass for the provincial councils for the 31st of October rather than the county boards? Was the same motion 14, or 13 in our books, the same as what was printed? That's all. But I'm sorry, if that could be checked, please.
To the best of my knowledge, Geraldine, that was one of the amendments that we stood down standing orders to clarify.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's on our last email then perhaps, is it? Yeah.
Should be, Geraldine, yes.
Sorry about that. That's fine. That's
no worries, no worries.
Tuned in again. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
Sorry, next up we have Angela O'Murray, and then we have Breda Cunningham after that.
Okay,
Angela.
Hi,
Angela O'Murray in Canada. Just wanted to clarify, as somebody who does have responsibility for the transfers and that when players are coming from Ireland to participate here, what is the proof what proof do they have to show? Is it just on word of mouth that they haven't played for 24 months? Or is there, we will have a player who has to go through the process and fill out the appropriate paperwork, but we will have players then that said that they haven't played in 24 months.
Usually, now and again, I can stand to be corrected, Angela, when a player moves from from Ireland to another country, the transfer is usually quite straightforward because you're moving to a different country, literally. I can't recall.
No, I sorry, Kathleen, I agree with that. And there is a transfer process and the forms to be completed. I guess if they haven't competed with a club for a period of 24 months, I guess today we take that on face value. And is there some other process that we should be following?
Well, there is the opportunity to check with the registration system here at home in Ireland that should have a date of when last registered. May not have a date of when last played, but should have a date of at least when last registered. If they're an inter-county player, we probably would have a date of when they last played as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Breda Cunningham next.
Breda?
Yeah, I'm just commenting maybe, a bit of a mix mash of what everybody else is saying, but it does seem very draconian that if a player has some disagreement with her home club and doesn't register with her home club, so she's not registered, she's not insured, or she just simply doesn't want to play, but she can't get a transfer through. So I don't know where the window is or where there's a relaxation in any of those rules. Previously, it could have been she could have walked the line for 2 years and then, simply just registered with someone else. But I don't know. I'm just commenting, that it doesn't seem right that there's nothing in our rules at the moment to allow somebody to transfer to another club if there has been some breakdown. And if the home club simply won't sign and then it goes to county board and they won't sign because there's no loophole or it doesn't, tick all the boxes, then we're hemorrhaging players, for no good reason.
I take your point, but I think there's a responsibility there, Breda, for clubs, if your player's not going to come back, why in so many cases do clubs prevent a player from transferring? It's chicken and eggs, and it'll go round, and it's just the way it is.
Can I just confirm? Apologies, can I just confirm, Breda, it was just for minute taking purposes, she is the Armagh representative, and we're going to go next to Hilda. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pamela. Just to clarify on this motion, a number of delegates have asked, and there seems to be some confusion. Currently in our rule book, you require a transfer from one club to another for any period of time. Last year, it was previously 24 months, and a motion was taken to Congress where that element was removed. And while I accept, and I think we're all accepting that 3 years seems quite long, As it currently stands, if we do not pass this motion, there will be no facility. So if it's 10 years, if it's 15 years, if it is 20 years, and you are moving within your own county and you want to go to another club and you have not played camogie, you will require a transfer. While 3 years may not be the best, and I absolutely hear what people are saying, and I would urge counties to take a motion to Congress next year if they want to lower it from 3 years. But as it currently stands, this motion is probably the best we can do today. So I would urge you to accept this motion.
Thank you, Hilda. Are there any other speakers that you can identify, Pamela?
We only have one other hand raised, but unfortunately Cork have already been represented, so that's the end of the speakers.
Okay, does Deirdre want to add any more? Deirdre McGrath, are you happy to leave it?
I'm happy enough.
Thank you.
Covered it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deirdre. Can you go for a vote then, please, Pamela?
We're going to go to motion 15 now, if you don't mind, please, and then we'll vote for 14 and 15 together.
Okay, basically, this one is being proposed by Niamh.
Just one sec till we get her unmuted for us.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Kathleen. I wish to formally propose motion 15 to the floor. This is a housekeeping matter. The rules were numbered incorrectly in the last issue of Interior Figul. So we'd just like to tidy up the rule and re-letter the last 3 parts of the rule.
Thanks, Niamh. And that was seconded by Mary Kearney. Kearney, is there anyone feels they would like to speak on this?
Brendan Williams has his hand raised.
Okay, Brendan.
Okay, just checking you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Brendan Williams, Irvan Skulna. Again, it's not either in favour or against the motion, but I do think it would be useful if the Irvan Skulna were added to that list at a future Congress, given that our competitions do overlap.
Okay, that's a motion to Congress next year for the schools, Brendan. Okay, if there are no other speakers, we'll go for a vote.
Okay, yeah, so we will launch the poll now for motions 14 and 15. So can you select yes, no, or abstain for motion 14 and 15? That's our last 2 motions of the day. No?
No, sorry, Pam.
No, sorry, there's 2 more after that.
You got ahead of yourself.
Well, it's the end of my presentation. Okay, we're at 91% of delegates have voted.
Okay, we're still at 91.
And we're now at 93.
Okay.
Are you happy to close?
Close, Pamela.
Okay, and I will pass it over to Caroline for the result of motion 13.
Motion 13 had the support of 75% and 25% opposed, so motion 13 was passed.
Okay. If you can just give me 1 minute now to change over to the presentation for the last couple of motions. And Okay, Catherine, that is the motion 1, which is proposed by Niamh Kilmartin.
Niamh, yeah. Niamh, do you want to pass a comment on motion 1? Rule 5.2?
Thanks there, Kathleen. I was just muted. Yeah, I just wish to formally propose the motion, part 4 of our official guide. Again, it's a housekeeping matter. It's official guide part 4. It's section E of the rule that requires a change. And the second motion in this part of the rule book, again, is a housekeeping matter. The National Clemency Committee terms of reference are downloadable from the Camogie Association website instead of providing a URL. So I wish to formally propose the 2 motions to the floor of Congress.
Thank you, Niamh. Is there anyone on the floor who would like to speak to them?
There are currently no hands raised for that one.
For motion 1 or 2?
For neither, yes.
Okay, then go directly for a vote, please, Pamela.
Okay. So the poll is now on your screen. If you can vote yes, no, or abstain for motion 1 or motion 2. Okay, and you'll be glad to hear that's the last time you have to vote on the motion today. Got it right this time. So we have 85% of our...
We'll wait for our final counts, Pamela.
Yeah, so we still have 4 motions to give you the results on.
And Pamela, can you revert me back to the original screen from this morning?
Yeah.
Oh no, when we finish this, it's just so that I can get something off the computer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll put you back as a panelist now, yep. Okay, we're at 94%. Are you happy for us to close that vote and then we can move you back?
Yeah.
Okay. It's at 95% when we've closed it, and we will move you back as a panelist now.
Thank you, Pamela.
And if you're happy now, Kathleen, I'm going to ask Caroline to share her screen for motion 14 and 15.
The motion 14 was 67% in favour, 33 against, so that was passed. Motion 15 was 94% in favour and 6 opposed, so that also was passed.
Okay, so if you can just bear with us for a couple of minutes, we will get the last 2 results through to you, and then that's the end of the motions, and then we're going to hand it over to you to address Congress.
Okay, is my camera still on, Pamela? Yeah,
it is. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah. So we're just waiting for this to be verified, and then I'll share the results with you. Okay, just bear with us. Oh, we're ready to hand over.
Okay, can you call out the result from the Pamela, please? I've moved my screen.
Just 1 second. Yeah. So Caroline's just going to share her screen now, and you should be able to see that then. 1 minute. Thanks for your patience. We're nearly there.
You can all sit back and relax now a little bit in your room.
So Kathleen, you should be able to see that now.
No, I can't because I've changed my
Oh, you
screen.
can.
Oh, no, call it out, Pamela. You're well fit to read it as I am.
Okay, so motion 1 passed with 99%, 110 votes to no 1% and 1 vote. And motion 2 was 98%, which is 108 votes yes, 2% no, and so then the motion was passed.
Okay.
So we hand over to you now.
Yeah, just before I give my address, can I thank everybody in the large room who've beavered away unseen, but not unheard for your work all day. You've actually made this so easy for us all to use, and honestly, I do appreciate everything that you have done. This is our second effort at an online congress, so we're learning all the day, every time, and there's still more to learn, and we've learned more today. But folks, thank you so much. I know this has been very stressful on you, trying to sort of cover all the bases, but well done. Okay, where do you start? Just like 2020 was a year like no one saw it coming. I didn't see it coming. No one thought it would last as long as it did. No one really thought that it would still be with us in 2021, but it is. We have endured a lot in our families, in our homes, in our work, and in our mental and physical well-being, and in our sport. We know that we are resilient, though we know also the pain of separation and the loss of family, friends, and clubmates. For all in Congress and the Camogie community who have experienced their bereavement, we pause for a moment to remember and commiserate. But as with seasons of darkness and light, it has been a year of wisdom and a year of foolishness. As an association, we have had learnings galore in a year when our sisters and brothers and our children's education has been challenged like never before. We have learned things about ourselves as individuals, things about our family, things about our teammates in our club and our sport of Camogie. New things. But maybe if we really had looked closer, we would have seen them all along. Things like resilience, our ability to be adaptable, our ability to be flexible. We have seen resilience in our sport, in our reactions to events, in a situation where our games were taken from us, our attitude and fortitude and our resilience remained. We may not have had control over the circumstances, but we saw our association's members throughout Ireland and further afield choosing not to be bowed or to be broken. It is a lesson to know you can choose your own attitude and respond to adverse circumstances. We are in control of our own emotions. In the dark days of uncertainty due to COVID, we saw volunteers rise to the challenge of supporting their community, typically unasked for, unacknowledged small acts of kindness, a prescription here delivered, a telephone call, a conversation through a window, a meal passed into a neighbour, or a parcel collected and dropped off. As an association and a community, COVID has taught us how interconnected we are. And after this is all over, I hope we can remember that we are so much stronger when we are working together. We watch the creativity of clubs and coaches attending to the physical and mental well-being of young players with skills challenges. Big one for me, Kilmacud Crokes, thinking outside of the box with their virtual challenge. The backdrop to the season was one of unsung heroes, and how many of us watched our members who were frontline pandemic workers, be they doctors, nurses, shop workers, paramedics, working in the food industry and working in education. Players weren't unthinking or unaffected or untouched. And Karen McMullen of Down spoke for all of us when she said, we're well aware there's people out there that have lost lives. People that aren't working, have lost their livelihoods for a reason outside of their control. Grace Walsh gave an insight into working as a nurse. Her profile from Camogie helped us get her message across. But during the summer, teams had the opportunity to feel the sun in our faces, the joy of playing against the wind in the bucketing rain, as an Irish summer can only be. Giving thanks for the unmerciful weather, we were just so glad to be out there. We had no choice other than to get changed in the rain, but just like the good old days that some of us remember well, before there was multiple changing rooms. Many of us were pressed into action as homeschoolers. It reminded me of Seamus Heaney's line, walk on air against your better judgment. There we were as mothers revisiting our school days to remember the intricacies of calculus, irregular verbs, and the plot details of mice and men. And the best laid plans went awry, but we were still chasing our children and the youngsters out the back door, the front door, to hit a ball against a wall and try a challenge. What success we have had, let us celebrate the positives. Top of the list to me has been the streaming of our county and national games to a captive audience, actually completing the Camogie Championship this time last year. Who would ever have believed it? The cool camps of the summer saw our children back on the fields of play. We had virtual All-Stars, we had virtual volunteer and media awards, and at the end of it, we actually had financial security at the close of 2020. Now, this security may be short-lived as we face into a very insecure financial future when our reserves will be needed to keep us afloat. There is an opportunity to reassess. This is an opportunity to reassess our game and honestly fully appreciate what we have. Where do we stand on the merits of participation as opposed to competition? Have we become overly competitive? Have we lost the key attraction to children's participation in our game? And it's a big three-letter word for children, just fun. Do we, in our clubs, give everyone a chance to play? What I would say is let us reassess what is essential in our clubs and in our community. The large numbers who joined virtual coaching conferences listened to speaker after speaker supporting sport for all, fun. The recently launched Gaelic Player Pathway promotes children's coaching by recognising their physical and emotional well-being on based on age-appropriate skills coaching. We're not all born with a very high-tuned competitive mindset, but we can develop the whole child by adopting and implementing the pathway in our clubs. It is a fact, and we all know it, that when the fun disappears, the players disappear too. Zoom and Microsoft Teams are household names. Virtual county board meetings are the new norm. Our club and county officers' dedication and ingenuity, I find that word hard, give us their gift of our national championships. And to all of those officers in the county boards, thank you so much. So, literally, folks, do we need every meeting in person? On a very personal note, I am a mother, you are daughters, we are wives, we are partners, we are carers, we are shift workers. Our free time is very precious, and online meetings have honestly brought increased engagement with all of us. Look at the figures that Sinead spoke about earlier for online training. The number of participants on our development forum. Let us all be realistic about our children's return to play. Just as their schooling has suffered a great setback, so has their emotional and physical development. So we all must be patient when they come back and engage with us on our field of play. for honestly, they have spent over a year with their heads bent over devices. Their physical literacy will not be what it should be. 3 years ago, I spoke about integration, retention, and safeguarding. On integration, what progress have we made? To be honest, not as much as you or I would have liked, but nonetheless, progress was made despite COVID. What also hampered progress initially was in the space of 14 months, we had the retirement of our permanent Ard-Stewardship and a further 2 interim appointments before we had our permanent Ard-Stewardship. While the public face of integration was slow moving, at a higher level, progress was happening, and key milestones there in administration included, as Sinead has mentioned earlier, the appointment of the Ard-Stewardship to the GAA Kishtabanistíoch, the appointment of the Uachtaráin to the GAA Ard-Comhairle, Liam Lenihan, the GAA Munster Chairman, attending Camogie Ard-Comhairle, and Camogie representatives on over 20 GAA subcommittees and GAA members on the majority of Camogie subcommittees. There is a sharing of skills and knowledge across all 3 codes. This sharing happens anyway in organic fashion at grassroots. The best example again of this has been the recent launch of the Gaelic Player Pathway. We have seen the high profile success of players from a Camogie background gaining greater success on international fields, not least in ladies football, but also in other sports. Female role models, including female role models who give credit to having started their sporting career with Camogie. Katie Mullen, a hockey player, Ciara McGeehan, Irish athletics. In terms, however, of integration, where there has been significant steps forward, we haven't taken the strides that I had hoped that we would take at the start of my term. And it is fair to say that there has been some stumbles along the way. In integration and player retention and in games development, player welfare and rule changes, we absolutely must listen to our players' voice. And can I say that the rule changes, playing rule changes today were our players' voice, and we were listening and we have heard. Outgoing GAA President John Horn at the recent GAA Congress announced a federation approach to the integration of the 3 codes. As I finish my term, I wish these initiatives well. Godspeed to full integration. Over the last few years, we've made great strides and been involved and reaped the benefits of 20 by 20 movement to increase the coverage and visibility of female sports. There is no doubt that it has changed the public mindset of female sport and of athletes. And there is greater visibility. As a female sporting organisation, we have made great strides. We haven't reached the end goal or approached the finishing line yet. As technology develops with an increasing number of media platforms, there really is no excuse for lack of coverage. We will continue to strive for equality of opportunity, equality of access to GAA community-owned facilities, and eventually funding equality. After all, we wouldn't choose a second-rate school for our daughters, so why would we continue to accept that in many cases we are second-rate participants in our Gaelic units? Having come from a background of primary education, I have an acute awareness of the harsh reality of some children and the circumstances in which they find themselves. And shortly after taking up this role, I was asked what keeps me awake at night. And there was a very simple, straight, no thinking answer. The answer was safeguarding. Ard-Comhairle appointed a full-time safeguarding officer to our staff, and this appointment has guided and supported our association. This has provided a consistent point of contact for our children's officers nationwide at club, county and provincial level. The support and reassurance she provides to all of us is invaluable. The close working relationship with GAA and LGFA has strengthened our associations and made our Gaelic Games a safer place for all our young and mature members. After all, safeguarding is not just for children, it's for all of us. One of the challenges we will face as our sport and as a society when the pall of the pandemic lifts, and that is the challenge of player retention in sport. It is already a major issue in Gaelic Games that players can fall away in numbers. It must be our objective to address this proactively and not just let it happen. I've already mentioned and congratulated our clubs who designed creative enrolment processes despite COVID. The future of our association depends on the children of today. We have to encourage our members to maintain their registrations and attachment to their clubs. Ironically, one of the benefits of the pandemic is the realization that it is possible to work remotely from your home place. Will we see a knock-on effect on that perhaps for our players, who will not have as much pressure put on them to move away from their home area to either work or study, or at least not be away on a full-time basis? Because it is a fact that there is great difficulty in rural clubs and they are struggling with declining populations. Currently, there are actually 55,000 remote jobs open in Ireland today, and is now the opportunity for us in our rural communities to take up these opportunities and be ready to take advantage of them. Perhaps incentives to make sure that these remote jobs stay remote and decentralisation is reality. The last year has fundamentally changed our world and ways of doing things. For many of us, our time is precious as workers, parents, mothers, partners. Anything that reduces time away from the cold face at critical times is invaluable. Remote working has perhaps presented an opportunity for players and rural clubs. As a Gaelic family, we have made progress, not as much as I would have liked, and again, COVID didn't do us any favours. But at every level, the pandemic enabled us to make decisions, to act and assist as one larger Gaelic family. The more I observe our associations in action at grassroots, it actually confirms that we are the same people, separated by our common interests. In truth, you couldn't slide a €5 note between our associations, and it is very movable obstacles that stand in our way of progress. I want to thank all our players and congratulate all our winners, our coaches and our administrators. Well done to all those counties that won. Sinead has already spoken about the level of engagement there was with our championship finals, and I have to get a wee word in there about Armagh. I was privileged to be there at all the finals. Sinead's laughing at me over there. And again, a further mention to those heroes whose work goes unsung, but you never go unnoticed, the people who have kept our Camogie community moving in difficult times. 2020 has taught us that she who has a why to live for can bear anything. We are so much stronger when we are working together. I look back with gratitude on my term of office, and I'm looking forward to better Camogie days ahead of us all. I wish Uachtaráin Hilda the best wishes for the next 3 years. You have an amazing staff, Hilda, led by our Arch-Chair, Sinead. You have a body of amazing committed volunteers, and you bring with you your strength and motivation and knowledge that you have. I leave you the words of Maya Angelou. Here on the pulse of this new day, you may have the grace to look up and out and into your sister's eyes, into your brother's face, to your country, and simply say, very simply, with hope, good morning, brighter days are here with us. Slán agus gur mai agat. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kathleen.
Okay.
Just before we take any comments, we have a short video for you. So if you can just bear with us just for a moment, we have a short video.
I am proud of what we have achieved in this last 3 years. It has been extreme hard work, but I was blessed with an amazing group of volunteers in Ardcorlia. We are all bound to protect our game, to grow our game, and to leave it better than when we found it. And I feel as Uachtaráin and as the members of Ardcorlia, we've worked as a very tight-knit team, and we have succeeded in doing that, and our game is there, it is ready, there's light at the end of the tunnel, we're in the blocks, we're ready to take off as soon as time allows us. The first 18 months was brilliant, travelling around the country, and I remember one club in particular, and basically they had won their first award ever in the club. Now it may have only been a B or C league for under 14 girls, but the absolute joy and pride and motivation that club had, and they were planning for the future and all of that. And I thought, you know, this is what our game does. And those wee girls, they were so proud of their medals. And that to me is one of the lasting memories of those children. The World Games in Waterford again, to see those players travelling from Australia, Dubai, all across the world, literally just to play, to participate, to enjoy, to learn skills, to meet friends. I think that's the core of our association. That's the core of the Camogie Association. To watch the joy of the expats in New York who hosted along with Liberty was just, it was a great experience. Another highlight, quite honestly, has been the survival of COVID. I must congratulate all of the volunteers who bought into the COVID rules and the COVID procedures, because without them we wouldn't have had the gift of the championship that was so successful. You have to look at Facebook in April, May, and the work that our volunteers were doing in the community. They were out, they were delivering food, they were checking on people. They became the heart of the community. They protected, they guided, they looked after our community. Hilda has served for many years on the Ardcorlia. She also has been chairperson of the fixtures. So Hilda's coming in very, very experienced. She will bring a great energy and a great vision. I look forward to seeing and watching the progress that Hilda will no doubt make in her role as Uachtaráin, and I wish her the very, very best, and I know the Camogie Association is in the hands of a very strong leader with Hilda. Well, I first of all have to mention my husband, because as we were driving around the country pre-COVID, he drove, I rested and prepared, and as somebody said to me, a relationship made in heaven. I have missed so many family occasions, I have to say, because my diary, my existence was for the Camogie Association, so if an event came in, that had to take precedence, because that is the role of the Uachtaráin. But I have to say I have missed the grandchildren. I've missed that relationship of Granny and wee ones. I've often described Camogie as a disease. There's no cure for it. Once you start, you're there for a lifetime. I will take a rest, and I've been honest about that. I'll take a rest for the rest of this year, but I've no doubt I will be straight back into my club. I'll be straight back into the county board. It is part of me. It has been part of me for too many years. You can't just forget about it and walk away from it. My grandchildren, many of them are still involved. I have one granddaughter, the oldest one, who's been playing camogie for Armagh from she was 14 years of age, so keeping an eye on her. I have grandsons who are Gaelic players, so you don't go away, you don't leave the Gaelic sports, you just become a different part of it, but you're still there. You know, there's no cure. I couldn't live without it.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathleen. We have some comments that have come in. So we will first of all go to Breda Cunningham.
Unmute. Thank you, Pamela. That was a beautiful little video analysis, and it just encapsulated everything that us in Armagh know about Kathleen. But just on behalf of Armagh Camogie, I would like to congratulate Kathleen on her term as Utron. She has carried the role out with dignity and extreme professionalism in what has been a very unprecedented and challenging period for us all. Kathleen, it was a proud journey for us all in Armagh Camogie, for your own club, Dorainus, and personally for your own family. You've mentioned Brenton, and of course, we're all very familiar with all your family here in Armagh, so they will be glad to see you back. We have no doubt that Armagh winning the All-Ireland Premier Junior Championship in December was a memorable and an exciting occasion for you, as it was for us. So we will be glad to welcome you back to the hills of Armagh and take this opportunity to wish the incoming Utron, Hilda Breslin, all the best, and we will be fully supportive of her role as Utron. We would like to seize the opportunity and say that we were to host Congress this year. So in true Armagh party style, we would love for that invitation to stay on the table and for it to be considered by all the delegates today, so Kathleen can have a good send-off next year.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Marion Graham, and then we're going to have John Weir after that.
Don't let John Weir talk, Pamela.
Okay. Okay. Kathleen.
Marion.
Kathleen, on behalf of Munster Council, I want to thank you for all your support and advice to Munster during your term in office. I also want to congratulate you on all that you achieved during a most stressful and problematic last year in your role of presidency. In all my years involved in Camogie, nothing has challenged us as much as 2020. And now again, we find ourselves at the same challenge in 2021. But you guided our organisation safely through a pandemic. I'm sure the first 2 years of your term was an amazing experience, visiting clubs both in Ireland and abroad. But unfortunately, the last year, Kathleen, was definitely a challenging experience, and that was such a pity. 37 hour Corla meetings, 13 hour MC meetings, and 7, maybe 8 hours a day, and you are still smiling. And also you had many, many more Zoom meetings during the year. That was challenging in itself. Kathleen, once again, thank you for your help and advice when needed. And on behalf of Munster Council, I wish you and Brendan a long and healthy and stress-free time together. I hope that we will be back on the sideline soon, and again, can have that long-awaited coffee and chat together. Kathleen, you were a friend before your election, and I hope that friendship will continue.
Thank you, Marion.
And can I, before I finish, can I take this opportunity on behalf of Munster Council to welcome Hilda. This is the highest position in our great association, and I promise you, Hilda, the support of Munster Council in your forthcoming term. I'm very encouraged by the enthusiasm of Hilda, and she will give the injection of fresh ideas and will put her own unique stamp on the role of Uachtaráin. Hilda, once again, I want to reiterate the support of Munster Council during your term and look forward to working with you for the next year. And I also look forward to seeing you presenting Munster teams with a few All-Irelands during your term. And again, before I conclude, I want to wish Brendan McCabe all the best in his new career. He will be seriously missed. And your advice to Munster, and I know especially to our treasurer, Christina, she's gutted that you are leaving. She was always singing your praises. You were always there at the end of the phone for her and with your expertise, advice, and above all, you were very approachable. For all of that, thank you, Brenda.
Thanks, Marion. We now have John Weir, and then we'll have Jordan McCarthy after that.
Kathleen.
John.
Well, Kathleen, it's the final turn, Kathleen, the final turn. Well done, Kathleen, on fine to help, and well done, and enjoy your retirement, and enjoy the handy All-Ireland you got as well. So
I knew that was coming, John Weir.
No, well done. You came down to see us in Westmeath, and we were very pleased. It was lovely to have you in Cusack Park the time we were down, and I have to say, very well done, and enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thank you.
Thanks. We now have Jordan McCarthy.
Okay, Pamela, thank you very much. Just before we have the change of the guard there, so I had my hand up there quite a while, but obviously it was maybe picked up. Does it matter I'd like to raise, or I can raise it at the end of this Congress, if you so wish?
Well, the matters for the Congress have concluded, and Jared, so maybe if you want to speak to Sinead on Monday.
Well, I think, Kathleen, I had my hand up for quite a while, but it wasn't even before the motion just coming to an end. I had it up. But we are very disappointed here in Kerry that a motion that we put forward was not on the clock for today, and we had no explanation either. And it was to be on the clock today, and we certainly would like a genuine explanation as to why it wasn't on the clock. And before you just go ahead, I wish you the very best in your term going out of office, and on behalf of the county board, I wish Hilda all the best coming in. But we are very disappointed, and we want answers for that, because it's very, very disrespectful, number one, and number two, we have contact and communication from the association that it was to be on the clock, because our secretary has it, and we're very disappointed, and we certainly would like an explanation for it. Thank you.
Okay, Jared, we'll look into that, and you'll get an explanation as soon as possible. But obviously it'll be
Jared.
Monday.
Thanks, Jared. We've got now Helen McAlevey next.
Hello, Kathleen from your near neighbours in County Down.
Hello, Helen.
Good to see you. Just to congratulate you on your 3 years. Unfortunately, you didn't get to visit us here on the other side of the canal, but don't be a stranger. You'll always be welcome. It's a credit to have someone from Ulster take the post of Uachtaráin, and you did it with great pride and good work, and we are very proud of you. To Hilda, we wish you all the best, and we give you our encouragement and our support. So go to my yogurt, Kathleen, and enjoy the good life.
Thank you, Helen.
Thanks. We have Marion McCarthy next.
Hi, Kathleen. On behalf of Cork Camogie, I'd just like to congratulate you on your term of office. You were an outstanding ambassador for our association, and you brought our association to a new level. We were absolutely delighted when you visited Cork for the Féile, and I suppose at that time we got to know you more. And I would like to take this opportunity of wishing you and Brendan the very best in the years ahead. Cormahagut.
Thanks, Marion. Very kind.
Thanks. We now have Eilish Whitty, and then we'll have Deirdre McGrath after that.
Kathleen, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Eilish.
Eilish Whitty here. Just to say, Kathleen, you had many challenges throughout your presidency, which at each time you managed in a calm, compassionate and dignified manner. Míle buíochas from all in Loch Ormond, Kathleen, and every good wish to you, Brendan, and your family as you go forward. I would like to take this opportunity to wish Hilda All the very best. Gunarian Talat, Hilda. Fontana Pasna Blinta Marutron. And we look forward to working with you here in Loch Ormond. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll have Deirdre McGrath and then we have Geraldine McGrath after that as well.
Okay, hello Kathleen.
Hi,
Just
Deirdre.
on behalf of Ulster Council, I just want to congratulate you on your 3 years of hard work, and particularly in the last 18 months. It must have been terrible. And when you hear of all the meetings that you've had throughout that year, and from my experience over the last 3 months, I know what the meetings are like. So much to go on. But we and Ulster are delighted that you're going to have a happy retirement, hopefully. And it was nice to hear you saying you're not leaving Camogie, that you'll be giving something back again. So all the best, Kathleen.
Thanks, Deirdre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We've now got Geraldine McGrath next.
Let's get the last of the time.
Deirdre, your mic's still on.
Is Geraldine there? If not, we can go to Jenny Byrne.
Hi, Kathleen. On
Hi,
behalf
Jenny.
of the Camogie, I'd just like to thank you for everything over the last 3 years. I know I picked up the phone on many occasions and you answered no problem and helped us. So best of luck to you and your lovely husband, Brendan. I'm going to miss sitting beside him now at a few dinners. And to Hilda, the best of luck going forward, and you have all the support from Dublin Camogie.
Okay, thanks. We now have Geraldine McGrath. Hopefully she'll be able to speak this time.
Kathleen, on behalf of Connacht Camogie, I would like to wish you a happy retirement and enjoy the years ahead. Kathleen, you were very, very fair and honest to all the people in the provinces and the counties. You tried to get to most counties before the lockdown. Now you can have a legacy going away from after your three years as a Nuachtaráin, as the president who brought in the playing rules. Phyllis had the 12-a-side to the 15-a-side. Now you have the playing rules, and it's a great achievement that has been achieved over your 3 years. You had a very hardship to steady there for the last year and a bit in the lockdown, and it has been very, very hard, but you've steadied it very well, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Kathleen, on behalf of everyone in Connacht.
We now have Linda Kenny.
Just on behalf of Leinster Camogie, Kathleen, just to wish you well and your family, and especially your husband Brendan, and to thank you for your support to us in Leinster and all the Leinster counties over the last 3 years, and to wish Hilda every success as she takes over today. Thanks, Kathleen.
I think that's everybody now, Kathleen, so thank you very much. Well, I'll just get you to unmute yourself, Kathleen. Oh, there we go. So I think now we
Thank
hand
everybody
over to
for,
Hilda.
yeah.
Okay, we're just going to have to just change the settings here and move Hilda over to a panelist, so just give us 1 second. Okay, Hilda. Just get your video started there. There we go.
Thanks, Pamela. Thanks, Pamela. And thank you to everybody. I'm sure we're all very emotional at this stage, so thank you to everybody. This is the second time I speak to our Congress remotely. I know that we looked forward to holding a Congress in person this year. What a great welcome our Uachtaráin, Kathleen Woods and Ulster Council would have given us all to Armagh. We would have had the opportunity to record our thanks to Kathleen amongst her family and friends. Thanks for the unfaltering commitment she has shown in this uniquely challenging period of our association. I wish her and Brendan many long sunny days with family and friends, in the knowledge that she will always have the gratitude and the admiration of this association for her service. I would also like to thank the Arts Trúthóir and all of the Camogie staff who, together with all of you and our wider membership, ensured that we worked our way through this public health crisis and held firm. Those efforts mean that we are not just intact, but we're getting ready to go again. And our association will be needed now more than ever. The value of underage sport has been recognised, and our clubs at a minimum will be welcoming back girls under 18 to non-contact activities. Connecting with our players and encouraging those who are drifting away will require a huge effort on our part. Planning is also underway for the recommencement of adult county training, followed by adult inter-county matches. At last, we are being provided with an opportunity to recommence our games. And just like last year, the way we do that will determine how we are judged, not just by government, but by the communities we serve. Our success and that of other sporting organisations will contribute to the ability of all to return to sport. We must ensure that we do not breach the trust placed in us. There is no room for slippage, no room for seeking competitive advantage. Our values as an association mean any such action will not be acceptable. We will take swift action to ensure that nothing jeopardises our collective interest in returning all of our members to the playing pitch and protecting our communities. Our clubs are at the heart of our game, and there is a responsibility on all of us to prepare the ground for them becoming the hubs of activity they are intended to be. We will also have to repair the damage the pandemic has inflicted on our association. The year to come will be very challenging. In the past, we carefully built up our reserves, and they will be much needed because nationally we are facing a very significant financial deficit. It will be a top priority for the incoming Ard Comhairle to oversee a financial plan to restore the financial health of the organisation. Difficult decisions will be needed, but sustainability cannot be based solely on cutting costs. We will need to grow funding from government, sponsors, and other sources. The same challenges will face our clubs, counties, and provinces. We must work together to rebuild our finances to ensure that we have the resources to promote our games. Within my term as Uachtaráin of the Camogie Association, we will reach a milestone of 120 years since our foundation. In this same period, we will also celebrate the 90th anniversary of the first All-Ireland Championship final. These events highlight the spirit and ambition with which our association was founded. Not settling for doing somewhat better, or looking at a situation that is unequal and unfair and wishing it was a little bit better. Not asking for an exception to be made when the rules themselves are the problem. The revolutionary women and men that built our association said we will create a movement that will give women and girls access to the enjoyment of sport. We will not negotiate exclusion, we will build inclusion. They faced resistance on many fronts as discrimination was deeply ingrained within society. The visionary founders of the association in 1904 broke stereotypes around women's participation in sport and our places in communities. The fruits of their ambition is today's association with over 100,000 playing members. As we approach these anniversaries, we will establish a project to record our inspirational predecessors, the players and administrators who developed our association. We will work with historians to commemorate and tell our story as the greatest contributors to women's sport over the last 120 years. Our founders passed on a proud role as standard bearers for women's sport. But our objective is not simply to look back. The slogan being commonly used is "Build Back Better." I want us to take inspiration from our past, but I want us to build forward better, to tackle problems and create opportunities whose time has come. What would our founders say if we could tell them that today, a mere 120 years later, we are still actively seeking equity of opportunity for sports? Would they be happy to learn that the distribution of public funding for sport is heavily skewed against the encouragement of female participation? As much as 4:1 ratio. All of us pay taxes equally, but the distribution of those taxes across genders is not fair. It is long past time for governments and the sports councils to monitor the gender distribution of public funding between and within sporting organisations and ensure that public funding supports equity of opportunity. I appreciate those in leadership today have inherited the current funding position, but the conventions and the funding schemes that they have inherited utterly fail the test of equity. We are not engaged in special pleading for an exception to these rules. Regrettably, these rules still echo the outmoded stereotypes that our founders confronted in 1904. Instead, we are seeking new rules and new funding schemes. We are looking for today's political leaders and sports administrators to introduce change that embraces how we should think about women's participation in sport now and into the future. The media must also continue to redress the balance in their coverage of male and female sports, particularly public service broadcasters who are funded from the public purse. And if companies want to have credibility with women's consumers and to be genuine in their corporate social responsibility, they need to demonstrate how their sports sponsorship promotes equity. The gap in female and male sports participation is narrowing, but it remains significant. Such participation plays a vital role in promoting individual health and social engagement in our communities. As an association, we remain standard bearers. But it is now time for government, the media, and sponsors to play a fuller part in addressing equity and opportunity for women's sport. We have also heard much talk recently of a renewed focus on the Gaelic Games family. We are members of this family and have a deep commitment to its welfare. At local level, our members support activities and facilities for the benefit of everyone, as we have done for generations. We are continually seeking more and better ways to cooperate across the Gaelic Games family. My belief has always been that families are not divided by gender. The family I grew up in was based upon equality and respect for all. I was not told what part I could play based upon my gender. The support I got for my development, my studies, and when I was sick was freely given based upon what the collective could provide. And family is simply as much about giving as it is about receiving. All of our families are stronger and more united because of a mutual respect and the value we attach to our common bond. Personally, I believe that this is the way forward for the Gaelic Games family. But Camogie, just like the GAA and the LGFA, is a democracy. Our members will decide the right path forward for the Camogie Association. Our role as leaders is to develop those options and set them out for consideration in a clear and transparent manner. We should also be sufficiently confident in our values and our history to state clearly that whatever our members decide, our relationship with both the GAA and the LGFA will always be strong, based upon deep mutual respect and a shared vision for Gaelic Games. We seek equity of opportunity, but we must also provide it. This year will be exceptionally difficult to plan, but we should use this period of disruption to put in place a long-term fixture schedule that is based upon equity for all players. I intend to establish a fixtures review which will be tasked with identifying the way forward. This review will be invited to provide strong and perhaps difficult recommendations that will form a new national competition structure for 2022 and beyond that will serve our game, players, clubs and counties equally. Today, our delegates made very important decisions. They adopted new playing rules to allow us to fully showcase the skill of our game. Those new rules will be challenging for officials, players, and managers. It is important that we not just give these rules a chance, but that we embrace them. And we provide the necessary support and education to ensure that they are implemented successfully. These are some of the ways as an association I believe we will build forward better. I am honoured to take up the role of Uachtaráin of the Camogie Association at this time. I want to thank you for providing me with the opportunity to serve this great association. I will work hard. I do so with enormous pride. Pride in what has been achieved, what we will achieve together, and what we will pass on. All of you who give willingly of your time and your talents, honour those that came before us. Show respect to those who, like you, do so now, and entrust a better future to those that have yet to come. I want to thank you all for what you do for the association, and I want to seek your support as we face into a period with unique challenges and opportunities. I have no doubt that we will be the measure to those challenges. We will dare to dream beyond our reach. When our successors look back on this time, let them say that in a period of great upheaval and uncertainty, we addressed long-lasting problems and worked with others to create new opportunities for our game, and most importantly, that we led from the front. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hilda. I think are you happy enough to take some comments? We have John Weir first of all, and then we have Geraldine McGrath after that.
Hello, Hilda. Well done on your new you're going to bring it forward. Camogie is moving forward now. We have had our ups and downs and up in the last few years, and I have to say what I've learned is that you are a hard worker, and Camogie needs hard workers. And thanks very much. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thanks, John.
Okay, well done.
We have Geraldine McGrath next.
Hilda, on behalf of Connacht Council, I would like to wish you all the best of luck going forward for the next 3 years. I know you are a hard worker, full of energy, and I look forward to the association moving forward for the next 3 years. The best of luck, Hilda. Okay.
Thanks, Geraldine. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hilda. I'm going to pass it back, I think, to Kathleen now. For the adoption of the venue for 2022.
Pamela, can you start it? Kathleen, just using my laptop a minute.
Oh yeah,
my laptop is there. We go. Thank you.
Pass that. Okay, Pamela, can you hear me?
Yes, Kathleen, go ahead.
The venue for the next Congress will be Ulster, and we await Deirdre McGrath's decision on that coming back to Ardgolia. The date will be as set. They just need to the first weekend of April, and hopefully it shouldn't clash with the Easter celebrations. And just do a quick double check. I should have done it already, but I didn't. The first weekend in April is actually the 2nd and 3rd, Friday the 1st and Tuesday, Friday the 1st and Saturday the 2nd of April 2022. Congratulations to the staff. You have done a wonderful job today. As always, I'm proud of you, and I hope you enjoy what remains of the last of your weekend. Can I thank everybody who took the time to contribute today? And as Hilda has said, and many of the other speakers, today has been a historic day for our association. And thank you all. We now move to Oran Naveen from one of the girls from Slough-Neil.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. So just give us one last minute. We'll upload this presentation now, and thank you all very much for your patience today and for taking part. Apologies.
Shinya fiana file a taf we allegeren Bwindar slua harten darane clean Fwy fod fesir Shan cheer arshin sure fasta Ni har fan cheer na flin trial Anoch daim savarna will Le ganer gil hon bosh no sil Le gun ni scrach Fwy lawach na biler Sholif canig or